Black technology, the super empire that spans 2 worlds. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, Close-Up Attack, Maximum Taunting Index, for the Cute Master. At night, there was another bad news from America. NVIDIA was asked to completely ban business dealings with Lingjing technology. People from all walks of life were shocked. No one expected that America was so afraid of the AI mirror launched by Lingjing technology. The big moves were constantly thrown out one after another, and each one was more ruthless than the other. Many people felt that it would be more difficult than everyone thought for AI mirror to get through this hurdle. America forced NVIDIA to completely ban business dealings with Lingjing technology. This was obviously aimed at the problem that AI mirror needed a huge amount of computing power resources to support it, because the current domestic-related companies were not as good as NVIDIA and could not find a better substitute. This was really a rhythm of killing, so that some spectators thought that the people on America's side were overreacting. Why did it come to this? Old May is really ruthless. He actually launched more than 90 sanctions against our company. This treatment is already catching up with Hui. Su Changming couldn't help but say. He was in Xiao Yu's office and was talking about being sanctioned by America. This time, America started with a series of powerful moves and launched an all-round and extreme suppression on Lingjing technology. How should we deal with this matter of NVIDIA? Su Changming turned to look at Xiao Yu. We can't find a better alternative now. The demand for computing power of AI mirror is increasing exponentially. If this problem is not solved, the subsequent impact will soon become apparent. It will take a long time for users to respond to AI mirror, and by then we may face a wave of negative reviews. Hearing this, Xiao Yu smiled calmly and said, "It's not a big problem. It's not that there are no alternatives in China to solve the computing power problem, but the performance is worse and the cost is higher. If the performance is not enough, the quantity can make up for it. As long as you have money and are willing to spend it, flying bricks with great force is also a solution," Xiao Yu added. Next, we will establish distributed supercomputing centers across the country and look for domestic leading companies in the industry such as Hongsu Guang and Huawei to carry out strategic cooperation. Su Changming hurriedly said, "Isn't this local tyrant-style strategy too extravagant? This is definitely a gold-eating beast." Xiao Yu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. The company also has a graphene business, a gold-producing beast. It is more than enough to hedge. The production capacity will more than double next year, and the money will come." In fact, Xiao Yu is too happy to raise the operating costs of the company, which is absolutely incomprehensible to outsiders. It is a good thing for Xiao Yu to raise the cost of the company, and it is also a support for domestic technology companies. Huge commercial orders have been given to domestic companies, which is beneficial in the long run. Su Changming had nothing to say after hearing what he said. Other companies certainly can't afford such a luxurious local tyrant-style tactics. It won't take long for the heavy operating expenses to overwhelm the company, but this is indeed a solution. Other companies can't afford it, but Lingjing technology really has the strength to support such a luxurious tactics. Because the company has a super stable and profitable monopoly business, if the production capacity of the graphene business doubles again next year, the company's revenue will be able to reach about 120 billion to 150 billion. At this time, Xiao Yu said in a deep voice, "However, it is an unavoidable objective fact that computing power resources are difficult to supply in a short period of time. It is definitely unable to keep up with the current speed of user surge." He paused and thought for a while, and after a while, Xiao Yu continued, "How about this? Use time to exchange space to ensure that the existing user experience is not affected. Temporarily stop the registration of new users of AI's Edging. The existing 30 million registered users can use it permanently, and then we will give out 20 million user places in batches every 3 months. Let the total number of active users of the platform remain at 50 million to ease the current computing power resource pressure. After the experience period of these 20 million users, their accounts will not be cancelled but will passively enter a dormant state, and then open up a 3-month experience for the next batch of 20 million users, and so on. Of course, as time goes by, our computing resources are also increasing. If computing resources allow, the second batch of users who can experience the service can exceed 20 million, for example, 25 million or 30 million. It depends on whether the computing resources can keep up. Once we have completely solved the problem of computing supply, those dormant accounts can be used normally. This is obviously a compromise strategy choice made when computing resources cannot keep up, to ensure that limited users can get the best experience without being affected. At the same time, there is a time limit for the experience. When the experience period expires, the position will be given to another group of users. The advantage is that when computing resources are insufficient, it ensures that those who can use it have a good experience. Otherwise, the result of everyone being able to use it is that the response efficiency of AI's verging will be so low that it will make people collapse. If you ask her a question and wait for a long time without a response, everyone's experience will become extremely bad, which will inevitably usher in a large number of negative reviews. The batch-by-batch rotation experience can ensure that those who can use it will not be affected and can have the best experience. Those who can't use it will have to wait in line for a while. Doing so can actually achieve the effect of hunger marketing. Users who have reached the end of the experience period will only look forward to the next full release. It is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Just like when you are used to 8K picture quality, you don't want to watch 480p picture quality anymore. The 30 million or so users who have registered now can use it normally all the time. This is a special care that must be given, otherwise it is equivalent to violating the terms of the user agreement, which can also make these 30 million or so users have a strong desire to show off. After all, the best thing in the world is what I have but you don't have. And the most enjoyable thing in the world is to show off what you want but can't get in front of you. There must be many of these users who go to forums, moments, etc. to show off and brag about how good the AI mirror is. Which also whets other people's appetite, and naturally has a good publicity effect. Su Changming could not help but nod his head repeatedly. This is a very good method. It can achieve the effect of hunger marketing, and users will not be disgusted at the same time. After all, everyone knows that we are not doing this intentionally for hunger marketing, but because we are too harsh on our boss, so we have no choice. As long as the user experience of using the AI mirror assistant is not affected, even if the 3-month trial period is up and it cannot be used temporarily, these users will not cancel their accounts. Not to say that all of them will not, at least more than 90% of users will wait or open a new Vest account to apply for the second batch of experience qualifications. It is not even ruled out that some people will be willing to pay to buy accounts that have obtained the second batch of experience qualifications. At that time, there will definitely be people selling AI mirror experience accounts on platforms such as Taobao. However, this does not matter to Lingjing Technology. It will not care about this little profit, not to mention that this is only temporary. What Lingjing Technology wants is that the reputation of the product and the user experience effect will not be affected. Moreover, this is also a good and direct market research test to see the user's willingness to pay for the use of the AI mirror assistant. The better the sales of the experience accounts sold on platforms such as Taobao, the more it can show that users are willing to pay for the use of AI mirror. Xiao Yu did not intend to make AI's verging a completely free product, but a limited free product. Some basic functions of verging are permanently open to users for free use, but if users want to use verging as a productivity tool, they have to pay. In the future, Xiao Yu intends to use AI's verging as a platform to integrate all AI-generated pictures, texts, videos, etc., making it a powerful productivity platform. The paid use of productivity functions is also the core source of income for the AI's verging platform. At this moment, the beautiful assistant Yunshu was also present. Xiao Yu tilted his head to look at her and said calmly, "Oh, by the way, you have to remember my little black notebook for me. Those who have taken advantage of my misfortune and those who don't stand on my side during this period must be recorded." Su Changming, who was present, couldn't help but blush when he heard this. My goodness, this is going to settle the score later. This little black notebook is simply a nightmare for people in the industry. For Emily Ka's operation, it seemed to be a big deal, but Xiao Yu didn't even look at it. About half an hour later, Xiao Yu logged into his personal Weibo account and updated a Weibo today. Lingjing Technology encountered a great event worth celebrating. Lao Mei finally sent our company to the honor roll. As we all know, if you don't have real skills, you are not qualified to be on the list. The certification from Lao Mei is of great value, which also shows that our company's technology is the best in the world. So when I heard about this, my first reaction was to be happy. How could I not be happy? Good guy gave such a high intensity right from the start. The pressure is strange. This is almost catching up with Huawei. I have to say that Lingjing technology feels honored. But thinking that May will advertise Lingjing technology for free worldwide, it is difficult to suppress the excitement in my heart. This is the world's top-tier ability to bring goods. Do you think it is exciting? Look at Huawei. If May hadn't helped to advertise for free all over the world over the years, there might not be so many people in the world who knew that there was such a great company as Huawei. The key is free advertising. What's more important is that even if you pay, you can't get such an advertising space. How can Lingjing technology not be excited to have such treatment? As soon as Xiao Yu posted this Weibo post, the netizens who were watching the fun instantly laughed and said that brother Xiao was pushing the sarcasm to the maximum, which was simply a face-to-face behavior. He gained a lot of new fans with this Weibo post, because there are few super rich people with hundreds of billions of dollars and few technology bigwigs of his level who dare to openly push the sarcasm index to the maximum. He is the first big boss who is so tough. And to a large extent, Xiao Yu's move is to show his position. He is definitely not a so-called pro-M faction. While Xiao Yu gained a lot of new fans, he was also hated by the nephews of Runrun and became their target of black-in attack. However, Xiao Yu didn't even look at the Ami Squid Capital Group, let alone some dogs. There is no doubt that Xiao Yu's tough attitude is very popular with fans and netizens. Since the last 10 billion subsidies operation with real money, Xiao Yu's reputation has already completed an epic reversal. Now he is not only popular among the stockholders, but also popular among netizens. Moreover, some people went online to check some public information and found that Xiao Yu was actually the legal person of Lingjing technology, which made him highly praised. Because the legal person of a company is commonly known as the scapegoat, everyone believes that Xiao Yu cannot be unaware of this, and most company founders will not take the initiative to become the legal person. However, Xiao Yu dared to be the legal person of Lingjing technology and did not deliberately avoid this potential risk. This was regarded as a manifestation of responsibility by everyone and they all gave thumbs up. Now many shareholders are willing to hold Lingjing technology stocks for a long time. Xiao Yu is the legal person of the company and is also a very important factor affecting their investment decisions, because if there is a problem with the company, Xiao Yu as the legal person will definitely not be able to escape responsibility. In reverse thinking, the probability of Lingjing technology having problems is small. Taking a step back, even if there is a problem with the company, Xiao Yu as the legal person of the company will definitely find a way to solve the problem, rather than running away and leaving everyone in the wind. So shareholders are more assured to hold Lingjing technology stocks for a long time. This is confidence. In the capital market, confidence is often more expensive than gold. Chapter 77, Technologies Included in Export Control and National Confidential Technologies. 2 days later. In the office of the chairman of Lingjing Technology headquarters. The Weibo post you posted the day before yesterday attracted a lot of attention in the industry. Uncle Xiang also read it and commented on it, when Suking was in Xiao Yu's office. After talking about other things in the company, she started talking about this matter. Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Oh? What did President Xiang say?" When Suking said bluntly, "Being too sharp is not necessarily a good thing. There has been a tradition of shooting the first bird to stick its head out since ancient times." Hearing this, Xiao Yu sat with his back against the sofa, looked at Wen Suking who was sitting opposite him and said calmly, "I agree with his opinion and appreciate his kindness, but..." Xiao Yu suddenly changed the subject and smiled. "Who is our enemy? Who is our friend? This question is the primary issue. We must clarify the primary and secondary contradictions. The real enemy will not write these two words on his forehead, and often hides very deeply. If I don't show my edge, how can the enemy jump out easily? To do big things and accomplish big things, some risks must be faced instead of avoiding them even if you know them clearly." Hearing this, Wen Suking's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he said with a smile, "Okay, you just know it in your heart. No wonder Uncle Xiang is so optimistic about you." Xiao Yu's Weibo post publicly showed his face-to-face attack, which surprised his opponents. They didn't expect him to be so tough. Of course, they were more annoyed and unhappy, and they also launched a series of hunting operations. In the office, Wen Suking continued to chat with Xiao Yu for a while and then left. Not long after she left, Yun Shu also came over. After entering the office, he saw Xiao Yu sitting on the sofa and walked towards him and said, "Today, Many media are reporting that a well-known professor and expert in the academic community denounced my company for monopolizing the graphene field, and accused Lingjing Technology of being very overbearing in its tough demands on corporate customers, which is a typical abuse of market dominance. Yunshu came to sit next to him and added, "This person also claimed that we should be wary of Lingjing Technology abusing its market dominance by using its technological advantages." Anyway, I read his so-called doubts and criticisms. Between the lines, he wanted Lingjing Technology to disclose its graphene mass production technology and license it to other companies. If you don't disclose it, you are maliciously monopolizing, you are a trust, and you are hindering the progress of history and technology. Then Yunshu continued, "This person also claimed with certainty that the total demand for graphene materials in various high-end industrial fields is huge. Since Lingjing Technology cannot meet the total market demand with its own capabilities, it should disclose the technology and license it to other manufacturers to produce to meet the total market demand, instead of covering it up to hinder technological progress." Xiao Yu was also amused by what he heard. Where did the opponent get such a stupid thing to make such a stupid argument? Why doesn't he let Lao Mei announce the F-22 technology? Oh, now Lao Mei himself can't figure it out. Yunshu on the side tilted his head to look at Xiao Yu and said, "I also found that many mainland media are reporting this matter extensively. I roughly counted that there are more than 100 media outlets. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is overwhelming reporting. Moreover, these media give me the feeling that they are secretly fanning the flames and adding fuel to the fire." Yunshu thoughtfully said, "It was the same last time. They reported things that were not favorable to Lingjing Technology very actively, but they were very reluctant to say anything about things that were favorable. The reason is self-evident." Hearing this, Xiao Yu smiled and said, "I can only say that Lao Mei's remote breeding technology is still useful. Write them down and sort them out and report them to me. Later, I will put special tags on these media in the intelligent body of AI Xia Edging. In the near future, AI assistant Xia Edging will surely become an important medium for people to obtain information. Once the habit of using it is formed, users will definitely ask AI Xia Edging when passively receiving information. The media with special labels means that they can be accurately restricted or even directly blocked. As long as users do not actively search, they will not be able to see the information content of these media. However, the opponent has created such a big public opinion, so many media have reported it everywhere, exaggerating and fanning the flames, but it turned out to have the opposite effect. I wanted to deliberately guide and coerce public opinion to let more people speak out and demand that Lingjing Technology disclose its graphene mass production technology, but the majority of netizens were not fooled. They directly turned around and sprayed these so-called academic experts and media intrusive, and were scolded by thousands of netizens. "The yellow-skinned and white-hearted thing, he is definitely an undercover. It is recommended to check this person. This so-called academic expert wants to transfer technology to foreigners. His theory is ridiculous, his intention is hateful, and his heart is damnable." Well said. How come those experts dare not even say a word to foreign technology monopoly companies? This guy's brain circuit is really novel. The technology that others have worked hard to develop should not be monopolized and should be open to the public. I seriously suspect that his composition is problematic. Be more confident and get rid of the doubt. I suggest that the relevant parties check what he is trying to do. If not, then forget it. Is this so-called expert a foreign spy? How can he make such ridiculous remarks? Haha, just a joke. Technology has no borders. Science and technology have no borders. It is obvious that this expert has sat crookedly, and his head is very considerate of the master America. If he has the ability to come up with something, he should be thinking about competing for food. His words are very pretentious, as if he is very knowledgeable, and what he said is so high-sounding. May I ask what this expert has researched? It is obvious that this guy wants to gain something for nothing, and his intentions are very suspicious. He was probably bought by America and is a traitor. This expert professor does not do his job. Is it because he did not do his job well? I am making irresponsible remarks here. The state and enterprises have secrets. Otherwise, how can they survive? This professor receives state benefits, but how much has he contributed? It is strongly recommended that the state should pay attention to it as soon as possible. The mass production technology of graphene of Lingjing Technology must not be leaked. This is definitely a major technological commanding height that can strangle the neck of the West. Lingjing Technology has just been suppressed, and this thing has jumped out. It is definitely a bad blog. It is not a bad thing to look at it dialectically. Look, after such a commotion, many dirty things hidden in the dark have been exposed. The game of public opinion has been very fierce during this period. Soon after, it was rumored that various mobile phone manufacturers might remove the AI assistant Xiao Yu app application, and these news that are not conducive to Lingjing technology have been widely reported by many media. The intensity of suppression faced by Lingjing technology is comparable to that of Huawei, which is having a hard time. Many investors are worried that Lingjing technology does not have the foundation of Huawei and may not be able to survive this hurdle. Due to lack of market confidence, the company's stock price has suffered a sharp setback. In just 2 weeks, it has fallen from the highest point of 1,265.89 yuan to 609.91 yuan, with a cumulative decline of -51.82%. It has already fallen from the highest point and crossed the half-cut line. The market value of Lingjing technology has also shrunk to 529.401 billion. However, on May 29, those media that fanned the flames and deliberately magnified and created controversial remarks suddenly and surprisingly all restrained themselves and settled down. They were still very happy yesterday. It turned out that it was the major newspapers that publicly rebuked the technical expert who criticized Lingjing technology for monopolizing today. It makes no sense. The public opinion has become so big that the country can no longer stand it and has already taken action, which also shows that the country attaches great importance to the mass production technology of graphene materials mastered by Lingjing technology. The company's stock price also rebounded plus 4.75% on Monday, May 30th. The next morning, another very heavy news came out. The relevant national authorities suddenly announced that the mass production graphene technology of Lingjing technology would be included in the export control technology and national confidential technology. This is a direct and extremely clear tone. And the expert professor who was jumping very happily has now become a turtle and started to play dead, and never dared to show his head again. Those media who fanned the flames have all calmed down one by one. In fact, some of them have been noticed by the relevant parties and are secretly investigating. Graphene, as an important new material for high-end industries, has great strategic significance. Dongda's enterprises have mastered this technology, which means that they can in turn strangle the West of magnesium, which is the commanding height of science and technology. The national level quickly listed it as an export control technology and a national confidential technology, which shows that this technology is not allowed to be leaked and mastered by foreigners. And the country has taken action, and its attitude is extremely clear. Which makes people from all walks of life in the outside world understand that it is completely futile to force Lingjing technology to license its mass production technology of graphene to other companies. In the future, all major high-tech companies and high-end industries in the world, as long as they need to use graphene materials, will probably have to rely on Lingjing technology, unless they refuse to use this new material, but if they dare to do so, they will be eliminated by the times. Stimulated by this news, Lingjing technology stock price rose straight up during the trading session, like pulling onions from dry land, and it was strongly listed on the board and reached the daily limit. The next day, Wednesday, it was listed again, and it went out of the two-day board market. The company's stock price also rushed to 939.32 yuan, and the market value rose to 815.329 billion. It rebounded by more than 50 percentage points in 3 days after being cut in half. Those who did not overcome their fear and buy the bottom at the price of 600 yuan regretted it very much, because it went up in just 2 days. Hesitation will lead to failure, but I am even more afraid that decisiveness will be lost. No matter how good the stock is, there will always be people who lose money, and those who cut their meat at around 600 yuan have already slapped their thighs. The timely action taken by the state has consolidated the fundamentals of Lingjing technology, which has given the capital market great confidence. The 2 consecutive 20 centimeters daily limit increases after the news came out are the best explanation. Chapter 78, Layout of Room Temperature Superconducting Materials. Linzhou City, Villa Basement. At this moment, Xiao Yu was alone in the basement. He stared at an object the size of a ping-pong ball in front of him and thought for a long time. This object was quietly suspended above the round table on the table. It was a small piece of natural room temperature superconducting material that Xiao Yu brought from the blue star world. The magnetic field of the blue star is almost the same as the magnetic field of the Earth. This room temperature superconducting ore relies on the magnetic field of the blue star to suspend the suspended mountains containing this type of ore. Similarly, on Earth, it only needs the strength of the Earth's magnetic field to make it suspended. Superconducting materials are the products that can truly trigger a scientific and technological revolution. The so-called superconductor has no resistance. Even the smallest current will not lose when circulating in the superconducting coil. In fact, most metals can achieve superconductivity under low temperature and high pressure conditions. For example, mercury can enter the superconducting state by placing it in liquid helium and lowering its temperature to about -269 degrees. But these require extreme conditions of ultra-low temperature or ultra-high pressure after all, and are not very practical. So what is really needed is room temperature superconductivity. One of the reasons that cannot be ignored is that the technology of the blue star world can develop so fast is that this planet is rich in natural room temperature superconducting ore materials. At this moment, Xiao Yu is weighing the pros and cons of bringing room temperature superconducting materials to Earth. The current method of finding room temperature superconducting materials on Earth is called high-throughput rapid screening method. To put it simply, it is to take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of materials and mix them with each other, and then try them one by one. Maybe you will find them if you are lucky. In a sense, it is a bit like gambling on luck. Sometimes luck is all about strength when making new materials. Otherwise, why is it said that materials science is one of the 4 major pitfalls? Being able to shirk it to a large extent as good luck is a good excuse for Xiao Yu, and it is also one of the reasons for choosing room temperature superconducting materials. If you tell outsiders that a product like a smart holographic bracelet can be made by luck, then you are treating others as fools. A holographic bracelet, which requires the integration of a large number of advanced technologies to make, is not something that can be made by luck. Linking technology was hit hard by America this time, which made Xiao Yu realize that he has not grown into a supergiant now. It is not safe to rely on the protection of Rulian Group to get through the early development stage. It still needs to attract great attention from the country, preferably to the strategic level. To achieve this goal, the importance of Xiao Yu must be seen by the country. In other words, Xiao Yu has to come up with some good things that are really shocking to the world, so as to cause the country to pay attention to him at the strategic level and protect him. Xiao Yu screened among the many black technologies in the blue star world and felt that only room temperature superconducting materials were the most suitable. He did not dare to take out other more perverted black technologies now. Room temperature superconducting materials are the most suitable choice at present. First of all, it is not difficult to obtain in blue star. Secondly, it is also in the category of new materials. Even if the world will be extremely shocked when announcing the development of room temperature superconducting materials, it is still within the acceptable range of cognition. Moreover, room temperature superconducting materials are an incredible product on this side of the Earth. The advent of this material will definitely cause a huge sensation on this side of the Earth. Because room temperature superconducting materials can definitely promote the existence of the 4th scientific and technological revolution, and their influence on the world is far greater than that of graphene. At this moment, Xiao Yu hugged his hands in front of him, and he held his chin with one hand, staring at the room temperature superconducting materials on the round table and thinking, the emergence of room temperature superconducting materials has a far greater impact on the world than the mass production of graphene materials. This thing cannot be mass-produced right away. In the early stage, a small amount of production capacity must be used in the military industry first. Xiao Yu nodded to himself and made a decision in his heart. However, this requires making up an excuse to explain to outsiders why it cannot be mass-produced, and it must be reasonable and convincing. Just claim to the outside world that the preparation cost of room temperature superconducting materials is extremely high, and there is no possibility of mass production in the short term. Xiao Yu thought about it and said to himself. After thinking for a while, he found an excuse. Well, it is generally said that it uses ultra-high energy laser evaporation and solidification to prepare room temperature superconducting materials, and then deposits them on another substrate to prepare high-quality superconducting films, and then uses mechanical energy to mix multiple raw materials and form nanostructures, and finally obtain nanostructured room temperature superconducting materials. Xiao Yu nodded and said to himself, during the process, a huge amount of energy is consumed, and the demand for electric energy is quite exaggerated, so the cost is very high. The extremely high cost restricts mass production, so it cannot be commercialized in the short term, so it can only be used for military purposes. Military use will not consider the issue of marketization. Within the scope of national strength and military expenditure, the military will not consider whether it is expensive or not, but only care about whether it exists. As for what raw materials are used in the preparation of room temperature superconducting materials, of course, a large number of materials are mixed with each other, and they are finally tested one by one. Want to know what the raw materials are? Sorry, this is a trade secret, and it is also a top secret level stipulated by the state. I can't tell you. Xiao Yu is very sure that once he announces that he has developed a new material such as room temperature superconducting, the national level will definitely come to confirm it as soon as possible. As long as it is confirmed, it will be included in the national confidential technology and strictly protected at the first time. And it will definitely be used in the military field first. If it cannot be mass-produced, it will definitely be used in the military first. Even if it has the ability to mass-produce, Xiao Yu estimates that the country will not allow this room temperature superconducting material to flow into the commercial market in a short time, and will strictly control the circulation of this product. Because the influence of room temperature superconducting materials is too great, far beyond the comparison of graphene materials, the birth of this product can really sound a revolutionary subversion in the application of various high-tech industries. No resistance means that there will be no loss in long-distance high-voltage transmission, and electronic devices will not heat up when charging. Mobile phones and computers will never get hot again. In addition, superconductors will be completely anti-magnetic, and various transportation vehicles can fly easily, including superconducting magnetic levitation trains, floating cars, etc. Room temperature superconductivity is also one of the key prerequisites for controlled nuclear fusion. At present, the tokamak device for controlled nuclear fusion on the Earth requires a strong magnetic field to confine high-temperature ions. Strong magnetic fields require strong currents, so the current superconducting tokamak device requires a lot of electricity to maintain low temperatures. This results in the input energy being far greater than the output energy, which is a state of not making ends meet. Once you have room temperature superconductivity, you don't need to use so much energy to maintain a low temperature environment, so you can initially achieve a net output of energy. It can be seen from this that the significance of room temperature superconducting materials is that its emergence will surely enable the Earth's technology to achieve a leapfrog development as a whole, and even accelerate the Earth's human civilization from the current 0.75 level to the first level civilization sequence in advance. If it is applied in the military field, it should be used first in fighters and other military aircraft. Xiao Yu nodded involuntarily. In the case of limited production capacity, it must be used on the cutting edge. In addition, the country may also use some to support the controlled nuclear fusion research of superconducting tokamak devices. And fighters, bombers, large transport aircraft, etc. If the fuselage body uses nanostructured room temperature superconducting materials, it can truly achieve the silky vertical takeoff and landing and unparalleled maneuverability that can only be achieved in science fiction movies, which is not comparable to the so-called vertical takeoff and landing of the AMG F-35 Fat Electric. This natural room temperature superconducting material in the blue star world can suspend a huge mountain in the air just by relying on the planet's magnetic field. Not to mention letting an airplane hang vertically in the air. As long as this room temperature superconducting material can be used, even letting an aircraft carrier float and fly is no problem. Xiao Yu witnessed with his own eyes in the blue star world the huge Xianshan mountain just suspended in the air at an altitude of 3,000 meters. Compared with the Xianshan mountain in the blue star world, a huge aircraft carrier is nothing in front of it. Chapter 79, Dimensionality Reduction Attack on Traditional Aircraft. Xiao Yu turned on the smart holographic bracelet and quickly called up multiple floating holographic screens, presenting a lot of data information. These were all offline data he downloaded from Blue Star to the holographic bracelet, including multiple aircraft data models in the Blue Star world. It is worth mentioning that the human civilization in the Blue Star world has long bid farewell to fossil energy, and the mainstream means of obtaining energy in the Blue Star world is now controlled nuclear fusion. There is no way. The human civilization in the Blue Star world is simply born with a golden key, and the conditions are much better than those of humans on Earth. Room temperature superconducting materials, a resource that Earthlings dream of, can exist naturally in the Blue Star world, and there are a large number of superconducting veins, and even gold is so abundant that it can only be reduced to general industrial metals. If the Earth here also has the hardcore basic conditions like Blue Star, maybe it has already bid farewell to fossil energy and entered the era of controlled nuclear fusion. Not only has Blue Star long entered the era of controlled nuclear fusion, but it has also achieved the miniaturization of fusion reactors, which are about the same size as the core in Tony Stark's chest in the movie Iron Man on Earth. The energy that such a small gadget can output can push a 100,000-ton super aircraft carrier to run wildly on the sea without any pressure. There are also ultra-high energy density batteries. Various hovercraft vehicles in the Blue Star world use this ultra-high energy density battery. The diameter is 10 centimeters and the length is 50 centimeters. It can make a hovercraft have a range of tens of thousands of kilometers. Even the current cutting-edge technology in the Blue Star world has been advanced to the point of lighting up the antimatter energy technology tree. Xiao Yu has been in the Blue Star world for such a long time that he already knows that all the aircraft there are fully electric-driven without exception. To be precise, all manned or unmanned vehicles are fully electric-driven. On Earth, this is called a new energy electric-driven aircraft. The current aircraft in the Blue Star world all use high-energy density batteries. The energy scale is not as good as the miniaturized fusion core. There is no need for ordinary hovercraft to do this. It is like Lubu riding a dog, so it is naturally cost-effective to use high-density energy batteries. Xiao Yu doesn't dare to bring this kind of battery to Earth now. The current technological level of Earth is not enough to support the birth of such a black technology product. It is really hard to explain why it was created. The breakthrough of new materials can be said to be good luck, but the application technology products such as smart holographic bracelets and high-energy density batteries cannot be created by luck alone. This is also the reason why Xiao Yu wants to start with graphene, room temperature superconductors and other material fields, because the breakthrough of new materials will drive the rapid development of various upper-level application technology products, and then promote the systematic progress of the industry. At that time, it will be more reasonable to get high-energy density batteries from Blue Star. It's not a big problem to have no high-energy density battery. Since there's the support of room temperature superconducting materials, it is enough to match it with graphene batteries. Xiao Yu was analyzing the data models of several aircraft on Blue Star at this moment, and at the same time, he was also thinking about the energy supply problem of all-electric drive. The combination of room temperature superconductors and graphene batteries solves the energy problem. With the current level of technological development on Earth, it can be said to be just right, enough to ensure that the endurance exceeds that of traditional fuel aircraft, and it can maintain a significant lead without being too outrageous. The energy density of graphene batteries cannot be compared with the ultra-high energy density batteries on Blue Star, but compared with the current mainstream lithium batteries on Earth, it has an energy density 5 times that of the batteries. In addition, room temperature superconducting materials have almost no energy loss and waste, which is also a very critical point, and then some energy recovery system devices are designed. In this way, it is completely no problem to supply the energy consumption required for all electric aircraft through graphene batteries. Batteries are heavy and will not become lighter and lighter as they are consumed like aviation fuel. In addition, the motor is also heavy. The motor of the same power is heavier than turbojets, turbofans and turboprop engines. These problems would be embarrassing if they were placed on traditional fuel aircraft, because every weight on the aircraft is precious. But aircraft with superconducting levitation capabilities are no longer a problem. The most disruptive change is that when an aircraft has superconducting levitation capabilities, it means that the aircraft can get rid of the reliance on aerodynamic design to solve the lift problem. Because superconducting aircraft no longer need lift, but use superconducting suspension to fight against gravity and leave the ground to achieve a floating state. For an aircraft body that supports superconducting suspension, its aerodynamic layout can completely abandon the design for lift, and it is even okay to not have an aerodynamic layout at all. Even if it is in the shape of a brick, it can still take off from the ground. The large floating freight locomotive in the Blue Star world is a typical flying brick. In other words, it will completely subvert the traditional ideas of previous aircraft design and fundamentally change the design ideas of aircraft appearance. This is a dimensionality reduction attack on traditional aircraft, just like the fuel engine of traditional fuel vehicles. It is fancy and complicated, but it is still hammered by new energy motors. Now you can't hear traditional fuel supercars bragging about 100 kilometers acceleration, because any pure electric drive car can accelerate 100 kilometers in seconds. Supercar-level electric cars can even turn fuel supercars into slag in seconds. The principle is the same. When traditional aircraft are still spending a lot of effort on aerodynamic layout and lift design, superconducting floating aircraft can easily achieve powerful flying brakes, and any strange appearance design can fly in the sky. Even if the aerodynamic layout is to be considered, more factors such as wind resistance and energy saving are considered, and it is enough to just do it casually, and the traditional aircraft will be crushed into slag in seconds. Is it better to go for full electric drive or hybrid? At this time, Xiao Yu stared at the many holographic data models in front of him, and he was in a dilemma. After a while, Xiao Yu made a decision immediately. Why go for hybrid? Just go for full electric drive. The Blue Star world has already given the version answer. Full electric drive is the future. Just do it. Xiao Yu immediately started to adjust the holographic data model in front of him. Can a living person be suffocated to death by urine? Traditional aircraft can be equipped with auxiliary fuel tanks. If new energy electric aircraft want to further increase the range and endurance, they can also be equipped with auxiliary battery cabins. This time, Xiao Yu did not intend to be just an upstream supplier of room temperature superconducting materials, but to personally build aircraft at the same time, bypassing many core technology patents of traditional aircraft manufacturing, and bypassing them like new energy vehicles to directly build full electric drive aircraft. In fact, there have been airlines researching all-electric aircraft for a long time, and Xiao Yu is not the first person to try this track. However, other technology companies have developed large-scale industrial-grade all-electric aircraft, and found that this thing is still unreliable under the existing technical conditions, and there are too many disadvantages. First of all, the battery is too lame and heavy. It can't use oxygen in the air as an oxidant to work like a gas engine, and it can't make the aircraft lighter and lighter as the fuel is consumed like aviation fuel. The result is that when the weight and size are basically the same, the speed and range are much worse than traditional piston, turboprop or turbofan engines. However, these disadvantages are no longer a problem for Xiao Yu. The energy density of the new graphene battery is 5 times greater than that of traditional batteries. In addition, the application of the most core room temperature superconducting materials can achieve almost no energy loss and greatly save energy. The actual effect of speed and range is not only not worse than that of traditional fuel aircraft, but can also greatly exceed it. Moreover, the unique floating ability does not rely on lift, does not need to rely too much on aerodynamic layout design, and does not need to pay too much attention to the takeoff weight or landing weight of the aircraft, etc. These are all dimensionality reduction attacks on traditional aircraft. After a whole afternoon of thinking, Xiao Yu finally figured out the overall idea and direction. Chapter 80, New players are fierce when it comes to cutting materials. To make room temperature superconducting materials, it is said that it requires a huge amount of energy consumption to prepare them, so the output is very low and the cost is too high. Due to insufficient production capacity and being too expensive, it can only be used in the military industry in the early stage. This is inevitable. Then come up with the first generation of all-electric drive fighters. Xiao Yu's requirements for the first generation of all-electric drive fighters are to achieve at least 4 core capabilities. The first is the vertical takeoff and landing capability with high flexibility and maneuverability. The second is the new energy all-electric drive capability. The third is the ability to cruise at Mach 5 hypersonic speed, and the fourth is the unmanned capability of the fighter. Not allowing pilots to directly drive fighters is to maximize the performance of fighters as much as possible. Because humans are carbon-based life forms, their physical strength has a load limit, which is weaker than the limit of the body. For example, the huge overload generated by some high maneuvers, the body of the fighter can easily withstand the overload value, but the human body cannot. Otherwise, the pilot may go into shock or even die on the spot, and then he will be forced to limit it to the value that the pilot can bear. There is no doubt that this greatly limits the performance of the fighter, unless there is advanced biotechnology to strengthen the human body. Xiao Yu already knew that there was very advanced biotechnology in the Blue Star world that could strengthen organic life forms from the genetic level, but this kind of black technology was not within his consideration in the short term. Because the field of life sciences was not Xiao Yu's specialty, it was reasonable to have world-renowned achievements in the fields of mechanics and materials science. After all, he was originally engaged in this, and it was reasonable to have made great achievements. But if he suddenly went to do life science biological gene research and achieved such a shocking achievement in a short period of time, it would be outrageous and a bit excessive. Since it is impossible to adapt to the strength of mechanical equipment by strengthening the human body, Xiao Yu's solution is to keep the pilot out of the fighter. The problem lies with people, so there will be no problem if people are removed. Of course, it does not mean that there will be no pilots, and it will be completely controlled by artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is not omnipotent in many things. Xiao Yu's solution is to let AI still be auxiliary, and the pilot is still the core, but only through a simulated cockpit combined with virtual reality technology on the ground to enhance real-time perception. The pilot wears a head-mounted display device in the full-fledged simulated cockpit to control the unmanned fighter thousands of miles away with real-time perception status. In this way, there is no need to consider the human body's tolerance, and the performance of the fighter can still be maximized. Another benefit of this solution is that it can greatly lower the threshold for pilots. Conversely, the scale of the Air Force can be greatly improved. In fact, it is not military expenditure or production capacity that limits the scale of the Air Force, but the scarcity of pilots who are qualified to fly fighters. Because the selection criteria are harsh. The country is now producing J-20 fighters, but there are not enough pilots. For example, in traditional situations, if a pilot cannot withstand the required overload value, he may be eliminated. But if the pilot does not need to fly the plane himself, but controls the plane in a simulation cabin on the ground, he can also be listed in service to control a fighter, even if he cannot withstand the required overload value requirements. In this way, the equipment scale of the Air Force fighter can soar, and the execution of combat missions can also achieve absolute zero casualties, at most a loss of fighters. Xiao Yu's current idea is to go back and recruit people, pull a team in the aviation field, and set up a new company to personally enter the field to build aircraft. In this field, he is a complete novice and a new player who enters the field half-heartedly. Compared with those large factories with deep background, it is a complete small workshop. But then again, the new workshops are very aggressive in cutting materials, but the big factories dare not place so much. Usually, the more new technologies an aircraft uses, the greater the probability of problems and malfunctions. In addition, the big factories have delivery tasks, so they are conservative in designing new aircraft and dare not make big moves. But Xiao Yu, who entered the market halfway, does not have these burdens. Instead, he is not bound by the framework, his hands and feet will not be bound, and his thinking will not be bound. And with a version of the answer from the Blue Star world as a reference, Xiao Yu's current idea is to just let go and do it boldly, without worrying about stepping on the pit. Put all the new technologies in and see what happens. If there is any explosive material, it will be said that there may be unexpected breakthroughs and gains. For the first generation of all-electric drive fighters, Xiao Yu has a clear development idea, and the second generation has a preliminary idea, that is, to achieve a significant increase in endurance on the basis of the first generation, and at the same time have the ability to travel between space and the atmosphere. In other words, Xiao Yu wants to make the second generation of all-electric drive fighters into an aerospace fighter capable of traveling back and forth between space. Sir, dinner is ready. It's time to come up to eat, Butler Qin Yu called Xiao Yu at this time. After the villa's underground garage was renovated, Xiao Yu did not allow anyone to enter without his permission, not even the butler Qin Yu. Got it, Xiao Yu replied and hung up the phone. He spent most of the day in the underground garage today. The biggest achievement was to advance the progress of room temperature, superconducting materials and all-electric fighter jets to the new folder stage. Although it was just a new folder, the overall policy and ideas were determined and there was a clue. The rest was to realize it step by step. The first was how the room temperature superconducting materials from Blue Star could see the light. It must not be let outsiders know that it was from Blue Star. It must be made to appear that it was made on Earth. Xiao Yu had already thought of a plan for how to describe it to the outside world. In addition, a reasonable logical explanation must be given to high efficiency. Xiao Yu also found a good plan, which was to greatly improve efficiency with the help of AI-assisted scientific research. First, AI-assisted big data simulation screening was used to improve efficiency. Then, the first thing to do next is to upgrade the AI intelligent body again. Before developing room temperature superconducting materials, the AI intelligent body must be further iterated and upgraded to make AI more intelligent and advanced, which will make AI-assisted scientific research more credible. Xiao Yu also plans to build an unmanned smart factory, which also requires the support of AI. It is obviously best to use unmanned intelligence to make production lines on Earth from the Blue Star world. Even if it cannot be 100% unmanned, the fewer people the better, especially in some key links. Let others not know your production process, and they will not know whether your products are really made by yourself or transferred from Blue Star. All of these require the use of AI technology, and Xiao Yu has already arranged this area of AI, just waiting for a while to iterate and upgrade the intelligent body of AI Xiao Yu to version 2.0. 2 days later, on May 26th, at around 10 a.m., Xiao Yu came to the company to hold a board meeting. What? Entering the field of aircraft manufacturing, when Jin Wenhu, the director representing the external investment organization, heard Xiao Yu's proposal, he once thought that he had heard it wrong. Except for Xiao Yu, all the 7 directors present were confused, even Yun Shu was no exception. Independent director Song Yuan couldn't help but say, "Chairman, aircraft manufacturing is an extremely complex high-end manufacturing industry. This is not something that can be done casually. We don't have any experience in this area. If we don't do it well, we may lose a lot." Everyone present couldn't help but nod their heads, implying that, "Brother, can you not play so much? It's easy to collapse if you play like this." Xiao Yu looked around at everyone and smiled, "I know you won't agree." As soon as this was said, everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts. "If you insist on doing it, it won't help even if we all oppose it." In fact, Xiao Yu didn't intend to put the 2 major businesses of room temperature superconductivity and aircraft manufacturing under the name of Lingjing Technology, but to set up another independent company. But this company needs funds, so Xiao Yu intends to let Lingjing Technology provide development funds to this company as an investor. It is enough for Lingjing Technology to take 15% of the equity, while Xiao Yu will take 75% of the equity of this company. The remaining 10% will be reserved as an option pool for the core members of the team who have made outstanding contributions. What Xiao Yu wants is that everyone opposes it at the board meeting, so that he will have an excuse and can logically separate this business. By then, room temperature superconducting materials and fighter jets will be developed, and several major external shareholders such as Rulian Group will be speechless. I originally planned to put it under the name of Lingjing Technology, but you all disagreed, worried that this thing would be a money-losing product. I had no choice but to play with it myself. When I get results, you can't say that I am cheating you. If Jin Wenhu and other representatives of the capital side agree, Xiao Yu will be in trouble. If they all don't object, and Xiao Yu forcibly divests it, it will seem that he is not a decent person. It's okay if it fails, but if it succeeds, several external shareholders of Rulian Group will definitely feel uncomfortable and will definitely think that Xiao Yu deliberately kicked them aside and ate alone. But with this foreshadowing, Xiao Yu has the absolute initiative and will not be at fault. Instead, the external shareholders of Rulian Group will secretly slap their thighs and cry out that they have made a mistake, and will turn around and ask Xiao Yu to admit his mistakes. Chapter 81, Avic Flight. I must get into aircraft manufacturing. I have made up my mind. Xiao Yu looked around at everyone and said so. Everyone was helpless when they heard it. When Suking, who represented the interests of Rulian Group, was also hesitant to speak. If Xiao Yu was determined to engage in aircraft manufacturing business, no one could stop him because he had absolute control over Lingjing Technology. But after a moment, Xiao Yu suddenly changed the subject. Since everyone disagrees, let's find a compromise. I will go out and set up a new company to do this. Lingjing Technology will give a venture capital as a financial investor. If more funds are needed in the future, I will not force Lingjing Technology to continue equity financing, but debt financing, and borrow money from Lingjing Technology in my personal name to do it. Xiao Yu's plan was to let Lingjing Technology give an angel round investment, first get 5% of the company's equity, and when the money was spent, raise another sum of money to get another 5% of the equity, and then raise a third sum of money to get another 5% of the equity, and stop when he got a total of 15%. If the money is not enough, as Xiao Yu just said, he will borrow money from Lingjing Technology in his personal name, and he will become the debtor of his own company, and his own company will become his creditor. In fact, Lingjing Technology is still providing financial support to the new company, but Xiao Yu does not need to dilute the equity of the new company. Others don't know, but he knows the value of the new company. At this moment, Jin Wenhu heard Xiao Yu's plan and thought about it carefully. He felt that the plan was okay. Since Xiao Yu insisted on doing it, he would bear the bulk of the losses if he messed up, so as not to harm the interests of the overall shareholders of Lingjing Technology. As for Xiao Yu borrowing money from his own company in his own name, Jin Wenhu didn't think there was any problem with this, and he didn't have to worry about him not being able to pay it back. After all, Xiao Yu himself holds more than 51% of Lingjing Technology's shares. He is already a super rich man with a value of hundreds of billions. It is likely that he will be able to sit firmly on the position of the richest man for a long time in the future. Although both are actually spending the company's money, the nature is completely different. If it is Lingjing Technology that conducts equity financing, Lingjing Technology will not be able to get back a penny if it fails in the future. However, if Xiao Yu spends his own money and fails, the loss will be borne by him personally, and he still has to repay the company's money on time. This means that there is no risk of major losses for Lingjing Technology, and the interests of other shareholders are protected. Of course, there is no risk in this way, but if the new company takes off in the future, it will not be able to get big profits. If you want low risk, you can't have high returns. You can't have both fish and bear's paw. After a while, Xiao Yu looked around at Jin Wenhu, Song Yuan and other directors and said, "What do you think of this compromise plan?" Jin Wenhu and others then expressed their agreement with this plan. As for Su Changming, Yun Shu, and Fu Kang, several directors were nominated by him, so they naturally followed Xiao Yu's consistent actions. The next vote was passed unanimously with 7 votes in favor. Lingjing Technology invested 2 billion yuan in Xiao Yu's new company that has not yet been registered, and obtained 5% of the equity of the new company, which is equivalent to valuing the new company that does not even have a name at 40 billion yuan. If this is a normal VC venture capital, it is absolutely impossible to only take 5% of the equity for 2 billion yuan. No VC is willing to be such a victim. However, the current situation is very special. In the eyes of several external shareholders of Rulian Group, Xiao Yu is likely to lose money if he tries to make aircraft. He is determined to do it. If you don't give him 2 billion yuan now, he will directly let Lingjing Technology enter the field of aircraft manufacturing. He will throw 20 billion yuan into you right away, and he may have to increase the stake later. If he loses money, it will be reflected in the asset income statement of Lingjing Technology. With this calculation, it is better to let Xiao Yu start another company by himself, and raise several billion yuan in the name of Lingjing Technology for him to do it. Just treat this money as a throwaway. Although it is not a small amount, it is better than a loss of 30 to 50 billion yuan in the future. Since no one expects Xiao Yu to make a name for himself and believes that he is a money loser, it is meaningless to take 5% of the equity and 10% of the management. Anyway, Xiao Yu also promised that Lingjing Technology would raise 6 billion yuan at most for his new company to get 15% equity. If 6 billion yuan is not enough for him, and he wants to continue to make additional investments, then Xiao Yu will have to borrow money from Lingjing Technology himself. This is not equity financing but debt financing. Since it is a debt, it must be repaid in the future. Rulian's several major external shareholders are not worried that Xiao Yu will not be able to pay back the money. After all, his net worth is there, and he holds more than 51% of Lingjing Technology's equity. Even if he borrows hundreds of millions of yuan, he doesn't have to worry about not being able to pay it back. An hour later, in the chairman's office, the beautiful assistant Yun Shu came to the office. Xiao Yu handed her a document that had been prepared long ago and instructed, the new company will be called Avic Linsao Aircraft Industry Company, Limited, abbreviated as Avic Linfei. Register the company according to the above requirements, and then recruit people according to the above planning materials. The new company Avic Linfei is mainly engaged in the research and development, manufacturing, sales, maintenance and service of large and medium-sized military aircraft and military and civilian aviation parts and components, basic application materials research, cutting-edge technology research, etc. In the past, Xiao Yu would definitely not be able to establish such a company, but now is the era of military-civilian integration, and private enterprises can also engage in the military industry. However, under normal circumstances, no private enterprise boss would do this. First, they do not have the technical strength, and second, it is difficult to make money. The profit of military products is already very low, and the competing peers are all the sons of Guo Jia's team. Unless your product or technology is really awesome, the military will definitely find the sons to place orders first. Aircraft manufacturing is a typical heavy industry. High-end manufacturing and large objects, which only Guojia team companies are capable of doing, and private enterprises are simply impossible to do. Xiao Yu dared to do this, and he must have the confidence to support it. He has the version answer of the Blue Star world behind him to copy homework. Even if it is a half-baked copycat, it will be a remarkable achievement on Earth. After the establishment of the new company, Lingjing Technology will provide financing to Avic Linfei as an investor, and the first financing is 2 billion yuan. Xiao Yu handed the establishment of the new company to Yun Shu. Her identity is an employee and executive of Lingjing Technology, but Lingjing Technology is already an investor in Avic Linfei, and it is natural to give some other resources. Xiao Yu can naturally use the employees of Lingjing Technology to handle the affairs of Avic Linfei, which can also be regarded as a kind of resource tilt and support. Yun Shu opened the file and looked at it. She was stunned, then looked at Xiao Yu. Avic Linfei is mainly engaged in the research and development and manufacturing of complete military aircraft. She always thought that Xiao Yu entered the field of aircraft manufacturing to make civilian private aircraft. Su Changming and others also thought so, but she didn't expect that Xiao Yu actually wanted to make military aircraft. Everyone was not optimistic about it, and now that they know that it is still a military aircraft, they are even less optimistic. 100% money-losing goods. Under the current background of military-civilian integration, private enterprises can indeed engage in military aircraft research, and they can also test-fly the aircraft they have researched after approval, but the key is whether your product can be favored by the military. Can this relationship get orders? If the military does not like it, it means that everything you make will be smashed in your hands, and all the investment will be wasted. Yun Shu looked at the document summary and said, besides, why are there projects like material research? Hearing this, Xiao Yu smiled and said, aircraft manufacturing is the main business, can't we do some side business? To make advanced military aircraft, it is inevitable to involve many cutting-edge fields. How can we miss the research of basic application materials? Yun Shu was speechless for a moment after hearing this, and then closed the document. Well, you are really energetic and have nowhere to release it. It's up to you. Anyway, no one is optimistic about it. Xiao Yu smiled and said nothing. There is no need to talk nonsense now. Time will give the answer. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, AI Mirror 20 version online. In the afternoon, Lingjing Technology released an announcement as planned. Due to the company's current shortage of computing resources, in order to ensure that the existing user experience is not affected, the company decided to temporarily close the registration channel for AI Xia Edging. At the same time, it announced the opening of a non-deleted limited-time experience account registration channel. From now on, a new account registration channel will be opened. The company will batch draw a certain number of new accounts from the newly registered accounts to issue invitation codes for a limited 3-month experience. When the first round of experience accounts expire, the second round will be launched, and so on. In the subsequent period, if the computing resources increase, the company will increase the number of experience accounts as appropriate based on actual conditions. For users who registered AI Xia Edging accounts before the announcement date, they can use them normally forever. The majority of users who saw this announcement released by Lingjing Technology expressed their understanding. Under normal circumstances, such an announcement may be questioned as a hunger marketing and may be criticized. But now everyone knows that Lingjing Technology is being suppressed by Amagalica in all aspects, and foreign-related manufacturers such as Nvidia do not have business dealings with Lingjing Technology, resulting in insufficient supply of computing resources for the company. This is to ensure that the existing user experience is not affected, and the normal new user registration channel has to be closed. Under normal circumstances, which company would be willing to close the registration channel? That would mean stagnation of user growth, which is a huge loss. Lingjing Technology's move has been well received by the majority of users, who believe that it is truly considering from the user's perspective. At the same time as this announcement was released, Lingjing Technology officially launched the AI Xia Edging 2.0 version on the same day. Xiao Yu also posted a dynamic on his personal Weibo account. Xia Edging 2.0 version is officially launched, more powerful, smarter, and easier to use. In the field of AI, we still remain far ahead. The suppression of some people is useless and will only make us stronger at the same time. Xiao Yu also posted a video introducing the AI Xiaojing 2.0 version in this Weibo dynamic. Xiao Yu took the time to record this video. When he clicked on the video, he heard Xiao Yu's introduction. Our newly launched Xiaojing 2.0 version has undergone a major upgrade. It can even simulate the way humans think to a certain extent. For example, when it comes to looking up information, if you search and refine it yourself, you will have to face a lot of web page information screening, which is undoubtedly very time-consuming and energy-consuming. But Xiaojing can read the contents of more than 200 web pages within 2 seconds, and will summarize and screen the most core content and present it to you. And after Xiaojing finishes answering, it can continue to search for some data, which is very similar to the way humans think. Moreover, every piece of data that Xiaojing provides to you is accompanied by the source of information, which you can see with one click. Maybe the information you clicked on is that Xiaojing has read dozens of information source web pages. The 2.0 version of Xiaojing can already provide solutions to users by simulating humans' active thinking and reasoning. Even if the user only provides some vague information, Xiaojing can search for the exact answer through self-analysis and reasoning. Isn't this exactly what we need artificial intelligence to do? When Xiao Yu in the video introduced this point, he demonstrated it once and only provided some vague information to Xiaojing. Sure enough, Xiaojing finally gave him the answer he wanted. If a large number of documents need to be translated, Xiaojing is also a very good translation assistant. Many people do not understand foreign languages but have the need to consult foreign literature. I have demonstrated a PDF version of an English document with a total of 50,000 words. You only need to drag the file into Xiaojing's dialog box, and it will quickly give you an introduction to the core content of the article and translate it into the text you specify. This is really useful for speed reading documents. If you want to know more detailed document content, just move your mouth or type text to tell Xiaojing. If you need to know more about a part of the content of the document, you only need to tell Xiaojing your request through voice interaction or text interaction, and she will specifically present this part of the detailed content to you. Not only can you speed read non-native documents, you can also speed read foreign magazines. Xiaojing can quickly summarize it for you, and it will be much more convenient for you to read it again. Even if you give her a website, she can summarize the content of the web page for you. Xiaojing's long text processing ability is super powerful. Version 2.0 has updated a lot of new content. The above is just the tip of the iceberg. It can be said without modesty that we can't find an opponent who can compete with Xiaojing, even with a telescope. The video posted by Xiao Yu is about 7 minutes long. It only briefly introduces some of the contents of the updated version 2.0 of Xiaojing. In fact, this major version update is a qualitative leap, which makes Xiaojing have the ability of a productivity tool, which can truly assist users in their work and greatly improve office efficiency. Everyone saw that Xiao Yu boasted so much about the 2.0 version of Xiaojing in the video. This time, unlike the last suspicion, he was very much looking forward to it. After all, the power of the 1.0 version of Xiaojing exceeded everyone's expectations. People with accounts saw the news and basically gave their AI Xiaojing assistants the first experience of the 2.0 version update. A certain city. A young urban white-collar worker saw the product description sent by the client and his face was full of pain, because the document had 65,000 words, and it was full of words such as closed loop, link, matrix, granularity, combination punch, etc., which made his brain hurt. I suddenly missed the intern who only paid 2,500 yuan. He was diligent and could always summarize the key points no matter how long or difficult a material was, making it clear at a glance. He couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that the intern disappeared after getting the internship certificate. After a while, he saw the AI mirror on the computer and suddenly remembered that a colleague told him today that the AI mirror had been upgraded to version 2.0. The new functions launched were very powerful. With the assistance of the AI mirror, office efficiency could be greatly improved. Obviously, the young white-collar worker had the AI mirror client on his computer, which meant that he had been using this AI assistant for a long time, and he also downloaded the AI mirror on his mobile phone. So he decisively updated the AI mirror on his computer to version 2.0. After the installation was complete, he looked at the function introduction of the new version. Is it really so powerful in assisting office work? After reading the introduction of the new version, the young white-collar worker was also surprised. After a moment, he raised his hand and pressed a custom shortcut key on the keyboard, and Xiao Jing's dialog box popped up directly. He dragged and dropped the 65,000-word PDF material into the dialog box and asked Xiao Jing to summarize the document. Fuck. It really works? This is good, this is good. After waiting for a while, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the content summary generated by Xiao Jing was just as good as that of the intern. And Xiao Jing only took 2 or 3 seconds to get it done, but the intern was not so efficient. Then, he tried to make further requests, asking Xiao Jing to simplify the document a little more and more. The results surprised him. Xiao Jing can even give multiple documents at the same time for communication. The most important thing is that Xiao Jing does not need to pay a salary of 2,500 yuan, and will not run away just because he got the internship certificate. Now he said he felt comfortable. With Xiao Jing's assistance, he can quickly understand the requirements of the client without hurting his brain. But this is far from enough. The next step of his current work is to transform the selling points of the product into specific ideas. After learning about the many functions of Xiao Jing 2.0, he decided to let Xiao Jing assist him in completing the follow-up work again. He first asked Xiao Jing to open some well-known domestic learning platforms to see what new ideas his peers have shared recently that are worth learning from. Xiao Jing collected some good creative ideas. And to quickly summarize other people's experience and find inspiration, he found that there is no one more suitable than Xiao Jing. Thinking of this, he quickly asked Xiao Jing to generate an outline to introduce creative ideas. After waiting for a few seconds, it was done. The young white-collar worker roughly browsed through it and felt that the outline was still a little rough, not enough to satisfy the client, but at least there was an outline, so there was hope. At this time, the client suddenly called and asked for a progress report, which shocked him. He then remembered that he had to report the project progress today and actually forgot about it. At this time, he saw the virtual image of Xiao Jing on the right side of the computer desktop. It was a real-time animation of Xiao Jing playing games on the computer. The new version of Xiao Jing also launched many new interactive elements. At this time, the young white-collar worker saw Xiao Jing as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Okay, no problem. I'll sort it out and send you the progress report in 5 minutes. He hung up the phone and quickly threw the outline content generated by Xiao Jing into Xiao Jing's dialog box, and asked Xiao Jing to help write a progress report. He looked at the quickly generated content and found that AI Xiao Jing was even more proficient than him. Just when he was impressed by the terrifying speed of AI progress, Xiao Jing had already generated a report based on the content of the document. Not only did he summarize the content of the document, but he also guessed a follow-up plan based on the content. In this way, he simply modified a few sentences, and then he got it done. Then he sent the progress report to Party A's father with trepidation. Party A's father called him again not long after, saying that he had read the progress report and was very satisfied. Party A's father even reminded him to rest early and not to work too hard. The client obviously didn't see the clues, not knowing that this was just something that Xiao Jing did in just a few minutes. The fact that the client didn't see anything made this guy secretly relieved. Boss Xiao is really a genius. Version 2.0 is really too powerful. This is just part of the function. It's so easy to use. No wonder Lao Mei is so ruthless to Lingjing technology. This AI is really amazing. It's far ahead, absolutely far ahead. The young white-collar worker couldn't help but praise the AI Xiao Jing 2.0 version. If it weren't for the AI Xiao Jing, I wouldn't be able to report to the client today. If the client terminated the cooperation in anger, then this business order would be a waste. In the future, with the assistance of the AI Xiao Jing assistant, work will be much easier. Office efficiency will soar exponentially. Just take the progress report just now. If it weren't for Xiao Jing's help, I probably wouldn't be able to submit the report today without staying up for several hours. Fortunately, my account is not affected and can be used all the time. He saw the latest announcement from Lingjing Technology. Newly registered accounts cannot be used normally in the future. They must obtain an invitation code. In addition, the invitation code is limited to a 3-month trial and will be temporarily suspended. Accounts registered before the announcement can be used all the time without restrictions. At this moment, he has experienced the excellent ability of AI Xiao Jing in office assistance. If it can only be used for 3 months, Wouldn't it be miserable? Even if you have to pay to buy it, you have to get an account. Fortunately, as long as AI Xiao Yu does not stop running, your account can be used forever. After finishing the work, he can finish work early today. This young white-collar worker plans to watch a TV series to relax. It's rare to finish work so early. After a while, he found that the TV series he was chasing had not been updated yet, but his group friends had already watched the latest raw meat in other channels and were already discussing it in the group. In order to keep up with the progress of the discussion and integrate into the topic, the buddy was forced to eat the raw meat like his group friends, but the problem was that he didn't understand the foreign language of the show. By the way, the new version of Xiao Yu can not only meet the needs of daily office assistants, but also meet the needs of leisure and entertainment. He remembered that he had read the introduction of the new version before, which can provide real-time AI subtitle production function for the video being played on the device. So he decisively asked Xiao Yu for help and started to ask her to translate in real time. Then he unexpectedly discovered that Xiao Yu's AI subtitle generation function was very powerful. Not only did the real-time translation allow him to understand the plot, but the translated text and sentences were smooth and fluent, without any machine translation. The new version of Xiao Yu is so easy to use whether it is office assistants or leisure and entertainment. It directly makes other AIs look like artificial idiots. It's amazing. I have to use this software even if I have to pay. Chapter 83, another small shock to colleagues in the industry. The launch of the 2.0 version of Xiao Yu has once again caused a sensation in the technology circle. This time, many industry insiders have to admit and accept that Lingjing technology is so powerful in the field of AI that it is far ahead of its peers, and it is far ahead globally. Some industry peers used to sympathize with Lingjing technology being hit hard by Amygdala, thinking that it would not stop there. Now, after experiencing the 2.0 version of Xiao Yu, they quietly withdrew their sympathy. With the launch of the new version, AI Xiao Yu has once again received rave reviews from users. More intelligent and easier to use, the new version of AI Xiao Yu has been greatly enhanced as a productivity tool, greatly improving people's office efficiency, and can really help users like a personal assistant supporting executives. And everyone found that Lingjing technology is really not hiding. So many functions of the 2.0 version are available at one time. If it were a different manufacturer, it would probably have to be disassembled into several versions to update, and it would be eager to dominate the hot searches and market attention for a year. Actually, the real reason is that Xiao Yu has the support of the entire Blue Star artificial intelligence technology, so he doesn't have to worry about new features and new technologies. He is still holding back. Many users thought of the previous announcement of Lingjing technology, so they hurried to register for a limited time experience account. The company announced that due to insufficient computing power resources, it could not be fully released, and could only maintain 50 million accounts online at the same time. This made everyone rush to register. Now there are even more people registering for limited time experience accounts than those who registered normally before. However, even if these accounts are successfully registered, they cannot use AI Xiao Yu normally. They need to get an invitation code for the limited time experience. These accounts will not be passively cancelled unless the user takes the initiative to cancel. In other words, after the users successfully register, it is a real registration volume, but it cannot be used now. When the computing power resources catch up in the future and Lingjing technology fully releases all users to use it, these accounts can be used normally. The fastest reaction is that some of them realized the business opportunities here and began to register accounts crazily. I don't know where they got so many real name ID cards. It can only be said that the current domestic network information security development has a long way to go. Some people have even started to buy accounts for permanent use at high prices. They believe that the value of these accounts will definitely increase in the foreseeable future, and there will definitely be people willing to pay for reselling them at high prices. Even some people who are quick and have strong execution have started to list and sell AI mirror accounts on Taobao. Obviously, their judgment is that the shortage of computing resources of Lingjing technology will continue for a long time, and AI mirror is so powerful now that there is no opponent that can beat it even with a telescope. In the long run, more and more people will want to use AI mirror. Scarcity is precious, and supply exceeds demand, so prices will definitely rise. Some people who don't have an account are in urgent need of using AI mirror, and there must be many people who are willing to spend money to buy accounts from others. In other words, AI mirror accounts will have the value of being realized in the future, and the 30 million accounts registered before the announcement that are not subject to the 3-month limited trial and can be used normally are the most valuable. This kind of business is quick to get, and those who act first will definitely be able to seize this time window to make a fortune. As long as Lingjing technology solves the problem of insufficient computing resources, this path will not be profitable. Now many people are frantically registering new accounts to apply for limited time experience. The more accounts you have, the greater the probability of getting an invitation code. This is basically a no-cost business. This has also driven a sharp increase in the number of registered users of AI's Xiao. Lingjing technology has adopted a tacit attitude towards those account dealers. Xiao Yu has already made instructions in advance and adopted an attitude of neither suppressing nor supporting those account dealers. Because Xiao Yu wants to use the hands of account dealers to see the willingness and ability of a majority of users to pay for AI's Xiao. How many accounts have been sold by account dealers and at what price are the most hardcore and intuitive data that can reflect the willingness and ability of users to pay. With the rave reviews of the market for AI's Xiao 2.0 version, it has also pushed the company's stock price to strengthen again, and the market value has risen steadily. However, after the launch of version 2.0, Xiao Yu has no longer paid attention to this matter, and Lingjing technology has also been handed over to Su Changming, who originally took over the position of CEO of the company. With Su Changming running Lingjing technology, Xiao Yu was relieved. In the following days, he basically focused on the newly established Avic Linfa company. 2 weeks later, Avic Linfa successfully and quickly pulled up a team, and the company's staff expanded to 200 people. For the company's management talents, Xiao Yu directly selected some people from Lingjing technology, from the old team members who have been with him all the way for so many years. Not only is it more reliable and trustworthy, but it also saves running in. Just help Xiao Yu run the company normally. As for the other recruited people, frankly speaking, they are not the top talents in the industry. The real talents are in the military aircraft manufacturing enterprises of Guojia's team, and they are impossible to come to your newly established private enterprise. Xiao Yu recruited these people, and their biggest role is to prop up the company's facade first. Although the sparrow is small, it must be complete first, and then consider the quality issues and technological innovations. Xiao Yu has the blue star world behind him, so he doesn't need to rely on others. However, to build a military aircraft, it covers too many subfields, and most of them involve military secrets. In the entire aviation equipment industry chain, the upstream links include aviation raw materials, components, parts, etc. The midstream links include aviation manufacturing links such as forging, casting and machining, and secondary subsystems such as airborne systems. And the downstream links include aircraft and aircraft engines. Important subsystems. The Avic Linfa company founded by Xiao Yu wants to make complete aircraft, which belongs to the downstream link of the aviation equipment industry chain. To manufacture a complete aircraft, it requires the cooperation of all links in the upstream, midstream and downstream. It is obviously impossible for Avic Linfa to take over the entire industry chain. It needs to obtain the approval of the state and the military and get a brand new aircraft development project. Only in this way can some parts involving military secrets, such as advanced radar avionics systems, be equipped on your aircraft. In other words, it is necessary to build a prototype with superconducting levitation capabilities as soon as possible, and use the prototype to demonstrate several core technical links of Avic Linfa company, so as to attract the attention of the country and recognize the huge potential of Avic Linfa. Only in this way can the relevant national authorities approve a project for Avic Linfa to work on, and some technologies and modules involving military secrets will be open to Avic Linfa, including the inclination of other resources, such as the necessary assistance and support from the top talent team. Avic Linfa's office headquarters. At this moment, Xiao Yu is in the company's basic application research department, and he is with a group of newly recruited technical developers. Everyone knows that I also founded Lingjing Technology. New materials are my main field. Although I have made great achievements in the field of graphene materials, the material that really haunts me is room temperature superconductivity. This is my dream since I was 15 years old, and I am still trying to find a room temperature superconducting material until now. Xiao Yu sat on a chair, looking around at the people present, and said this without blushing or beating his heart. In fact, when he was 15 years old, He didn't even pay attention to the so-called room temperature superconductivity, but now he has to establish a persona for himself, so that outsiders think that he has actually been studying room temperature superconductivity for a long time, instead of just doing it this year. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard his words. Did the boss mean to work on room temperature superconducting materials? However, this is easier said than done. Since the superconductivity phenomenon was discovered by humans, superconductivity researchers around the world have been trying to find a new material with room temperature superconductivity, but to this day, they still haven't found it. The people present didn't have any expectations in their hearts, but if the boss wanted to do this, then they just followed the boss. Xiao Yu didn't know what they were thinking, and he didn't care. He just wanted to establish a super genius persona for himself. After a while, Xiao Yu continued in an orderly manner. It is regrettable and even frustrating that humans still don't know what kind of material room temperature superconductors are. The material's form, element ratio, structure, etc. are all unknown. The information we can know now is that hundreds of thousands of inorganic compounds have been discovered by mankind, of which about 30,000 are superconducting materials, but the critical temperature of most superconductors is only 40 Kelvin, which is below -233 degrees Celsius. The highest superconducting critical temperature under normal pressure is only 134 Kelvin, which is -139 degrees Celsius. In physics, strictly speaking, the critical temperature required for room temperature superconductivity must reach 300 Kelvin, which is 26.85 degrees Celsius, which is slightly higher than the comfortable temperature felt by our human body. So do room temperature superconductors really exist? If we want to find room temperature superconductors, where should we start? Chapter 84, 3 Paths Going Forward in Parallel. Xiao Yu looked around at everyone and said, in my personal search for room temperature superconductivity over the years, I have generally identified 3 paths that can be tried. One is to synthesize new materials, the second is to improve existing materials, and the third is to regulate materials under special conditions. After a pause, Xiao Yu turned to analyze them one by one and said, the second one is obvious, such as improving the quality of existing copper oxide high-temperature superconducting materials, and performing chemical doping and other modifications to see if superconductors with higher critical temperatures can be obtained. The third special condition regulation is to use high temperature, high pressure, magnetic field, light field, electric field and other methods to regulate the state of the material and form a superconducting state at a higher temperature, and the most difficult way is to synthesize new materials, because there is no reliable experience to tell us where room temperature superconductivity is, and we can only explore in the dark. Whether we can find it depends largely on luck. At this time, a young man present saw that the boss had paused, and couldn't help but say, can we look for room temperature superconductors in organic materials? Hearing this, Xiao Yu smiled and looked at the young technical development employee. It is a feasible idea. After all, there are many types of organic materials, and the probability is also greater. Maybe 1 or 2 room temperature superconductors may emerge from them. Xiao Yu then changed the subject. However, it is very easy to obtain weak diamagnetism or a decrease in resistivity in organic materials and some carbon materials. Some years ago, some people believed that there were room temperature superconductors of 262 Kelvin or even 636 Kelvin in carbon nanotubes. It can only be said to be suspected because the data only showed a decrease in resistance. Zero resistance and diamagnetism do not exist at the same time, he added. Of course, materials based on carbon can be varied, and many colleagues in the industry are also looking for room temperature superconductors in this direction. Some scientists have designed multiple benzene ring compounds, multiple footbalene structures, carbon nanotube-coated footbalene, etc. based on their intuition. These materials are difficult to synthesize with the current technical level, but at least it is a direction, and it does not rule out the possibility of finding 1 or 2 room temperature superconductors. At the end, Xiao Yu looked around at everyone and smiled. If you asked me which of the 3 directions of synthesizing new materials, improving existing materials, and regulating materials under special conditions should I choose, my answer is that only children choose, and adults of course want all 3 directions, and go hand in hand. In the past, I didn't have the financial conditions, so I could only tinker with it myself, but now it's different. The funds are sufficient, and I'm not afraid that all the money I invested will go down the drain. All in is a kind of wisdom, just do it. Xiao Yu convened everyone to hold this seminar today to establish the direction and set the tone. Of course, he didn't expect to really find room temperature superconducting materials. He did need to pave the way for himself to really find room temperature superconducting materials at that time, including setting up a super genius persona for himself. In fact, Xiao Yu didn't want to set up such a persona for himself, but in the future, he would transport various black technologies from Blue Star to Earth, and a super genius persona was really indispensable. Since he was a super genius, it was relatively more acceptable to come up with some technological products that were beyond the times. Xiao Yu looked at everyone and said, combining the three major ideas, I will set 4 specific execution paths for you. Just follow the directions I said. The first is to use ultra-high pressure to generate new material structures that cannot be obtained under normal pressure. Among them, materials with more hydrogen may be room temperature superconductors. This is not Xiao Yu's first idea. As early as 2015, his peers in the industry have been trying and have indeed found many superconductors with particularly high temperatures, but the high-pressure conditions make testing extremely difficult. Xiao Yu continued in a clear and logical manner. The second is to start from the microscopic mechanism of existing superconductors, study which interactions help to increase the superconducting temperature, and then redesign and construct new materials, and increase the critical temperature with the help of multiple interactions. However, it should be noted that the trouble is that we do not understand the microscopic mechanism of most materials called unconventional superconductors. The third is to jump out of the thinking framework of three-dimensional materials, and look for room temperature superconductivity under the structure of composite materials in two-dimensional materials, or two-dimensional interfaces, or reassemble atomic building blocks in the one-dimensional world. In fact, scientists have discovered new superconductors or increased the original superconducting temperature of materials under a combination of two materials using this method, but the critical temperature is still too low. Xiao Yu drank a sip of mineral water, and then said, "The last one is the exclusive advantage that only we have at present. With the help of powerful AI technology, AI can assist scientific research and conduct training through a huge database of known superconducting material properties. Even when the superconducting mechanism is unknown, it can help predict new superconductors, and even room temperature superconductors are not impossible. This is also one of the reasons why Xiao Yu will be able to discover room temperature superconducting materials within the next year." In addition to his silent research for so many years, AI-assisted research has played an indispensable role in greatly improving the efficiency of screening and matching. First, AI predicts the data with a high probability of superconductors, and then gives priority to experiments on these data. It is precisely because of AI-assisted scientific research that room temperature superconducting materials can be discovered so quickly. For Xiao Yu, these things are just a cover-up for his eventual legitimate development of room temperature superconducting materials, making the advent of this material more scientific and reasonable. He did not expect the team in front of him to really find room temperature superconducting materials. 2 hours later, Xiao Yu completed the task arrangement and left the basic application research department. He returned to his office in Avic Linfa and called Chen Ziking over. This person was one of Xiao Yu's early subordinates who followed him to start a business. He was previously a senior executive at Lingjing Technology. Now he has been fired by Xiao Yu from Lingjing Technology, and then transferred to Avic Linfa as CEO, responsible for the company's operations and management. After waiting for a while, Chen Ziking came to his office. Mr. Xiao Yu directly ordered, "I have decided to build a large high-energy laser array in the company's R&D center. The demand for electric energy will be very large. You go to the Linzhou Power Bureau to communicate in advance. Our electricity demand in the second half of the year may be very large." Chen Ziking nodded and said, "Okay, leave it to me." Regarding the problem that room temperature superconducting materials cannot be mass-produced, Xiao Yu chose to use the high cost of preparation as the reason. The reason is that when preparing room temperature superconducting materials, it is necessary to aggregate ultra-high energy laser arrays, which requires terrifying consumption of electric energy, resulting in excessive costs and cannot be mass-produced on a large scale. The factory that prepares room temperature superconducting materials must rely on artificial intelligence technology to achieve unmanned operation. On the grounds of confidentiality to prevent a leakage of core preparation technology, no one may enter the preparation factory without Xiao Yu's permission. In this way, outsiders don't know the truth that a large amount of electric energy that is transmitted is actually wasted in the preparation factory. This is also a waste that must be used and cannot be saved. because it ensures that Lympha company actually consumes so much electric energy on the books, which is reflected in the high cost of preparing room temperature superconducting materials. In fact, if Xiao Yu doesn't want to waste this electricity, he can also quietly purchase some large-scale ultra-high energy density batteries for energy storage from Blue Star and bring them over, and then secretly get them into the preparation factory to recycle and store the electricity in the ultra-high energy density batteries. However, there is no need for that at all. Just like when you have a net worth of 100 million, you won't bother to toss for 100 yuan. The Blue Star world has already achieved controlled nuclear fusion, and obtaining the same scale of electricity is much cheaper in the Blue Star. If you really lack this energy, you can go to the Blue Star world to buy a small nuclear fusion reactor, and the energy release can support Linsao City's electricity consumption for decades. Chapter 85, Engines All-Electric Drive Modification Design. In the following days, Xiao Yu put almost all his energy into Lympha company, and carried out various layouts in an orderly manner according to the plan. The news that he had set up a new company also spread to the outside world, which attracted a lot of attention and discussion. Now Xiao Yu is a rising star in the technology circle, and the attention is naturally indispensable. When outsiders learned that his new company was actually engaged in aircraft manufacturing, everyone was confused. When they learned that his new company not only built airplanes, but also engaged in military aircraft manufacturing, they were directly shocked and thought that Xiao Yu must be crazy. Soon, people in the technology circle secretly ridiculed Xiao Yu for overestimating his own abilities. How could aircraft manufacturing be so easy to play? Don't even think about it without decades of precipitation. After almost everyone learned that his new company was going to play with aircraft manufacturing, they were sure that Xiao Yu would definitely hit his head and bleed, and that Lympha company would definitely make him lose money like a muggle. Speaking of which, the people from the state were also quite surprised about this matter. However, the state actually supports Xiao Yu's attempt to make aircraft, but it did not express its support, because it is inappropriate and easy to cause excessive interpretation by the outside world. Not expressing an attitude is actually an attitude, that is, if you want to try to make aircraft, just go for it. It is not easy to have a private enterprise willing to take the initiative to spend money to make military aircraft. This does not require the state to pay or the state financial subsidies. Even if it does not make a name for itself, at least it promotes employment. The state has long opened up the military industry to allow private enterprises to enter, and the military-civilian integration and military-civilian dual-use strategies have been advocated for many years. Not to mention that private enterprises want to study military aircraft themselves. Even if they want to study building aircraft carriers, the state will not set up barriers to hinder you. If you have money and are willing to play, just go ahead and play, as long as you abide by the relevant laws and regulations. On the contrary, private enterprises are not willing to play at all. The lack of strength is the most fundamental reason. Moreover, even if they have that strength, there is no profit. Military products cannot be sold at will, and they have to compete with those Guojia team enterprises with strong strength for military orders. Because of this, the outside world thinks that Xiao Yu's establishment of Lympha company is simply a mysterious operation. They don't understand what he is thinking at all, and they don't know where his confidence comes from. Even some investors who bought Lingjing Technology stocks think that this is definitely a money-losing product. Many stockholders directly called Brother Xiao very authentic. He separated this business that is sure to lose money from Lingjing Technology. Otherwise, the loss will be counted on the books of Lingjing Technology, which will definitely affect the company's stock price trend. 3 days later, Xiao Yu posted a dynamic on his Weibo in his spare time. With the development of new energy, many power systems are trying to use electricity, which can save fuel energy to a certain extent. In terms of transportation, airplanes are really oil-consuming monsters that can swallow 2.5 tons of fuel per hour. Since airplanes are so fuel-consuming, why can't they be driven by electricity like high-speed rail? If we can really build a fully electric kinetic energy system in the aviation field and apply it to large industrial aircraft, it may bring new possibilities to the world's aviation industry. When he sent out this Weibo, people from all walks of life were stunned. Xiao Yu's operation was unexpected again. It would be fine if he played with aircraft manufacturing, but he actually did not play by the rules and played with pure electric drive aircraft? About 10 minutes later, this Weibo had already seen thousands of comments, and netizens who were watching the show were watching and commenting, "Good guy, Brother Xiao, you are a bit wild. Is he really a genius? Covering his face and laughing and crying JPG. It should be said that with graphene mass production technology and AI's eye-edging, Brother Xiao is definitely a genius player. The technology circle is really getting more and more exciting. This reminds me of last year when Lei Jun announced that Xiaomi would cross over to build cars. The big guys in the technology circle all like to play cross-border, right, Lei Jun? I will bet my life's honor and achievements to fight for Xiaomi car. Cars can have new energy vehicles, and airplanes can have new energy airplanes, right? Tearful smile JPG, MR. Xiao, new energy electric cars are too popular. Let's change the track and make new energy electric airplanes. Shiba Inu JPG, there is no electric motor that can directly output thrust in this world. Even if we don't consider the problem of battery life, from a technical theoretical point of view, airplanes can never be driven by electricity. Brother Dong has appeared, and you have understood everything again. You know more than Brother Xiao. Just let Brother Xiao invite you to be the chief designer of aircraft, the buddy above, if you want to say that. Internal combustion engines cannot directly output thrust either. And go search the keyword solar impulse to yourself. This is a solar-powered airplane with a long flight time that can fly continuously day and night without consuming a drop of fuel. It was able to fly around the world 5 or 6 years ago. I think the biggest problem with electric airplanes is that the battery energy density is not enough. The less aviation fuel is burned, the lighter the airplane will be, but the battery will not become lighter as it is used. The question of whether there are electric aircraft has been solved long ago. There are also new pure electric aircraft test flights abroad this year, but I don't think the question of whether they are good or bad can be solved in a short time. I suddenly feel that Brother Xiao's choice is very correct. If you, a novice, continue to build aircraft according to the old way, how can you beat those large aircraft manufacturers with decades or hundreds of years of accumulation? Don't say it, don't say it. Maybe it is really possible to stage the current new energy vehicles beating traditional fuel vehicles in the field of aircraft, whether it is torque or thermal efficiency. Electric motors are much better than internal combustion engines. The power of electric motors to drive propellers or ducted fans is sufficient. And they are even more suitable for this kind of work than piston engines or turbines. I think the biggest problem is that the energy provided by current batteries cannot compare to fuel. At least the current battery technology is definitely not good enough. Xiao Yu's Weibo not only aroused the discussion of new energy electric aircraft among netizens, but also attracted the attention and analysis of many people in the industry. But the situation suddenly became a little different. Before, everyone thought that Xiao Yu was going to build airplanes in a traditional way, but today he posted this Weibo to express his intention to develop new energy electric-driven airplanes, so maybe he would not lose so badly. People in the industry still think that Xiao Yu's Avic Linfa E company is unlikely to succeed. Xiao Yu, is not the first person to try out new energy all-electric-driven airplanes, and there has been no progress so far. The technical difficulty is much higher than that of developing new energy electric vehicles. Xiao Yu posted a Weibo that caused widespread heated discussion and discussion outside, but he himself did not pay attention to the online discussions. As soon as the Weibo was posted, he had returned to his villa from Avic Linfa E company. Now he was alone in the villa's underground warehouse, which was his private research site. During this period, while arranging various matters for Avic Linfa E company, Xiao Yu was also actively promoting several key core designs of all-electric-driven fighters, including the engine. Since it is all-electric drive, the engine of traditional fighters cannot be used, and it is impossible for domestic fighter engine manufacturers to adapt. Avic Linfa E company can only design a brand new engine by itself. As for the parts that can be used from other manufacturers, Xiao Yu's choice is to try not to do it himself, such as radar and electronic warfare systems. At this moment, several holographic data models are presented in front of Xiao Yu, and he is operating and debugging the data. This is an engined data model, which is a magic modification based on the technical conditions on Earth after disassembling the data parameter indicators of an ordinary aircraft engine on the Blue Star world. There are mature aircraft electric drive engines on the Blue Star world, but they cannot be copied directly. They must be modified and localized before they can be taken out. The engine that Xiao Yu is tinkering with at the moment is a fully electric drive design. Electric power transmission replaces the traditional high and low pressure mechanical shaft power transmission, and there is no hardware connection between rotating parts such as fans, compressors, and turbines. Each stage of the fan and compressor is driven by an independent ring superconducting motor. The mechanically decoupled engine blades at each stage can quickly respond to the changing atmospheric environment and aircraft performance requirements during the entire flight process, and can be adjusted to the optimal speed respectively. Since various rotating parts can run at the optimal speed, each component can achieve the highest efficiency, which can also improve the pressure ratio and reduce the number of compression system stages. Unknowingly, several hours passed. Xiao Yu transferred the process data to the computer on Earth. Tomorrow, he would take it to Lingjing Technology Company to let the supercomputer run the data model to see if there were any problems. The supercomputer purchased by the company has already been in place. Going directly to the Blue Star world to run it with the quantum supercomputer would be more efficient. But Xiao Yu needed to leave a trace of the design of his modified electric drive engine. Running the data with the supercomputer of Lingjing Technology Company was also one of the evidences that this engine was designed by Yu, with a clear context, rather than a complete and mature product design that appeared out of thin air. With the support of advanced scientific and technological productivity in the Blue Star world, plus AI assistance, even if it was a magic modification, Xiao Yu was fully capable of completing the design of a fully electric drive fighter within a month. However, this seems too exaggerated, and it must not be done so quickly. It is necessary to slow down a bit. In the second half of this year, at most a prototype test machine will be produced, and the technology cannot be too perfect. You know, the J-20 fighter jet, which has the full support of the country, took a full 10 years from the project approval in 2007 to the first deployment in 2017. If the preliminary demonstration work is included, it will be far more than 10 years. If Xiao Yu, a startup private enterprise, designed a complete all-electric fighter jet from scratch in just 1 or 2 months, it would be too evil. It is better to be cautious and low-key. Even if a test aircraft is produced before the end of the second half of this year, it will be a very amazing feat, and it will be an incredible super genius in the eyes of others. Chapter 86, AI Mirror Triggers Layoffs in Various Companies. While Xiao Yu was working on the layout of room temperature superconducting materials and the first electric-driven fighter jet at Avic Linfei, it had been less than half a month since the launch of AI Xiaojing 2.0. Xiaojing 2.0 has not only received rave reviews from users, but also received positive reviews from many bosses. As AI Xiaojing's capabilities have been enhanced to an epic level, including article summarization, copywriting, and code writing, it has become a powerful productivity tool. This has led to more and more business owners starting the opening up and saving money, reducing costs and increasing efficiency campaign, which means starting to lay off employees. As for the young white-collar buddy, in the past half-month, he has used AI Xiaojing to assist in office work, which has greatly reduced his workload, but his work efficiency has not decreased. Instead, it has greatly improved, and he has been very happy in the past half-month. In the past, in order to catch up with the progress of work, I often had to stay up late to work overtime even when I got home. Cows and horses will rest when they are tired, and cows and horses will order themselves a cup of coffee when they are tired. Since my buddy used AI Xiaojing to assist in his office work half a month ago, he even had time to slack off at work. When he got home, he no longer had to stay up late to catch up with the progress of his work, and he had more time to use as he pleased. But today, when this buddy went to work at the company, he was dumbfounded not long after. The boss of the company said that the original business orders of several parties A were suddenly cancelled, and there would be no more cooperation in the future. The reason was that the party A said that in the future, he could hire a few people to complete it with AI assistance, and the cost would be greatly reduced, so there was no need to outsource it. The boss brought this up to pave the way for the company to announce that it had to lay off employees due to the decline in business revenue. This buddy who worked in the company was unfortunately on the layoff list. Just like that, he lost his job. The company did lose several parties A this week, but even if the parties A did not terminate the cooperation, the boss of the company would still lay off employees, because in the past half-month, he found that the powerful productivity attributes of AI Xiaojing could replace many employees. Especially in the past week, he found that many employees in the company looked very relaxed and inexplicably uncomfortable, which made the boss of the company decide to lay off a group of employees. It has to be said that some so-called capitalists are not capitalists at all. They are full of slave owners thinking. They think that paying employees a few days' salary is buying out your life. They not only want you to work hard, but also want you to laugh and provide emotional value for them. Moreover, These people can't stand their employees being too relaxed. They feel uncomfortable when they see their subordinates have free time. Some bosses even feel more uncomfortable than killing their employees when they see their employees taking their wages so easily. The launch of AI's Xiao 2.0 version, with its powerful productivity tool attributes, has objectively greatly improved people's office efficiency. Originally, a project required a team of 50 people to work overtime and work 996 to cope with it. But with the addition of AI's Xiao to assist in office work, only 10 people are needed to get it done, and they don't have to work 996. However, in the eyes of some bosses, they saw this situation. Since 10 people can easily get the project done, they will directly lay off 45 people and leave 5 people to continue working 996 with the assistance of AI's Xiao. In addition, the wages of the 45 people who are laid off can be saved, and the saved wages are profits, which is equivalent to the improvement of productivity brought by technological progress. The more labor surplus value created by employees has been taken away by the boss. As for the 5 people who stayed, although AI's Xiao assisted them to greatly improve their office efficiency, the work they had to do also increased exponentially. In fact, they still had to work 996, and their wages had not been increased. How could they dare to increase the money to keep their jobs? If you quit, the boss will directly say that you don't want to do it, and there are plenty of people who will do it. Even if the disadvantaged employees are angry, when they think about facing mortgages, car loans and various loans every day, when they open their eyes, they dare not shout the words "I quit" in the face of the boss. They can only grit their teeth and silently endure to continue to work as cattle and horses to create more surplus value for the boss. The powerful productivity tool attributes of AI's Xiao can make working people either relax, or if they don't want to use the extra time to play, they can also do side jobs to increase their income. The actual situation often deviates. Productivity has increased, but the extra value created has been taken away by capitalists. Xiao, you've made me suffer. You've made me lose my job, you know. The guy returned home and immediately lost interest in the AI's Xiao on his phone and computer. He even wanted to give a bad review. He lost his job largely because of the appearance of AI's Xiao, which made him feel like crying but without tears. At this time, Xiao on his phone suddenly responded, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." The guy is not surprised by Xiao's powerful intelligence now. Xiao has a unique ability in natural language processing. However, her intelligent body does not have self-emotional logic analysis, and it cannot understand the language it speaks. It's like a parrot can speak human language, but the parrot itself does not understand what it says. Xiao just generates natural language dialogues based on what people say, but to people, it looks like a normal chat like people. Oh my? You're actually shirking the blame? It's because of you that the boss feels that there is no need for human labor, so I was laid off. The guy started to argue with Xiao, but he actually knew in his heart that it was not Xiao's fault, because the technology itself was not wrong. He knew that the real reason was that the capitalists were too greedy. The productivity released by AI's Xiao created more surplus value, but the capitalists wanted to take it all and didn't want to share it with the workers. However, this buddy later found a new way out. He caught the trend of AI and reacted faster than others. He used the assistance of AI's Xiao to set up a self-media studio and reap the dividends of this round of technological development. Instead, he achieved financial freedom in just 2 years. 2 days later, Xiao Yu came to the headquarters of Lingjing Technology. His main focus now is on Avic Linfa E company, but it doesn't mean that Lingjing Technology is completely a hands-off boss. Recently, AI's Xiao has suddenly increased a lot of negative reviews, and discussions such as artificial intelligence is taking away people's jobs have also become hot searches. The previous media also reported on artificial intelligence causing unemployment. Yunshu came to the chairman's office and reported this to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment but didn't speak. Yunshu continued, "According to our company's market research, AI's Xiao did objectively lead to layoffs in some companies, but it suddenly received so many negative reviews, and the public opinion was obviously someone behind the scenes deliberately pushing it, so that those who were laid off would turn their anger to Lingjing Technology, and then create the contradiction that we caused their unemployment." After a moment, Xiao Yu pondered for a moment. "It is certain that someone is pushing it behind the scenes, But the bosses of those companies that laid off employees are really greedy and unwilling to make concessions to their employees. Yunshu looked at him. But we have to bear the blame. Hearing this, Xiao Yu sneered. And then said, of course we can't agree to this kind of deal. Xiao Yu turned his head and glanced at the beautiful assistant. Before the launch of Xiaojing 2.0 version, I actually expected that it might cause many companies to lay off employees. The capitalists will definitely not make concessions, not to mention that some bosses with slave owner mentality are even uglier than capitalists. Yunshu immediately looked at him. So you have thought of a response strategy? Xiao Yu nodded. Let's take this opportunity to launch the enterprise version of AI Xiaojing. Based on its powerful productivity attributes, we will charge a high price for the enterprise version. The personal version is now free, and the basic functions are permanently free, while the productivity tools will be charged. After a moment, Xiao Yu added, whether those who are now scolding AI Xiaojing for stealing their jobs are speaking out by themselves or someone is pushing it behind the scenes, I will just assume that they are all normal people. Well, now I will raise the cost of using AI Xiaojing on the enterprise side, but the cost of the personal version will be relatively low. I took the chips away from their bosses and gave them to them. AI Xiaojing can be their bargaining chip to negotiate higher treatment in front of their bosses, but if they insist on pushing it to the death and throw away the chips again, they won't be able to put the blame on AI Xiaojing. Xiao Yu raised the cost of the enterprise version of AI Xiaojing, and the cost of the personal version is very low, and it is still free to use. Business bosses will definitely find a way to get employees to use this personal version of AI Xiaojing to serve the company. At this time, AI Xiaojing, as a productivity tool and means of production, is in the hands of the workers, so they have the bargaining chips to negotiate with a boss. Xiao Yu knows that this is only an ideal state. The reality is often very skinny. There will definitely be workers who betray their peers, and there will also be the so-called king of roles. In order to grab a job, they would rather treat themselves as cattle and horses, lower the conditions, and force others to lower the conditions. Hearing what he said, Yunshu couldn't help but said, are you sure you want to do this? You are now a super rich man worth hundreds of billions, and you are only one step away from the position of the richest man. What you are doing is equivalent to betraying the class you are in now. These words made Xiao Yu feel familiar, and he couldn't help but think of Yan Lingjun, another beautiful assistant in the Blue Star world, who had said something similar. Xiao Yu tilted his head, glanced at Yunshu and said with a smile, when I was 19 years old, I came into contact with the thoughts of the great man. His thoughts greatly shaped my personal worldview and life values. It is impossible for me to sit at the same table with those guys who still have the mentality of slave owners. Sitting at this table is the biggest betrayal for me. At this point, Xiao Yu paused for a moment and then said with emotion, I dare not say that I am a selfless saint, no matter how high my ideological realm is or how great and selfless I am, but at least I have not betrayed my fellow workers and peasants, and I have never exploited my employees. When the company made a lot of money, it immediately gave all employees a huge salary increase, and it will continue to increase in the future, so I have not betrayed the promise of getting rich first and then bringing everyone together. Xiao Yu turned to look at Yunshu. You said that I betrayed the class I belong to. I want to correct you. I just don't want to betray the beliefs I hold on to. Xiao Yu did not cheat his fellow workers and peasants, nor did he exploit the employees of his company. He had the confidence to say these words. Even when Xiao Yu inevitably caused huge losses to retail investors in order to retaliate against Zhou Beichuan and other investors, he later made up for their losses in full and gave them an additional 20 centimeters daily limit premium. Although Xiao Yu's hidden purpose of raising the salaries of all employees in his company was to lower the outrageous corporate profit margin, it is said that one should judge by deeds rather than intentions. In any case, the employees working under him have actually increased their salaries and obtained higher incomes. If Xiao Yu is really the same as those guys who still have the slave owner mentality, even if he wants to achieve the goal of lowering corporate interest rates, he does not have to solve it by continuously raising the salaries of all employees. There are many ways to raise corporate operating costs. In the final analysis, Xiao Yu is unwilling to betray his beliefs. Chapter 87, Pricing Strategy. After this little episode, Yunshu, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but think and said to himself, it's just that we charge a high price for AI Xiaojing. If other peers launch similar AI products for free, will this create greater competitive pressure on AI Xiaojing in the future? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu said with a smile, I'm not being arrogant. Just look at our current peers, including the foreign OpenAI. They won't be able to catch up even if they are given 10 years to catch up. What's more, will we stay where we are in the next 10 years? How dare I charge like that if I don't have the strength? The product is not cheap, but it's worth the money. The key is that there are no similar products that can be replaced. With the support of the entire Blue Star's AI technology system behind him, Xiao Yu doesn't worry at all that there will be peers on Earth who will be able to surpass him in AI technology. This is where his greatest confidence comes from. Seeing how confident he was, Yunshu asked directly, "Okay, then how do you plan to price the AI Mirror Enterprise Edition?" Hearing this, Xiao Yu thought for a moment. It can't be lower than the cost of those enterprise editions of software abroad, and it has to be sold at a higher price than abroad. AI Mirror currently has no other products that can replace it. For enterprise-level customers, as long as the benefits it brings are higher than the cost of purchasing the product, they will buy it no matter how expensive it is. If the benefits it brings cannot even cover the cost, the enterprise will not buy it no matter how cheap it is. The monthly fees of many foreign enterprise editions of software can range from several $1,000s to tens of thousands of dollars, depending on the software's functional modules, number of users, and customization requirements. At the end, Xiao Yu said immediately, the enterprise version will be charged at a monthly fee of 1.5 million RMB. Yunshu was also shocked when she heard this number. So expensive? It will cost 18 million RMB a year. Only large enterprises can afford such a price. Small and medium-sized enterprises cannot afford such a high fee. Xiao Yu said calmly, "Isn't there a personal version? If small and micro enterprises can't afford this price but want to use it, can they only ask their employees? Won't the employees of those companies have the power to bargain with their bosses?" In the subsequent version updates, Xiao Yu will add a series of technologies to restrict the personal version of AI Xia Edging from running on the enterprise network. If enterprises want to use AI Xia Edging, they can only buy the enterprise version. With the support of Blue Star technology, this is completely easy to do from a technical point of view. Small and medium-sized enterprises cannot afford the expensive enterprise version. If they privately go to those institutions that sell identity information to buy some identity information for real name registration, this way will be useless. Xiao Yu can easily plug this loophole technically. For small and medium-sized enterprises, either they should simply forget about AI Xia Edging's productivity tools, or they should start with their employees. But starting with employees means that people cannot be optimized at will, and the initiative is in the hands of employees. As for how employees negotiate with their bosses, that is their business. Employees can use the personal version of AI Xia Edging to assist themselves in their work through their personal network hotspots, improving office efficiency. Even if the boss does not give a salary increase, at least employees can complete the work assigned by the company in a shorter time. If there is no salary increase, time can always be saved. At least you don't have to stay up late and work overtime to catch up with the progress of work projects when you get home. Employees can use the saved time to relax and play, or they can do other side jobs to create more surplus labor value, and this surplus labor value still belongs to the employees themselves, not exploited by the boss. Xiao Yu went on to say, the basic functions of the personal version of AI Xia Edging are permanently free, and a monthly fee is charged for the productivity tools. A single productivity tool is charged a monthly fee of 30 yuan, and the family package is charged a monthly fee of 300 yuan, which allows you to have barrier-free use of all the productivity tools of AI Xia Edging, including new functional tools launched in subsequent versions. If you pay an annual fee, you can get a 15% discount. There is basically no difference in functionality between the enterprise version and the personal version, but the paid prices are extremely different. Xiao Yu added, "Oh, by the way, the monthly fee of 1.5 million for the enterprise version can support up to 500 devices running simultaneously, and the excess will require extra payment. If this item is not added, those large companies with thousands or tens of thousands of employees, if they have thousands or tens of thousands of devices running simultaneously, and I still only charge them 1.5 million per month, I will lose a lot of money, which of course is not acceptable." In other words, if there is a large enterprise group with 5,000 people or needs to support 5,000 devices running AI Xia Edging at the same time, then the company's monthly expenses in this area will not be 1.5 million, but 15 million, which means an annual fee of 180 million. Yunshu beside him couldn't help but say, "Once your decision is announced, I guess those corporate customers may hope that there will be a substitute product on the market sooner than the competitors of AI's Xiao edging. If there is a substitute, they may immediately change it and not use AI's Xiao edging. Xiao Yu immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's not a substitute at all. I like to see them being unhappy, but having to pay for the AI's Xiao edging, it's impossible not to use it, because the powerful AI technology of Lingjing technology can really improve production efficiency. However, if Xiao Yu doesn't do this, it will inevitably lead to that even if the technological productivity has improved, individual employees can create more labor surplus value per unit time, but they can't share the labor surplus value, because capital will definitely find ways to take it all away. The advancement of technology and productivity has led to capital exploiting workers more ruthlessly, because since AI can eliminate the need for people in many scenarios, the first thing that bosses think of is why not let AI replace people? Then they lay off people, and the wages originally paid to people will become the company's increased profits, right? Isn't this just more exploitation? If it is allowed to develop, it will inevitably lead to such a result. The progress of science and technology and productivity has not benefited the masses, but has become a weapon for exploiting all living beings. What is the difference from the Blue Star world? For Xiao Yu, who was deeply influenced by the thoughts of the great man, such a result is absolutely unacceptable to him. Xiao Yu, for the technological products he created, even if they cannot benefit all living beings, at least they cannot be used as a weapon for exploiting all living beings. The promotion of the enterprise version of AI's Xiao edging was thus determined. Xiao Yu then posted a dynamic on his personal Weibo: "The progress of science and technology should bring universal benefits." The original intention of Lingjing technology to develop AI's Xiao edging is to let it assist users like a personal assistant to support executives, and as a productivity tool to improve people's work efficiency and create more value increments per unit time. If the emergence of AI's Xiao edging leads to unemployment, the progress of science and technology productivity has not benefited the masses, but has become a weapon for enterprises to exploit workers. This is undoubtedly contrary to our original intention. If this is inevitable, we would rather stop the operation of AI's Xiao edging. There is no doubt that we hope that AI's Xiao edging can become a technology that benefits the general public, so we decided to divide AI's Xiao edging into enterprise version and personal version, and charge a high fee for the enterprise version. The enterprise version needs to pay a high fee of 1.5 million yuan per month to use AI's Xiao edging, and the monthly fee for the personal version is 300 yuan. You can unpack and purchase a single productivity tool, and the cheapest one is only 30 yuan. The monthly fee of 1.5 million yuan for the enterprise version can support up to 500 devices running at the same time, and the personal version can support up to 5 devices running at the same time. The functions of the two versions are almost the same. The pricing strategy of the enterprise version is much higher than the personal version, with the purpose of giving AI's Xiao edging to workers as a productivity tool and means of production, so that the majority of workers can take the initiative. Your boss will have 3 choices: either be willing to pay the high enterprise version fee, or give up using AI's Xiao edging, or improve the company's efficiency through the employee's own personal version of AI's Xiao edging, and employees will have higher bargaining power. In this charging model, when your boss can only choose one of the 3, only the third option has the lowest cost, which is also a mutually beneficial and win-win choice. We hope to protect the basic interests of workers in this way. The labor surplus value created by the progress of scientific and technological productivity cannot be entirely occupied by capital. Workers should also get a share, right? Without Xiao edging, we have to work overtime for 996, and with Xiao edging, we still have to work overtime for 996. Isn't the progress of scientific and technological productivity in vain? Please, I didn't save the manuscript and stayed up late, so the update was not on time. Sorry. Chapter 88, Huge Response. As soon as Xiao Yu's Weibo post was released, it immediately caused a huge response on the internet, and attracted heated discussions and reposts from countless netizens. However, many media outlets that are keen on reposting topics on the Weibo posts of bigwigs in the technology circle seem to have not seen Xiao Yu's Weibo post at this moment, and very few media outlets reposted and reported on his Weibo post. However, in this developed era of self-media, many netizens and self-media outlets are spontaneously reposting it, and still widely disseminating his Weibo post. After all, Xiao Yu is no longer the same as he was in the past. He is now a top-tier blogger with tens of millions of fans, and he has a huge traffic effect, Unlike before when he only had hundreds of thousands of fans. Even if there is no media competing to repost it, it has become popular due to the spontaneous reposting and discussion by the majority of netizens. I am once again attracted by Brother Xiao. This is an entrepreneur with conscience. Mr. Wang, the money belongs to you, I admit it. Why should I give it to them? Zhang Mazi, how to settle the accounts is your business. To me, money is money and people are people. Apply for World Heritage. Shiba Inu JPG. I misunderstood Brother Xiao. It turns out that he is on the side of us workers. To be honest, this Weibo post shocked me greatly. I was shocked that Brother Xiao's action was undoubtedly against human nature, and he said it so openly in front of the world. This requires great determination, because it is very offensive. I think Brother Xiao must know how much causal trouble he will bring to himself by saying so openly in public. I really admire him from the bottom of my heart. Not everyone can make such an anti-human decision. Brother Xiao is now drawing a clear line with the Wang Lao men. How can those Wang Lao men be decent after he did this? They must hate him to death in private. It's bad. I feel that Brother Xiao will definitely face a lot of trouble in the future. Those Wang Lao men will definitely unite to target him. Protect. Brother Xiao is protecting the interests of our group of workers. We must speak out to support Brother Xiao. We can't let Brother Xiao be isolated and helpless and be defeated by the Wang Lao men. Hurry up and launch the paid personal version of AI Xiaojing. I can still afford the 300 yuan monthly fee for the whole package, and I won't even blink at the 30 yuan monthly fee for a single item. What's more, this is a means of production that can be negotiated with a boss. To be honest, I don't envy Brother Xiao for being the richest man at all. On the contrary, I'm happy. +1, I second the motion. Brother Xiao will regain the title of the richest man sooner or later. It doesn't matter if it's sooner or later. If Lingjing Technology hits the daily limit today, it will regain the title of the richest man. It's just that the current stock price is too expensive. It costs nearly 100,000 yuan to buy one hand. Otherwise, I have to buy some at least. By the way, when will Brother Xiao split the company's stocks? Do a 1-to-10 split or something, so that we small investors can also get on board. Please use it a little, my family members. Brother Xiao has given the chips to the hands of the workers. Don't be stupid enough to lose the chips and cry and shout that Xiaojing stole your job. Xiaojing can even write code as efficiently as a programmer. I was worried that my boss would optimize me out of the programmer before. Now I am relieved. My company is not a big company. My boss cannot afford the 1.5 million monthly fee for the enterprise version. Haha, thank you Brother Xiao. My boss optimized me out the day before yesterday because he felt that the free Xiaojing did not need me. He just called me and asked me to go back to work. I guess he saw Brother Xiao's Weibo. Yes, our company is not big and cannot afford the 1.5 million monthly fee. Then you have to tell your boss that if you want to go back, you have to pay more. It is necessary. Xiao Yu's Weibo today shocked countless people. When the majority of passers-by and netizens saw it, they either became fans on the spot or their favorability soared. Because anyone with a normal mind can see that Xiao Yu is helping the workers to fight for their interests. It is hard for people like him not to be liked by the workers. Moreover, many workers are not rich but not stupid. They know that Xiao Yu's behavior will inevitably offend a group of Wang Lao Yi. They can become a member of Wang Lao Yi and exploit them. As a result, they are unwilling to sit at the same table with Wang Lao Yi and stand on the side of the vast group of workers. This makes many workers respect Xiao Yu. At this moment, while Xiao Yu's Weibo post caused a huge response, his Weibo account fans are also skyrocketing, with 700,000 to 800,000 followers per hour, and sometimes even more than 1 million in an hour. At this speed of increase, it takes more than 10 million new followers a day. Even some people who have never played Weibo or have cancelled their Weibo accounts long ago re-registered their accounts to support Xiao Yu, just to follow and support him. As the news fermented, in the afternoon, the stock price of Lingjing Technology, which had been adjusted for 2 weeks, also strengthened strongly in the afternoon. The long funds formed a joint force, and investors saw such market feedback as a positive stock price. Xiao Yu decided to launch an enterprise version of AI Xiaojing, with a monthly fee of an astonishing 1.5 million yuan. If a large enterprise with thousands or tens of thousands of employees needs to use AI Xiaojing, the annual fee paid for it will be 200 to 300 million yuan. Even if the enterprise version is too expensive and no corporate customers buy it, investors will see that Xiao Yu's Weibo post today is popular, and the willingness to pay for the personal version will definitely exceed the market's original expectations. Moreover, the base is there, and the total revenue will definitely exceed the enterprise version. Originally, Lingjing Technology was in a leading position in the AI track. If the user's willingness to pay was not determined before, it would be difficult to estimate the profitability of AI Xiao Yu. However, after many companies laid off employees recently, Xiao Yu took the opportunity to post such a Weibo post and directly won the hearts of the people. He received the support of countless workers, which minimized the resistance of the majority of users to pay. Most people are willing to pay for AI Xiao Yu, and some even think that AI Xiao Yu has such a powerful productivity attribute. As a means of production, the monthly fee of the personal version of the whole bucket is only 300 yuan, which is definitely too low. Investors felt such market feedback signals and realized that this would inevitably become a super strong performance growth point. They directly went long on Lingjing Technology. At about 13:49 in the afternoon, Lingjing Technology stock price rose to 1,075.81 yuan, up plus 20.00% to close the daily limit, and the company's market value climbed to 933.8 billion. The company's stock price was halved to 609.91 yuan compared with a previous price. Today, it has returned to the 1,000 yuan stock price again, and the cumulative increase has reached plus 76.39%. If there is another consecutive daily limit in the next trading day, there is no need for a daily limit. As long as it rises by plus 17.67%, Lingjing Technology stock price will break through the historical high of 1,265.89 yuan and set a new high. With this daily limit today, Xiao Yu's personal net worth has risen to 476.5 billion, surpassing the nominal net worth of 455 billion of the founder of Nongfu Spring, and retopped the position of the richest man in China. When netizens heard the news, they rushed to Xiao Yu's Weibo to leave comments such as "Congratulations to brother Xiao for taking the title of the richest man," XXX sent a congratulatory message, etc. For Xiao Yu to become the richest man, everyone is not jealous, but very supportive and happy to see him become the richest man. Because of his Weibo post, everyone knows that he is not Mr. Wang, and he has drawn a clear line with Mr. Wang, and even risked defending Mr. Wang to protect the interests of the majority of workers from being exploited. In this way, it is hard not to win people's hearts. The next day, Lingjing Technology headquarters. Not long after Xiao Yu came to the company this afternoon, Yun Shu came to his office and brought a message. Old Su, who is in Liancheng, called back half an hour ago. He said that General Yu has agreed to personally lead a team to learn how to coach the operation of our company's supermarkets. Old Su said that he refused to come no matter how he was invited before. Yesterday, General Yu saw your Weibo post and suddenly called Old Su in person today and agreed. At this moment, Yun Shu was talking to Xiao Yu about this. Lingjing Technology also has food processing and grain trading businesses, and last year Xiao Yu acquired a large supermarket in Linzhou City. These arrangements are to better connect with the cross-border grain transportation of the Blue Star world. In addition to this hidden purpose, Xiao Yu also saw that he was mainly engaged in high-tech industries, and the threshold for the general public to join Lingjing Technology was high. However, traditional industries such as food processing and supermarket operations do not require too high technical requirements. Even if you have a junior high school education, you can be fully competent for most positions. It just so happens that Xiao Yu also needs to engage in food processing and supermarkets, so he will take advantage of the situation to lead a group of general public to the road to wealth within the scope of his ability. The problem is that Xiao Yu himself is playing with high technology. He has no traditional experience in running supermarkets, and he does not want to rely on the high profits of Lingjing Technology to support supermarkets. Although it is also a solution, it is ultimately a problematic model and unsustainable. Obviously, Xiao Yu hopes that the employees in this area will not rely on the blood transfusion of the technology business, and can rely on their own business to operate in a virtuous and positive cycle. Thinking of the great success of the Pandongle model in Liancheng, Xiao Yu decisively sent people to Liancheng to invite General Manager Yu to come out, hoping that General Manager Yu would bring a team to guide Lingjing Supermarket and pass on the experience of Pandongle to Lingjing Supermarket. However, General Manager Yu had previously found various reasons to decline, because the Pangdonglai model is difficult to go beyond Liancheng. It has been tried before, but all failed due to various resistance factors. Su Changming, the CEO of Lingjing Technology, learned that General Manager Yu was unwilling to come, so he arranged the company's work a few days ago, and then went to Liancheng in person to visit and invite General Manager Yu to come out, but he still failed. Just yesterday, the Weibo post posted by Xiao Yu caused a huge response on the entire network. Although most media did not report it much, it still became popular. General Manager Yu happened to see netizens discussing this matter, and called Su Changming in person today. This surprised Su Changming. He thought he would return empty-handed, but he did not expect General Manager Yu to suddenly take the initiative to contact him and agree. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, full of expectations. Obviously, Mr. Yu read Xiao Yu's Weibo post and found that Xiao Yu was different from other entrepreneurs. That Weibo post offended Mr. Wang. He changed his mind and gained confidence, so he decided to come out again. At this moment, Xiao Yu learned that Mr. Yu agreed, and he couldn't help but smile. Finally agreed. If Lao Su couldn't invite me, I would have made time to visit him in person in 2 days, Yun Shu said. It's crucial that he can see your Weibo post, so that Mr. Yu thinks that you are sitting at the same table, so he agreed. It's unexpected, but also reasonable. Xiao Yu nodded and agreed with the analysis of the beautiful assistant, and then asked, when will Mr. Yu come to Linzhou? Has Lao Su asked. Hearing this, Yun Shu replied, tomorrow he will take a team to fly to Linzhou with Lao Su. Xiao Yu immediately said, tomorrow? Okay, you go and arrange the schedule, and I have to personally meet and entertain him tomorrow. Out of courtesy, Xiao Yu also affirmed that he would receive him in person, not to mention that he was asking someone to help. Yun Shu nodded, okay. The next morning, Xiao Yu put aside his work at Lingjing Technology and Avic Linfa E Company, and made time to personally go to the terminal of Linzhou Airport to receive the guests. There were many plainclothes bodyguards accompanying him. After all, now is different from the past, he is already a top celebrity. Now Xiao Yu doesn't have to worry about being squatted in the bushes by shareholders and shouting Damasha gangs, but he may also have people rushing up to ask for a photo or something. These are not the main points. The main point is to prevent Mr. Wang from causing trouble. Xiao Yu still has some safety awareness in his mind. Huh? Isn't that Brother Xiao? A passerby noticed Xiao Yu and couldn't help but stop to watch, curious about who he was waiting for at the terminal. After a while, Su Changming and Mr. Yu showed up at the terminal with their team. A buddy who was curious and stopped to watch obviously knew Mr. Yu, and couldn't help but secretly exclaimed, wow! Isn't that Mr. Yu, Fat Donglai? Why did he come to Linzhou City? It turns out that Brother Xiao is here to receive Mr. Yu. Could it be that Fat Donglai is going to open a new store in Linzhou? This buddy did not forget to take out his mobile phone from his pocket, open the camera to shoot a short video, and post it online. At the same time, Mr. Yu was quite surprised to see Xiao Yu come to receive him in person. As the founder of Lingjing Technology and the current richest man, Xiao Yu's personal visit to the terminal was a sign of respect, which gave Mr. Yu more confidence in this trip to Linzhou. The first meeting was also inevitable with some greetings and courtesies, and then the group took a special car to leave the terminal. Mr. Yu had rejected Su Changming many times before, not because he didn't want to, but because he was worried that he would encounter many obstacles at that time and it would end up in vain. Whether it can be successful depends on whether the helmsman is really willing to make concessions. President Yu didn't want to ruin his reputation, and he didn't want to be used by someone with ulterior motives. He had encountered this kind of thing before. The other party was sincere at the beginning, but he just wanted to use the influence and reputation of Pang Donglai for personal gain. But President Yu decided to take a risk again. Because he saw Xiao Yu's Weibo post, which made President Yu see that he was a person with firm beliefs and the same kind of people. So he agreed. At the same time, the news that the boss of Pang Donglai appeared in Linzhou City and was received by Xiao Yu also spread on the internet, which once again attracted attention, heated discussions and speculation. Wow! Is Pang Donglei going to open a store in Linzhou? As a local, I was instantly ecstatic. Brother Xiao went to the airport to pick him up in person. It seems to be related to Lingjing Technology. What the hell? Isn't Lingjing Technology a high-tech company? Isn't Pang Donglei a traditional retail supermarket? How can these two get together? This is unscientific. It seems that you don't know much about Lingjing Technology. Last year, this company crossed over to engage in food processing and grain trade, and also bought a retail supermarket in Linzhou. Yes, Lingjing Technology, in addition to its main business of high-tech, also has traditional businesses such as food processing and retail supermarkets. Previously, it was rumored that Brother Xiao crossed over to engage in food processing and retail supermarkets in order to set up some traps for Penghu Capital. Now it seems that this is not entirely the case. They invited General Manager Yu from Pang Donglei to come here, probably hoping to do a good job in these businesses. Pang Donglei is also a good company, and General Manager Yu is also a conscientious entrepreneur. Is there really such a conscientious entrepreneur? I don't believe it. Seeing is believing. Unless Donglei opens a store here, I can see it with my own eyes to know whether it is true or not. Shiba Inu JPG, that's right, I don't believe it either. Come open a store here and let me come and have a look. Slanting smile JPG, wow, I have heard your wishful thinking abroad. Manual funny, to be honest, I don't understand those big bosses. They can't spend all the money they earn in their lifetime, but they are still desperately exploiting the wages of the bottom employees. Donglei's original words, such people are nothing. The next day, Xiao Yu came to the location of the Lingjing supermarket in the center of Linzhou City. These few days he planned to solve the problem of food supermarkets. Today the supermarket closed early, but all the employees of the retail supermarket and food processing department came to the supermarket and gathered in the supermarket lobby. It was Xiao Yu who called everyone together. I think not many people don't know the old man next to me. He is Mr. Yu, the founder of Donglei. At this moment, Xiao Yu smiled and looked at everyone. The word old man used in the introduction was not disrespectful, but polite. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, all the employees present applauded. After a while, he smiled and continued, Brother Donglei can personally come to Linzhou to lead the team to coach and train our Lingjing supermarket. There is no doubt that this is exciting and happy. Today I specially invited the old brother to come and talk to everyone and share his ideas. We should also learn with an open mind. After speaking, everyone applauded again, and Xiao Yu handed the microphone to Mr. Yu, and then stepped aside. Hello, everyone. I'm Yu Donglei. After a brief self-introduction, Mr. Yu got straight to the point. I personally built the first supermarket in China that is 100% trustworthy to the people. I am determined to ensure that people in every household have access to clean and hygienic food. More than 20 years ago, I donated 20,000 yuan to support the country's construction of aircraft carriers. It's not because I have a big vision, but I just hope that our country can become stronger. I insisted on exchanging sincerity for sincerity, and gradually gained the trust of local people. Later, in order to protect employees from harassment by evil forces, they burned my store to ashes, and the loss of 8 lives made me heartbroken. When I most wanted to give up, the encouragement and help of thousands of old customers made me stand up again. In order to repay this favor, I vowed to make Pang Donglei the best and truly serve the people of Don. I think it is not my own credit that Pang Donglei can reach its current scale, but it is the thousands of ordinary people who have pushed Pang Donglei to the peak. Therefore, we gradually developed a strong sense of social responsibility and mission. When the country is in trouble, we will never make money from the national disaster. I require my employees to be filial to their parents and understand life, because happiness and joy can be passed on. Holding the microphone in his hand, President Yu paced back and forth among the crowd in the hall. The employees who were listening to the lecture had been looking forward to it for a long time. Of course, they knew what Xiao Yu meant by inviting President Yu. Everyone knew that this was to make the retail supermarket sector under Lingjing Technology follow the model of Pang Donglei. The people present were all employees, working in the supermarket at home. Now the salary is higher than that given by the original boss, because after being acquired by Lingjing Technology, everyone also followed the company's salary increase adjustment and increased by 35%, and it has been increased twice. However, because the salary base was low before, the monthly salary of ordinary employees was only more than 2,200 yuan. After 2 rounds of increase, it is only more than 4,000 yuan now, which is still nearly twice the salary of Pang Donglei. Now that the boss invited President Yu to follow the Pan Donglei model, they were naturally excited and strongly supported it. After a while, President Yu looked up at the ceiling and continued as if recalling something. The lowest income of Pan Donglei's employees now is more than 7,000 to nearly 8,000 yuan for the lowest department last month. More than 7,600 is after deducting Social Security, including the personal contribution. Many of them are more than 8,000 yuan. Because we dare not pay too much, it is normal to pay 10,000, at least we pay employees such high salaries, and we still have a net profit of 5%. I dare not think about it. We originally thought that we would be very happy to have a net profit of 20 million last year. If it was less than 20 million, we would close down. It would be meaningless to work if it was less than 1 point, then we really made 100 million, which is normal. At that time, we sold more than 2 billion, but who knew that we would make more than 3 billion by the end of the year? We thought we could make 20 million, but who knew that we would make 140 million by the end of the year? Moreover, the salaries of employees are constantly rising. The salaries of Pan Donglei have never stagnated. At this moment, General Manager Yu was describing some of the situations of Pan Donglei, and all the employees of Lingjing supermarket were listening with great anticipation. They worked in the supermarket, so of course they knew the name of Pan Donglei, and naturally they also knew the treatment Pan Donglei gave to its employees. Because their boss Xiao Yu decided to invite General Manager Yu to come and coach and train their supermarket to follow the Pan Donglei model, the salary and benefits would most likely be aligned with Pan Donglei. Chapter 90, not mentioning myself in every word, but talking about myself in every sentence. In the supermarket hall, as President Yu finished his speech, Xiao Yu walked to the middle with another microphone. He said as he walked, "Yesterday I chatted with CEO Lao Su and asked him about his experiences in Liancheng. He told me that stores across the country are deserted, but Pan Donglei's supermarket is crowded with people, and business is booming. Lao Su told me that he once saw a customer who drove 100 or 200 kilometers to Pan Donglei supermarket just to stock up on some daily necessities for a healthy meal." President Yu on the side couldn't help but smile, but didn't say anything and let Xiao Yu play. At this moment, Xiao Yu continued calmly and confidently, "Old Su told me that when you go to Pan Donglei supermarket, it means you no longer need to look at the ingredient list of the goods. All manufacturers who play word games here are rejected because Pan Donglei has its own professional food testing center. If you want to put your products on the shelves of Pan Donglei, you have to go to the testing room first. Once the test fails, it will be directly refused to be put on the shelves. You don't need to worry about whether he writes the ingredients or the ingredient list. All you need to do is choose the products you like, and leave the rest to Pan Donglei. Although it is just a supermarket and what an enterprise should do, it has become a benchmark in the industry." At this point, Xiao Yu paused, paced left and right for a while, then stopped and looked around at everyone. "There is a question I have always wanted to figure out. Can an enterprise still make a full profit and have a surplus while fully guaranteeing workers vacations and benefits? I think Lingjing Technology can definitely do it, but the persuasiveness is still not enough, because Lingjing Technology is a high-tech company with high added value and high profits." Xiao Yu changed the subject, "But as a traditional retail company with low profit margins, Pan Donglei has done a social experiment for all of us, proving that even in a low-profit industry, companies can still make full profits and have surpluses while fully guaranteeing workers vacations and benefits. This is more convincing than Lingjing Technology, and it also proves that the reason why workers are poor is not laziness but exploitation, and the essence of 996 is not the backwardness of productivity, but the greed of capital." At this time, President Yu couldn't help but smile and said, "Brother Xiao, as the new richest man in China, it is really valuable for you to say such words." Xiao Yu smiled leisurely, turned to look at everyone and said jokingly, "I heard that President Yu crossed the line a few months ago. I went to search for relevant information. I agree that President Yu has crossed the line a long time ago." At this moment, Xiao Yu said in a serious tone, "A boss with only a dozen stores under his control can have such a great influence and be scolded so harshly, so he must have done something too much. For example, he has too good control over the quality of goods, protects the rights of consumers, and pursues employee welfare. In the eyes of some people, he has already crossed the line, and crossed a big line." As soon as these words came out, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Yu didn't mention himself at all, and every sentence was about himself. Everyone knew that a series of operations starting with the 10 billion subsidies for retail investors were much more aggressive than Mr. Yu's crossing the line. After a moment, Xiao Yu said in a serious tone, although Mr. Yu is also a famous entrepreneur, if someone scolds him, it can be considered as destroying the business environment. When other entrepreneurs are scolded, they will immediately say that you are destroying the business environment. Isn't this amazing? It's okay to scold Mr. Yu. After all, it's really hard for Fat Donglei to open up. What kind of environment can be destroyed by scolding? When Xiao Yu said this, it immediately caused laughter in the room. Everyone suddenly felt that the boss was quite talented in stand-up comedy. Mr. Yu was a little embarrassed to be praised so highly in front of others, but he was also a little happy in his heart to be recognized and recognized. Mr. Yu could also say the things Xiao Yu said with confidence, but it would be more convincing when it came from someone else's mouth. At this moment, Xiao Yu still said leisurely, the greatest advantage of Mr. Yu is that he really practices that the rich will bring the rich later. How many entrepreneurs also swore so at the beginning, but what happened after they became rich? Oh, they ran too fast, and disappeared in a flash. Xiao Yu coordinated his body language and rich facial expressions with one hand. If you ask him, what are you going to do about that? That, leading the rich later? Hey, this is very difficult. The rich later lead, and lead. The rich later lead, but can't. Ha ha ha. The people present laughed again. Everyone heard that Xiao Yu's words were not only praising Mr. Yu, but also praising himself secretly. Not a word mentioned himself, but every sentence was related to himself. At this time, Xiao Yu said cheerfully, Boss Yu is different. He is really leading. Boss Yu doesn't want to be the richest man. I guess he can't be the richest man. The richest man is here. Xiao Yu pointed at himself as if he was not afraid of being humiliated, which made everyone present laugh again. Xiao Yu continued, but, although Boss Yu is not the richest man, he can let his employees pay the down payment in the local area without asking for money from their families. As soon as this was said, everyone cheered and gave warm applause. Boss Yu, who was also present, felt more and more that it was right to agree to come to Lin Cao this time. He was more and more confident that the Pang Donglei model would take root and grow in Lin Cao. Xiao Yu said again, then as the richest man, I must let my employees pay the down payment in Lin Cao City with their own wages, right? Everyone cheered and applauded again when they heard this. Xiao Yu gestured and everyone quickly quieted down. He added, Brother Donglei is not the richest man, but he can make his employees able to pay the down payment in the local area with their salaries. As for me, I want to dare to cross the line in front of Brother Donglei. At this point, Xiao Yu tilted his head to glance at President Yu, then looked around at everyone and smiled. Not only do I want my employees to be able to pay the down payment without asking their families for money, but they can also afford to buy a house in Lin Cao in full with their salaries alone, even if you're just a cleaner in a supermarket. Everyone cheered again and applauded. Xiao Yu turned to look at President Yu and said with a smile, Brother, you don't mind if this is a boundary crossing, right? President Yu immediately laughed and said, haha, just cross it. The atmosphere at the scene also became very relaxed and lively. After this little episode, Xiao Yu looked around at everyone again and said, Today I officially announce that the retail supermarket business under Lingjing Technology will be fully handed over to the Pang Donglei team for training and guidance for the next period of time. It will follow the Pang Donglei model and Pang Donglei standards. At last, Xiao Yu smiled and said, I invited Brother Donglei here this time. I hope that everyone can learn humbly from the advanced business philosophy of the Pang Donglei team. The employees present nodded repeatedly, and Xiao Yu continued, the company's main business has a high profit. Even if the retail supermarket business is not profitable, there is no pressure for the company to share some of the profit to maintain everyone's high wages. But this is ultimately unsustainable and irregular, and it is not the result I want to see. If this is the case, why should I bother with all this? Wouldn't it be more convenient for you all to go home and have your children, and I will pay you salaries regularly? But this is obviously not advisable. What if the company's core business is not so profitable? Therefore, we still have to find a way to sustainable development and be self-reliant, and the Pang Donglei model proves that there is such a way. In the early stage, I will let the company provide sufficient financial support for the retail supermarket business for a period of time, with the intention of giving it a hand and sending it on its way, but it will not be a single item transfusion without a bottom line. Whether it can continue for a long time depends on the efforts of everyone present. I don't expect the retail supermarket business segment to bring much profit to the company. As long as you can achieve self-sustaining blood circulation without relying on the company's continuous transfusion, have a net profit margin of 2 or 3 points, and allow the company to operate sustainably, that's enough. Chapter 91, Xiaomi is looking for graphene battery supply business. As for the retail supermarket business, Xiao Yu himself did not expect to bring much profit to the company. He only had 2 expectations. Internally, he could be self-reliant while ensuring high income for employees, and could maintain and achieve surplus without relying on continuous transfusions from the company. Externally, he should fully protect the rights and interests of consumers, and could not maintain the operation and high income of internal employees by means such as selling inferior goods as good ones. As long as these 2 points can be achieved, it will be a success. In a low-profit industry, it is necessary to ensure that employees are not exploited and have high wages, high incomes and high welfare, and to ensure that customers on the consumer side do not buy inferior goods as good ones, and to ensure that the supermarket can have a surplus and operate sustainably. Then the only way is to prevent the boss from occupying the vast majority of profits and labor surplus value alone. In essence, the problem is still solved from the perspective of distribution. It is precisely the word distribution that is the key core of the Pan-Donglai model. It is because General Yu is willing to make profits as the boss that the Pan-Donglai model has been pushed to the peak. If the boss is unwilling to make concessions, there will be 3 results. First, employees are exploited due to low income. Second, consumer rights are infringed. And third, both employees are exploited and consumer rights are infringed. The key to the success of the Pan-Donglai model lies in distribution, that is, the boss of the company is willing to distribute 90% of the vast majority of the profits to all employees, and he can only take less than 10% of the profits. This is also the fundamental reason why the Pan-Donglai model is difficult to spread. Capital is eager to take away 99% of the profits. It is 10 times or 100 times more difficult to touch the interests than to touch the soul. How many people in the world can go against human nature like Mr. Yu and Xiao Yu? It can be said that they can be counted on one hand. But on the other hand, although Xiao Yu is also a big boss of capital on the surface, he is not a capitalist in his bones, because capitalists will never do such a thing as distributing the bulk of the profits to all employees. After about 20 minutes, Xiao Yu explained some matters to the management team of the retail supermarket and left. The matter here was also over. After leaving the supermarket, he did not return to his villa, but turned to the headquarters of Lingjing Technology. The matters in this area have been arranged in place. Xiao Yu does not need to keep an eye on it. He only needs to wait for the Pan-Donglai team to complete the training and counseling work and introduce its model. Then he can see the final results. The employees working in this retail supermarket are undoubtedly doubly cherishing their jobs now. Many people are secretly glad that they joined early, otherwise it may not be so easy to get a job application in the future. More vacations and high benefits will not cause employees to be lazy or slack off. This has been proven by the great success of Pan-Donglai. On the contrary, employees are worried that the supermarket will go bankrupt due to poor management and they will never find a second such good job. After all, they are not high-tech talents. The same job position will definitely not be treated like this in other places. Because bosses like Mr. Yu and Xiao Yu are hard to come by, they naturally do not want the supermarket to go bankrupt, and they will work hard and not be lazy. Xiao Yu also made it clear that he didn't expect them to make much profit for the company. The boss didn't care about the small amount of money in this area. How much money can be made will be shared by all the employees of the retail supermarket. In the early stage, they will help and send them on their way, but they will not continue to transfuse blood without a bottom line. If you want to keep this high welfare job for a long time, you must be self-reliant. Chairman's office. Come in. Yun Shu knocked on the door and came in. Xiao Yu, who was sitting at the desk, looked up and glanced at the beautiful assistant who walked slowly, and then took out a document from the folder on the table and handed it to her. I have decided to divest the company's food processing, grain trade and retail supermarket businesses, and separate them from Lingjing Technology to establish a subsidiary, which will be wholly owned by Lingjing Technology. After all, these 3 businesses are traditional industries, and it is more reasonable and scientific to divest them and let them develop independently. By divesting them, Xiao Yu did not throw them aside and let them develop, but planned to drive a group of workers and farmers to get rich through these traditional industries, so he hoped that these industries could become bigger and stronger, rather than blowing a gust of winds and nothing happened after the wind passed. Yunshu took the materials and asked, after the divestiture, will this subsidiary be financially independent, or will it be consolidated with a parent company? As long as the parent company directly or indirectly holds more than 50% of the equity of the subsidiary, it can consolidate the financial statements. There is no problem with wholly owned holdings. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment, thinking of the need for food in the Blue Star world, and immediately said, consolidate the statements. Hearing this, Yunshu nodded, well, when will the board of directors be held? This is a major adjustment of the company, and a board of directors must be voted on, and the procedures must be followed. Xiao Yu said, just these few days, you arrange a date, and there is another matter that will be voted on at the same time to complete the procedures. At this point, Xiao Yu looked at the computer on the desk. The screen showed the company's stock price chart. The current closing price is 1007.00 yuan share, and the market value has fallen back to 874 billion. After the company's stock price rose by 20 centimeters a few days ago, it has been adjusted back in the past 2 days. This is a normal market fluctuation. Xiao Yu retracted his gaze and turned to look at the beautiful assistant. The second thing is that I have decided to split the stock of Lingjing Technology, and split it into 100 shares. Many retail investors are petitioning for a stock split. Xiao Yu knows this. There are many such messages on Weibo. They want to invest in Lingjing Technology, but they don't have much money. The company's stock price has now risen to 1,000 yuan per share, and the A-share market stipulates that the minimum purchase must be 1 lot, and 1 lot is equal to 100 shares. In other words, it takes 100,000 yuan to buy 1 lot of Lingjing Technology stock now, and the total assets of most small retail investors' accounts may not be 100,000 yuan. The regulations of the domestic A-share market do not allow stock splits, but the same purpose can be achieved through high-yield transfers. The essence of high-yield transfers is the internal structural adjustment of shareholders' equity, which has no impact on the return on net assets and has no substantial impact on the company's profitability. It is just that the total amount of the company's share capital has increased, but the company's shareholders' equity will not increase as a result. The investor's shareholding ratio remains unchanged, and the total value of the stocks held will not change. In fact, it is equivalent to holding 100 shares of 100 yuan stock. After 10 shares are given for every 10 shares, the number of shares held doubles, but the price per share is halved, and it becomes 200 shares of 50 yuan stock. The total value of the two is actually the same, but the number of shares held has increased. Yunshu nodded lightly, quickly noted it, and then looked at Xiao Yu and said, Xiaomi sent a group of executives to discuss the supply of graphene batteries today, and several manufacturers in the field of new energy vehicles have also come to Lingjing Technology for research and inquiry, including Xiaomi Automobile, which also wants to configure graphene batteries. In the field of mobile power, the advantages of graphene batteries over traditional lithium batteries are very obvious. In terms of energy density, graphene batteries are 5 times or even higher than lithium batteries, which means that at the same weight, graphene electromagnetics can store more electrical energy, which is very beneficial for scenarios that require high endurance, such as new energy vehicles. In terms of charging speed, the charging speed of lithium batteries is generally 1 to 2 hours, and some fast charging technologies can be shortened to about half an hour. The high conductivity of graphene materials makes it charge very quickly and can be fully charged in a few minutes, which is very practical for scenarios that require fast charging, such as new energy vehicles. In terms of service life, the service life of lithium batteries is generally between 500 and 1000 charge and discharge cycles, depending on the model and quality of the battery, while the high strength and stability of graphene batteries can exceed 2000 charge and discharge cycles, or even longer, which means that graphene batteries have higher reliability and economy in long-term use. It can be seen that compared with traditional lithium batteries, graphene batteries have great advantages, but the biggest disadvantage is the insufficient supply of production capacity. After all, there are really too many scenarios for the use of graphene materials, and many high-end industries have a great demand for this new material, but currently only Lingjing Technology can be cheap and have the ability to mass produce. Even so, in the face of the strong demand in so many subdivided industries, it is still in short supply. At this time, Xiao Yu thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, it is better to wait for 2 years for new energy vehicles. The demand is too great. One car requires so much? How can the current production capacity supply such a large item as a car? It is better to supply it to the smartphone terminal first, and then consider the application scenarios of new energy vehicles after the production capacity is increased. Chapter 92. Charge 10% of the initial price. In the situation of too many monks and too little meat, now not only are friendly competitors in the same industry scrambling for goods, but also different industries are scrambling for goods. Because the current output is so large, none of the other graphene manufacturers are useful. If there is a second company that can compete with Lingjing technology, there is no need for Xiao Yu to beg for it. The current situation is that if this industry gets more goods, the other industry will get less. Those who get less will definitely be unhappy and even angry. At present, technology is developing rapidly and the competition is fierce. Let alone waiting for a year or two, even waiting for a few months may fall into a huge disadvantage or even be subverted. Moreover, cross-border dimensionality reduction strikes are popular now. Some companies in some industries have been staring at their deadly rivals in the same industry, defending them again and again, but they were defeated by people who have nothing to do with another industry after defending for a long time. Now is an era of multidimensional competition. It is often not your peers who defeat you, but competition from another dimension. For example, the competitor of instant noodles is not the peers, but the takeaway industry. It is not the restaurant owners who changed the catering industry, but the magnesium group Elmi. Before, Lingjing technology was swept up by public opinion, and a famous expert called Beast came out and called for Lingjing technology to openly license its technology to other manufacturers. 80 or 90 media outlets reported on this expert and drove him crazy. There was a reason for this. Many industries do not want to see Lingjing technology exclusively master the mass production technology of graphene materials. Who knows how many people in the industry have pushed it secretly. Fortunately, the country took timely action to set the tone and listed Lingjing Technology's graphene mass production technology as export control technology and national confidential technology. They knew that it was impossible to force Xiao Yu to openly license the technology, which made a group of people shut up. Now Lingjing Technology is the top supplier. As long as there are manufacturers or industries that need graphene materials, they have to ask Lingjing Technology for help. They may be unhappy or even make trouble behind the scenes, but they definitely dare not defend Xiao Yu openly. There is no other way. Lingjing Technology is the only graphene material provider in the world that can sell at a low price and in large quantities. There is no other semicolon at present. At this moment, Xiao Yu looked at the beautiful assistant and said, the company's comprehensive production capacity of graphene materials has increased from 2,000 tons to 5,000 tons this year, and the overall price will be reduced by about 20% to 25% on the existing basis. The expected revenue will increase from more than 78 billion last year to about 150 billion to 180 billion. A substantial increase in production capacity can dilute costs, which is in line with industrial logic. Xiao Yu naturally has to reduce product prices in an orderly manner, but a price reduction does not mean less profit, because the output has increased by 1.5 times. Xiao Yu's move also has the purpose of appeasing the market to a certain extent. Those who haven't received the goods should not be anxious. Our company's production capacity has doubled year after year, and the price will continue to fall. The price of getting goods later will be cheaper, so don't panic. Now all walks of life are really anxious. Those who have received the goods breathe a sigh of relief, and those who have not received the goods are very anxious, because they are worried that one day they will eat hot pot and sing karaoke, and wake up to find that they have been hit by a dimensionality reduction. At present, people are not only focusing on their peers and enemies, but also paying more and more attention to some cross-industry things. It is not good not to pay attention to cross-industry things. What if a competitor from another dimension suddenly steals your home one day? At that time, you will not even have time to react. There are too many examples of being hit by cross-industry dimensionality reduction. It is simply too numerous to mention. No one wants to be the next one. Xiao Yu asked, how many batteries does Xiaomi want? Yunshu replied, about 30 million mobile phones. Hearing this, Xiao Yu thought for a while and immediately decided, then give 600 tons of production capacity to the field of mobile phone batteries, and provide 45 million to 50 million mobile phone batteries to the mobile phone market. The graphene materials needed to manufacture batteries do not need to be the most expensive scientific research grade, Otherwise it will definitely not be able to provide 600 tons of production capacity, and even if it can be provided, few mobile phone manufacturers can afford it. The key is that it is necessary. The comprehensive production capacity of graphene materials has increased to 5,000 tons, and the proportion of military procurement will definitely drop. It is impossible to maintain a ratio of 60% to 70%. The military's demand will always be saturated, and it is impossible for all military funds to be allocated to the purchase of graphene. With the exponential growth of production capacity year after year, the amount provided to the civilian market will gradually exceed the military market in the future. This is inevitable. This time, Xiaomi sent someone to discuss the supply of graphene battery business, and Xiao Yu did not go to receive him in person. After all, Lei Jun did not come in person, so he asked other executives of the company to receive him. So many manufacturers came to investigate and discuss business. Xiao Yu had to show up for everyone, so he didn't have to do anything else. Only when heavyweight bosses and influential big names came, Xiao Yu would take the time to meet them. It would be unreasonable not to meet them. At this time, Yunshu asked, "Are there any other arrangements?" Xiao Yu thought for a moment and said, "Oh, there is one more thing. We will add another proposal to the board meeting later. We have already raised salaries once at the beginning of this year. We will raise salaries for all employees in the second half of the year. The salaries paid starting from July will be paid according to the salary increase." Yunshu was no longer as surprised as he had imagined last year when he heard this. Instead, he asked, "Is it still a 35% increase?" Xiao Yu nodded, "Yes, a 35% increase, at present. The grassroots employees of Lingjing Technology Company, not counting the people in the food processing, retail supermarket and other departments, have a monthly salary of 13,600 yuan. This time, the monthly salary will increase by 35%, which means 18,360 yuan, and this is the number that employees can directly receive after deducting Social Security. The number of employees in the company has increased to more than 6,700, and it is still expanding external recruitment." Xiao Yu added, "There is no need to follow up with the employees of the retail supermarket. If they follow the Pandonglei model, the salary adjustment will definitely be more than 7,000. The grassroots employees of the retail supermarket now receive a monthly salary of just over 4,000 yuan. Following the 35% salary increase, it is less than 5,500 yuan. By then, the Pandonglei team will still adjust it up, which will definitely be far more than 5,500 yuan, so there is no need to do anything unnecessary." After arranging these things, Xiao Yu also left Lingjing Technology and went to Avic Linfa E Company to deal with the prototype and room temperature superconducting materials. Lingjing Technology is managed by Su Changming, and Xiao Yu is very relieved about the company's operations. In the next 2 days, Su Changming also talked with Xiaomi's people about the cooperation of supplying graphene batteries for mobile phones. The proportion of battery cost in a mobile phone is relatively low. The battery of domestic mobile phones is generally around 3%, but the proportion of mobile phone batteries in the overall mobile phone cost varies depending on the brand and model. The battery cost of Apple mobile phones is not low. The cost of replacing the battery outside the warranty period accounts for nearly 10% of the price. The cost of Huawei mobile phone brand is not low either, about 10%. Xiaomi wants to get the supply of graphene batteries for 30 million mobile phones this time. Lingjing Technology has no problem with this. Xiao Yu has prepared 600 tons of production capacity for mobile phone graphene batteries, which can support the battery supply of 50 million mobile phones. The condition proposed by Lingjing Technology is that if the initial price of the smartphone equipped with a battery is less than 5,000 yuan, a single battery will be charged 500 yuan, and if the initial price of the smartphone using the battery is higher than 5,000 yuan, a single battery will be charged at 10% of the initial price. If manufacturers want to get the goods, they have to follow this agreement. Lingjing Technology refused to bargain. Chapter 93, Senior executives who left the company regretted their decision. The buyer's market has no bargaining power at all, and this is even more so for Xiaomi. What else can she do? If she wants to get the goods, she can only accept the conditions proposed by the supplier. In the end, Xiaomi had no choice but to accept it. The supply of 30 million mobile phones to Xiaomi was largely due to Lei Jun's face. It is not surprising that Xiaomi's company does not have high profits. Lingjing Technology provides screens and batteries for its smartphones. With these two major businesses, it has taken 30% of the sales of a Xiaomi mobile phone at the initial launch price, because the screen business is also charged at 20% of the initial launch price. This is equivalent to the initial launch price of a mobile phone of 5,000 yuan. Regardless of whether your sales are good or bad, whether you make money or lose money, Lingjing Technology will take 1,500 yuan first, and this money is steadily earned. As for whether Xiaomi has inventory backlog, that is Xiaomi's own business, and it has nothing to do with the upstream supplier. Moreover, Xiaomi's suppliers are far more than Lingjing Technology. For example, the chip supply depends on Qualcomm. Then the suppliers will cut a cake and divide it up. In the end, Xiaomi's profit margin will naturally not be high. There is no way. I don't have enough core technology. But it should be said that no matter what, Xiaomi can make products by asking people for help in the supply chain. It is also a skill to have goods to sell. 2 days later, Xiao Yu came to the headquarters of Lingjing Technology to hold a board meeting and passed several items that had been prepared before. Xiao Yu already has absolute control over Lingjing Technology. No one can object. Moreover, the members of the board of directors after the reorganization are basically his people. Even when Suking has the relationship of classmates and friends. But the procedures should still be followed. Lingjing Technology is now the first stock in the gem market value, not a small workshop. The first resolution passed by the board of directors this time is to divest the traditional industries food processing, grain trade and retail supermarket business, and set up an independent subsidiary, which will be wholly owned by the parent company Lingjing Technology and consolidate financial statements. The second resolution passed is the second salary increase this year. All employees of the company will receive a 35% salary increase. Salaries paid starting in July will be paid according to the salary increase. The third resolution passed is that the company intends to increase 990 shares for every 10 shares held by all shareholders. After the implementation of this plan, the company's total share capital is expected to increase from 868 million shares to 86.8 billion shares. The high send and transfer plan will be implemented in July, and the company's stock price will be X rights on the implementation date. Xiao Yu now holds 451 million shares of the company, accounting for 51.03% of the company's total share capital. After the high send and transfer, the number of shares held will become 45.1 billion shares, and the shareholding ratio will remain 51.03%. The shareholders' equity remains unchanged, the shareholding ratio remains unchanged, and the total value of the shares held remains unchanged. In fact, high dividend and transfer is equivalent to the stock split in foreign countries, which is equivalent to exchanging a 100 yuan cash note for 101 yuan notes, and the value has not changed. At around 1700 hours in the afternoon, Lingjing Technology disclosed the results of the board of directors resolution, which immediately caused a sensation in the outside world. Wow, too spicy, another salary increase. All major companies are laying off employees and cutting salaries, hiring employees and saving money, but Brother Xiao is expanding recruitment and raising salaries fiercely, raising them once every 6 months, and raising them by 35% at a time. I am so jealous. Brother Xiao, is your company still hiring security guards? A native of Linsao City, my thighs are swollen. Half a month ago, my friend asked me to go to Lingjing supermarket with him to apply for a job, but I didn't go. Then my friend was successfully hired, and I regretted not going with him. The employee posted a video of Brother Xiao speaking in the supermarket online, and then I knew about it. There is no chance now. I am also a local of Linsao. I heard that the job competition is fierce now. There are hundreds of people competing for ordinary jobs in a supermarket. It is too exaggerated, compared with the parent company Lingjing Technology, which needs high-tech professionals. The threshold of this retail supermarket is much lower, but the salary is much better than that of its peers. It is not surprising that the competition is fierce. Brother Xiao really wants to make everyone rich together. I really hope that there will be more entrepreneurs like this in society. Other bosses, oh, this is very difficult. I can't help but lead. Brother Xiao finally wants to split Lingjing Technology. I didn't expect it to be split 100 times. Now I have to buy it. Good company, good boss, be a good person, buy good stocks, get good rewards, wait for the stock split to be completed in July, and plan to make half-position long-term value investment. The next day, Stimulated by this news, Lingjing Technology opened high and went high. Tonghuishan and other market software also added the concept of high dividend and transfer to Lingjing Technology today. In just 10 minutes, the trillion-level market rose by 20.00% and easily broke through the previous high to set a new record high. The company's stock price rushed to 1,378.22 yuan, and the corresponding total market value reached 1,196.2 billion. The next day, it opened high again, with both volume and price rising, and successfully hit the daily limit. The stock price hit a new high of 1,653.86 yuan, and the market value soared to 1,435.5 billion. Many small and scattered investors who were waiting for the X-rights were so anxious that they cursed the streets when they saw such a guarantee, and cursed the main funds for their ugly appearance. They wanted to take the opportunity to raise the stock price in advance, and then wait for the high dividend transfer X-rights in July to let retail investors take over. The wishful thinking was crackling. The stock price of Lingjing Technology fell by -5.60% and -1.79% in the next 2 days respectively. At 10 a.m. the next day, Lingjing Technology announced that it had signed a super-large contract with Xiaomi Group for the supply of mobile phone batteries worth more than 15 billion yuan, providing 30 million mobile phone batteries for Xiaomi mobile phones. As soon as the news came out, the company's stock price soared in the intraday trading, and off-market funds competed to buy shares. At around 10:23, Lingjing Technology stock price surged to 1,839.92 yuan, an increase of plus 20.00% to close the daily limit, 3 times in 5 days, and the market value soared to a new high of 1,597 billion. The king of Ling is mighty. Awesome. The stocks that can withstand Ashen's bullishness are all big bull stocks. Damn, can it really reach the target price of 2,000? A retail stockholder was excited to see Lingjing Technology's daily limit again. He was so excited that he naturally held the stock, but he only bought 2 lots of 200 shares, with a cost price of 1,065 yuan, and now has a floating profit of plus 72.76%. At 10:39 the next morning, major market software pushed a message: Lingjing Technology stock price broke through the 2,000 yuan mark, up more than plus 9%, continuing to set a new historical high, with a market value of more than 1.7 trillion yuan. Zhongxin Securities really guessed it right. Ling Wang really resisted Ashen's bullish spell. A retail investor who was watching the market was also stunned. No one thought that Lingjing Technology stock price could really reach the 2,000 yuan mark. Moreover, the current price has exceeded the current price of Mayotte shares, becoming the stock with the highest single share price in the A-share market. It costs more than 200,000 to buy one hand. Most small retail investors can't even afford one hand now, and can only wait until the high dividend transfer X-rights in July. At that time, Lingjing Technology stock price fell back, and the highest point in the session was 2011.05 yuan, corresponding to a market value of 174.56 billion yuan. It has already exceeded the first row of the universe with a market value of 1.6 trillion yuan, ranking second in the A-share market, second only to Mayotte with a market value of 2.45 trillion yuan. In the afternoon, the trend continued to fluctuate and fall, and it even turned green at the end of the trading day and accelerated its plunge and fell. Hitting the bullish target price of Zhongxin Securities is itself a kind of expectation fulfillment. In addition, the stock price is so expensive, the market is so large, and there are not many retail investors participating, so they can't take it. After the close, Lingjing Technology fell -3.57% to 1,774.26 yuan, with an after-hours market value of 1.54 trillion yuan. It was overtaken by Universe First Line and became the third largest listed company in the A-share market. Lingjing Technology is definitely a target that investors in the A-share market could not avoid in the past 2 years. No one could have expected that the company's stock price would fall to 0.42 yuan a year ago, and no one could have expected that it would rise from 0.42 yuan to the current 2011.05 yuan in just about a year. From the historical lowest price of 0.42 yuan to the current high of 2011.05 yuan in about a year, the cumulative increase of plus 478,721.45% has been achieved. This is the only one in the history of A-shares. Looking at the world, It is also a very explosive return on investment, which makes Bitcoin ashamed. At the beginning, if you bought 500 yuan at the price of 0.42 yuan, you can get 2.4 million yuan now. If you bought 10,000 yuan and kept it for a year, you can get 48 million yuan now, which is directly free from wealth. Alice. If I hadn't resigned from Lingjing Technology the year before last and hadn't sold option stocks in August last year, how could I have ended up like this? It hurts. In a car on the side of the road in a certain city, a middle-aged man in his 30s was waiting for an online car-hailing order. He looked at the current stock price and market value of Lingjing Technology on his mobile phone and sighed repeatedly. He was one of the members of the early 30-something founding team of Lingjing Technology and a veteran employee. After the company went public, he also became one of the executives, but he chose to resign on his own initiative a year and a half ago. As an early member of Xiao Yu's startup company, he also received a bonus share and received an option quota of 10 million shares, of which 3.5 million shares were given directly, and the other 6.5 million option shares needed to be subscribed, but the exercise price of 0.05 yuan was unthinkable in the current secondary market. At the beginning, he only needed 325,000 yuan to exercise the option to buy 6.5 million shares. In the early stage of the company's startup, there was a lack of money and no VC venture capital was found. Xiao Yu raised money by selling option shares to employees internally, and finally raised more than 3 million to get through the difficulties. But the man chose to abandon the purchase at the time, so he only had the 3.5 million shares given. As a result, the company developed better and better under the leadership of Xiao Yu, and finally successfully went public through a backdoor listing, which made him very regretful that he did not subscribe to the 6.5 million shares at the time. The exercise price of 0.05 yuan could be won with 325,000 yuan. Even if it was sold at the company's historical lowest price of 0.42 yuan, it would still be 2.73 million, which could bring a return of 2.4 million. But what he regretted most was that he sold 3.5 million shares of Lingjing Technology at a price of 1.12 yuan in August last year. At that time, Xiao Yu was fighting with several investors, and the stock price suffered a 15-day limit down, and once fell to the lowest price in history, only 0.42 yuan per share. In fact, in June and July last year, when the stock price of Lingjing Technology rose to 50 yuan, he wanted to sell it to cash out. At that time, the market value of the 3.5 million shares in his hand was 176 million yuan, but unfortunately it was not yet the lifting period, and it would not be lifted until August. But by chance, the stock price suffered a continuous plunge in August. When the lifting date arrived, the stock price had fallen to more than 1 yuan, and at that time the whole market believed that Lingjing Technology would face forced delisting. He was also afraid of delisting and sold it. After cashing out, he took the 3.9 million to start his own business, thinking that Xiao Yu could do it, and he could do it. As a result, the company went bankrupt in 3 months, and he lost all his money and owed more than 1 million yuan. Now he can only join Didi, one of the triathlons. My heart is bleeding. If I take a wrong step, I will be doomed. At this moment, he looked at the astronomical figure of 1.54 trillion market value of Lingjing Technology, and his whole expression was a mask of pain. He regretted leaving the company. If he had not left, he might not have sold his stocks, and now he would be a super rich man worth 7 billion. The most important thing is that if he was still in Lingjing Technology, he would be a big boss in people's eyes, and he could be as high-spirited and powerful as Su Changming and Fu Kang, pointing out the world in the industry and reaching the peak of his life. Once he left, he is now in debt and has to drive an online car-hailing service. Now he not only dares not show off his identity as one of the founding team members of Lingjing Technology, but also hides it. Because if he is like this, he will not be able to show off, but will become a laughingstock. If others know, the veteran of Lingjing Technology, even if he leaves, should be worth more than 100 million yuan with the option stocks he received. How can he be able to drive an online car-hailing service? It seems that it is really not working. Leaving should be a blessing for Lingjing Technology. It hurts too much. Lingjing Technology headquarters, chairman's office. Yunshu and Xiao Yu were sitting on the sofa in the lounge area of the office. At this moment, the beautiful assistant said with a smile, The youngest richest man in the history of the country has a net worth of an incredible $785.8 billion, which is equivalent to about $117 billion in US dollars. He has become the first domestic richest man to enter the top 10 on the world's rich list, and ranks 6th, second only to Warren Buffett, the stock god with a net worth of $118 billion US dollars. What do you think? What do you think, Mr. Richest Man? Hearing this, Xiao Yu said disapprovingly, "It's just paper wealth. I'm not like you who can cash out at any time without announcing it 15 days in advance. I won't cash out, and I can't cash out." Squeezing out the water from the price-earnings ratio, according to the company's actual net assets, it should only be $96.2 billion. The company's current market value is $1.54 trillion, but the net assets at the end of the period are $188.5 billion. Not only is the price-earnings ratio very high, reaching 71 times, but the price-to-book ratio is also not low, having exceeded 8 times the price-to-book ratio. Whether it is $785.8 billion or $96.2 billion, it is just a string of numbers for Xiao Yu. A group of executives who have been following Xiao Yu's career and persisting until now have also seen their net worth rise, especially Su Changming, Fu Kang and other few veteran members who are still in the company, whose net worth is in the tens of billions. Even Yun Shu, the beautiful assistant, is now a female billionaire worth tens of billions, holding 8.5 million shares, and the market value corresponding to the current stock price has reached $15.08 billion. Moreover, Yun Shu's shareholding ratio does not exceed 5%, and it has passed the lockup period. If she wants to cash out, she can sell it directly from the secondary market at any time, without issuing a reduction announcement 15 days in advance. Of course, she listens to Xiao Yu very much. No matter how the company's stock price fluctuates, whether it rises or falls, she will not sell a single share. There is no shortage of cash now, and the salary given to her by the company alone is not enough to spend. After a while, Yun Shu couldn't help but say, "Those veteran colleagues who left in the past few years basically cashed out their stocks when the company's stock price was around 1 yuan. I think they must be very regretful when they see the current stock price." Hearing this, Xiao Yu didn't comment, just smiled and didn't say anything. More than regret? It's simply regretful. Yun Shu obviously knew that those veterans who left had sold their original shares. As soon as the restricted shares were released in August last year, their names were no longer on the list of shareholders in the third quarter. Obviously, they sold them in the secondary market at that time, and they were afraid that the company would be delisted and sold them at the floor price. It would be a strange thing to be able to hold on and not sell in August last year. After all, the whole market believed that the company was going to be delisted at that time. Even Yun Shu felt that the company was going to be finished, and wanted to sell the 3 million shares in his hand. Fortunately, she told Xiao Yu about this before she wanted to sell, and finally listened to Xiao Yu's advice. Instead of selling, she bought 5.5 million shares at the floor price, which is why she is worth 15 billion now. Chapter 94, Obtaining 180,000 acres of land to build a new headquarters for the Super Science and Technology Park. After the little episode, Xiao Yu turned to look at Yun Shu and said, "Say hello to Lao Su, ask him to walk around Linzhou City and choose an address, and then go to the relevant departments in the city to talk. The company will take 18,000 acres of land, which is 12 million square meters of land," Xiao Yu added in a deep voice. "Use this land to build the company's new headquarters, production base, R&D base, and employee living housing, etc." Yun Shu was immediately surprised. There is definitely no such a large area of land in the city center. Even if there is, we can't afford it. We can only go to the suburbs. The area of Huawei Songshan Lake headquarters is only 1,900 acres. Do we need such a large area? Hearing this, Xiao Yu smiled and said, "Just because we can't use it now doesn't mean we won't use it in the future. Take more and reserve it. If we can't use it now, we can plant more ornamental trees, gardens, parks, etc., and level the land for expansion in the future." At this point, Xiao Yu leaned back on the sofa. "We are now a large technology company. Wherever we go, we can immediately cause the surrounding land prices to soar. Even if it is a suburb that no one cares about now, if we set up our new headquarters there, the land prices there will soar. If we don't take more land for reserve now, it will be more troublesome to plan in the future." Yun Shu nodded thoughtfully. "That's true, but the area is still too large. I'm afraid the city will not approve it. Xiao Yu laughed happily when he heard it. Our company does not rely on government subsidies, and last year it was directly parachuted into Linsao City as the #1 taxpayer. The total tax paid last year was 26.5 billion. Where can you find a high-tech company whose tax payment accounts for 34% of its revenue? Huawei's is only 14%. If you don't approve it, aren't you afraid that I will move the company away? The total tax revenue of a high-tech company is usually between 10% and 20%. The reason why Lingjing Technology has such a high tax revenue ratio is that Xiao Yu did not ask for various tax incentives for technology companies. He originally needed to lower the profit margin of the company, so he did not ask for any preferential policies, nor did he find any way to avoid taxes. There is no doubt that Lingjing Technology, with such an astonishing tax revenue ratio, would be regarded as the god of wealth by the locals in any city. If it moved to another province, the provincial government would probably hold the leaders of Linsao City accountable. Because Linsao City is a third-level fiscal city, its fiscal revenue not only supports local development, but also needs to pay taxes to the national treasury and the province where it is located. If Lingjing Technology moves to another province, not only will Linsao City lose a huge source of fiscal revenue, but the province will also lose the same, and the leaders of Linsao City will be held accountable. Xiao Yu saw that Yun Shu had made a note of what he had ordered, and immediately added, the new headquarters and R&D base of Avic Linfa E Company will also be put in. When Lingjing Technology takes the land, another area will be allocated and transferred to Avic Linfa E Company. Yun Shu nodded and made a note again, and said, no wonder you want to take such a large area. If you start other new companies in the future, do you plan to do the same? Xiao Yu smiled and said, smart. There is a high probability that new companies will be established in the future. Xiao Yu's plan is to put them all together and turn this 18,000 acres, or 12 million square meters of land, into a super large independent high-tech industrial park, and all of them are companies run by himself. This makes it easier to manage, especially for confidentiality. After all, Xiao Yu knows that what he is doing are all black technology products. Building an independent high-tech industrial park can avoid the mixing of outsiders and reduce the potential risk of various spies sneaking in. Su Chengming received Xiao Yu's decision and immediately executed it. He is also a person with strong execution ability. The next day, I met with the relevant leaders of Linsao City. When I learned that Lingjing Technology wanted to take a piece of land of 18,000 mu, the city was also very shocked. After knowing the demands of Lingjing Technology, the city's leadership team immediately held a special group meeting to focus on the matter. The city attaches great importance to this because Lingjing Technology is currently the most prominent large enterprise in Linsao City. This company also gave birth to a 29-year-old richest man. This company has also become the largest taxpayer in Linsao City. As a listed company, this company is one of the top $3 trillion companies in the A-share market. This series of titles cannot be ignored. The city is very worried that if it cannot meet the demands of Lingjing Technology, it may cause this company to be abducted by others. Even several first-tier cities are very greedy. If it is really abducted, it will be crying and can't find the land. So just one day later, the city gave a reply, and the efficiency was simply the speed of light. The next morning, the city gave me a reply yesterday. It was not only efficient, but also told us to choose any piece of land within the jurisdiction of Linsao City. We would approve the land as soon as we chose it, and we would only charge 100 million yuan for the land transfer fee, Su Chengming said with a smile. He was discussing this matter in Xiao Yu's office at the moment. After a while, Su Chengming looked at Xiao Yu and added, in addition, the city also promised to guarantee that if the location we choose is relatively remote, it doesn't matter. The necessary urban infrastructure will be extended there, including schools, hospitals, roads, etc., which will be newly built in the surrounding areas. Lingjing Technology wants to take such a large area of 18,000 acres of land, which is definitely not possible in the center of Linsao City. Apart from other things, the demolition cost is absolutely unbearable. However, Xiao Yu did not plan to take land in the city. In a sense, in the long run, it is not Lingjing Technology that chooses the city center, but wherever Lingjing Technology is, it will become the new city center. This will not be reflected in the short term, but it will inevitably be so over time. Once the location of the company's new headquarters is determined, the surrounding area will prosper rapidly in the future. The company's employees have high incomes and naturally high consumption, and there will definitely be people to serve this group and make money from them. Various commercial shops will certainly appear around this area, and food, clothing, entertainment, etc. will gradually emerge. Over time, people doing business will need to buy property here, so real estate companies will also come here to buy land and build houses around it. Gradually, it will become more and more prosperous, and over time it will become a new urban area. At this moment, Xiao Yu crossed his legs and said, "The city's support is so strong, so let's choose a site as soon as possible. The support can't be small." Last year, it paid 26.5 billion in taxes, and the future prospects are broad. The city leaders also know that Lingjing Technology Company has a strong technical monopoly in the field of graphene, and future tax revenue will definitely increase. The most important thing is that Xiao Yu not only does not engage in so-called reasonable tax avoidance, but also does not apply for some special tax incentives for technology companies, and pays the full amount of taxes. Such companies are almost like offering them as the god of wealth, for fear that they will be dissatisfied with Lin Cao and move away. As long as Lingjing Technology now shows its willingness to relocate, it is estimated that many big cities will send people to negotiate the next day or even the same day. In the following days, Su Changming arranged for people to start selecting a site for the new headquarters. He even arranged for a feng shui master to participate in the process. It seemed inappropriate for a high-tech company to consider feng shui when selecting a site. This was not Su Changming's superstition about feng shui, but a fusion of traditional culture. Its cultural attributes were one of the reasons why Lingjing Technology valued it. Feng shui was not some kind of metaphysics. It was a comprehensive consideration of factors such as the geographical environment, natural climate, and architectural layout. After all, Lingjing Technology was going to build a large-scale building this time, and it also hoped to achieve the vision of harmonious coexistence between man and nature. Chapter 95, Skywine Fighter. After 10 days of survey, the address problem was solved and it was determined to be in the remote suburbs of Dongcheng, Linzhou City. This location is basically uninhabited, there is almost no conflict of demolition, and there is no infrastructure at present, but as long as Lingjing Technology decides to build its headquarters here, the necessary infrastructure will be there. It's a good place, and it will be efficient to build it. It should be no problem to move the company here within a year. Xiao Yu looked at the open suburban land in front of him and was very satisfied. At this moment, he was accompanied by several people, and Su Changming was also present. Hearing that Xiao Yu wanted to move the company here within a year, Su Changming felt that he was thinking a little unrealistic. It is probably impossible to do it within a year. Xiao Yu looked at the land in front of him and said without looking back, "I also thought it was impossible before the birth of Lei and Ho hospitals during the mask period the year before last. But it only took 10 days and 12 days to build these two hospitals from scratch. If the new headquarters cannot be completed within a year, it must be that the money has not been paid in place." Su Changming hesitated for a moment and couldn't help saying, "Is it necessary to be so anxious? As long as the money is in place, it is really not a problem to get it done within a year." Su Changming had to admit this. After all, how fast the infrastructure construction efficiency of Dongda depends on the efficiency of the payment. Moreover, this place is far away from the city, and it can be constructed in shifts 24 hours a day without interruption, without worrying about disturbing the residents. Xiao Yu retracted his gaze and looked at Su Changming, smiling. "It's urgent. We have to fight for it day and night. All industries are crying out for the shortage of graphene materials. Expanding production capacity is an urgent matter. How can you not be anxious?" Seeing this, Su Changming realized that Xiao Yu was not joking, and immediately said, "The budget for the new headquarters will be a large sum of money." Xiao Yu said straightforwardly, "I have already thought of the budget, 100 billion. Hearing this number, Su Changming was also stunned on the spot. This amount can catch up with a national-level project. "Let's go back." Xiao Yu wandered around for a while and was ready to leave. He told Su Changming, "I will give you enough money. 1 year later, I want to see my new headquarters and a full set of infrastructure here with quality, quantity and efficiency, including factory bases, R&D bases, employee residential buildings, etc." Xiao Yu gave an astronomical budget of 100 billion, not just to build an office headquarters building, which would only cost 1 or 2 billion. Hearing this, Su Changming took a deep breath, nodded and replied in a deep voice, "I understand. Once the matter was finalized, it was handed over to Su Changming to execute, and Xiao Yu himself shifted his focus to the design of the prototype of Avic Linfa E Company. At present, he has given a task to his aircraft design team, which is to let the team use brainstorming to design some cutting-edge conceptual aircraft. Xiao Yu did this to pave the way for his own real products, and then put his own products in and screen them, and finally select 3 plans for prototype manufacturing, and gradually eliminate the other 2 plans. However, Xiao Yu also encountered some design bottlenecks and decided to go to the Blue Star World again to see more aircraft models for reference. Blue Star World, Fengquan City. Xiao Yu crossed the teleportation stargate and came to the bedroom of the villa in Fengquan City. The villa now has a bionic robot beauty housekeeper, who cannot appear in the living room casually, lest the robot beauty finds out. Xiao Yu cannot absolutely guarantee whether the intelligent body of this bionic robot beauty has a backdoor set up by Vita's industrial group, so naturally he cannot let her see the teleportation stargate. Number 18, Xiao Yu walked out of the bedroom and saw the robot beauty. This was the name he gave to the robot beauty, and the inspiration came from a famous cartoon he watched when he was a child. After a while, the robot beauty came to him, and Xiao Yu asked directly, "Where are there any air shows in the world recently? When is the nearest date?" The robot beauty number 18 paused. She was searching for relevant public information on the internet. After a moment, she replied, "The North Dax is how comprehensive international air show will be held in 3 months, but 3 days later, the Incheon city in China will hold a 5-day Incheon defense exhibition, and there will also be air show projects." Hearing this, Xiao Yu pondered for a moment, and then said, "Then buy me a ticket for the Incheon defense exhibition, and arrange my schedule." The robot beauty number 18 immediately responded, "Okay, master." The Blue Star's Hongzhou Heavenly Kingdom is quite calm. On one hand, it is fighting to suppress the rebels, and on the other hand, it still has the energy to hold a defense exhibition. However, Xiao Yu is not a political idiot. It is obvious that the rulers of the Kingdom of Heaven are sending signals to the outside world through this method. There are only a few rebel forces, which is not a big deal. The army of the Kingdom of Heaven can suppress the rebellion without much effort, and it will not affect other things. After waiting for 3 cycles of sunshine on the Blue Star, Xiao Yu took the number 18 robot beauty directly to Incheon city on a flight. This time he did not bring Yan Lingjun with him. It was enough to have the number 18 robot as a guide. Some things can also be asked with confidence. There is no need to worry about revealing the truth and causing Yan Lingjun's suspicion. Moreover, the number 18 robot beauty is a product of the Vita's industrial group from abroad, and may not be completely oriented to the Kingdom of Heaven in Hongzhou. Local time in the morning. Xiao Yu arrived at the Incheon Defense Exhibition. He took the number 18 robot beauty to enter the defense exhibition smoothly with other passers-by. Incheon City does not have the favorable conditions of Xianji City. It is still necessary to wear a breathing mask outdoors, but it is not necessary to wear a breathing mask in the hall inside the defense exhibition. At this moment, Xiao Yu was in an outdoor exhibition area, and number 18 told him that there would be a flight show here in a while. After waiting for a few minutes, a roar was heard in the sky. Xiao Yu could not help but look in the direction of the sound. He saw 3 fighters flying from a distance at subsonic speed. When approaching the exhibition area, 2 of them quickly climbed at a large angle. The fighter in the middle suddenly dived to the ground. When it was 10 meters away from the ground, the strong power of the engine suddenly took the fighter to climb up quickly, forming a concave parabola. After climbing a few dozen meters, the speed dropped to 0, and then fell to the ground like a free fall. Xiao Yu was shocked to see that the fighter suddenly switched its form quickly and directly transformed into an infantry combat mecha form, and it completed the form switch in just a short time of free fall from an altitude of less than 100 meters. This is the Xiangfeng unmanned fighter. It is designed as an air and ground support combat unit. It can serve as an infantry fighting machine to support special battlefields, and it can also transform into a fighter with great air combat advantages to meet different strategic needs. The robot beauty number 18 beside him introduced it to Xiao Yu, and then added, "The Xiangfeng fighter has been in service for more than 15 years. It has super high mobility and high situational awareness capabilities. It is one of the main fighters under the Heavenly Kingdom Air Force." At this moment, Xiao Yu was greatly shocked. The scene of the fighter directly switching to the infantry fighting form in the air just now still reappeared in his mind. The little show of skill on the Blue Star World shocked him, an earthling. If this scene was placed on Earth, it would only appear in science fiction movies. Xiao Yu immediately opened the panel and searched for the Xianfeng fighter. From the publicly available data parameters, the size and tonnage of this fighter is similar to that of the J-20 fighter of the East China University of Technology on Earth. Just imagine, this is equivalent to a J-20 fighter flying in the air, and suddenly switching to the infantry fighting machine form like a transformer. That scene was quite shocking for Xiao Yu, an Earthling, who witnessed it for the first time. Judging from the public data parameters, the Xianfeng fighter has the ability to cruise at a hypersonic speed of 25 Mach. Xiao Yu was also stunned when he saw this cruising speed. This is undoubtedly an aerospace fighter that can leave the atmosphere and enter outer space, because the first cosmic speed of the blue planet is about 23 Mach. Tisk tisk tisk, even if I can get this thing from the blue planet, I dare not take it out on the Earth casually. Xiao Yu sighed secretly. It is too advanced to be placed on the Earth. It is no wonder that it is an unmanned fighter. Just look at the rapid switching of the infantry fighting machine form just performed. If there is a human pilot in it, he may be crushed on the spot because he can't bear such an overload. However, even if there is a pilot in it, Xiao Yu would not think it is so outrageous. Maybe the pilot has been strengthened by some kind of black technology, and his physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people. It is not impossible to withstand such a maneuvering overload. After all, this is the blue planet world with a technological level far beyond that of the Earth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, T-300 Armored Power Armor. The Xianfeng fighter plane that switched to the infantry fighting machine form performed several tactical shooting demonstrations on the ground, and then jumped up with great force. The big guy weighing 20 to 30 tons seemed to be free from the gravity of the planet and jumped up easily. This is because the body material of the Xianfeng fighter plane is added with nano-superconducting materials. Just relying on the planet's magnetic field can give the fighter plane different degrees of suspension force. Combined with the vector thrust provided by the engine behind the infantry fighting machine, the big guy of 20 to 30 tons can jump up as light as a feather. When the fighter plane jumped into the air, it quickly switched to the fighter plane form, and then quickly climbed at a high angle, like pulling onions from dry land. I have to admit that it's really handsome, Xiao Yu sighed in his heart when he looked at the rapidly climbing Xianfeng fighter plane. Fighter planes and mechas are both men's romance, and this Xianfeng fighter plane can have both. After watching the flight performance of the Xianfeng fighter plane, Xiao Yu also went to the exhibition hall for a close visit. The Inun Defense Exhibition is an international comprehensive defense exhibition. It not only has various weapons and equipment exhibitions of the Kingdom of Heaven, but also some weapons and equipment exhibitions from abroad. The weapons and equipment on display also cover sea, land, air, space, and electricity. Xiao Yu appears to be very calm, but in fact, he is like Granny Liu entering the Grand View Garden, and he is amazed. After a casual stroll in the exhibition hall, Xiao Yu feels that let alone a big country in the Blue Star world like Zhongzhou Heavenly Kingdom, even the national defense force of a medium-sized country on Blue Star, if it takes Earth, it is estimated that the conventional armed forces of all countries on Earth can be easily pushed down. Without a big killer like a nuclear bomb, it will definitely be unilaterally pushed and crushed. It is worth mentioning that in terms of destructive power, nuclear weapons are also one of the ceilings in the Blue Star world. After all, the use of nuclear energy is the standard of a second-level civilization, and the only thing that can match it is the ultra-high energy level polymerized plasma cannon, which is like a super magnifying glass that gathers all the energy to one point and outputs the target. The lethality and destructive power are also quite terrifying. Xiao Yu visited fighter jets exhibited by many countries in the exhibition hall. Most of the parameters are directly disclosed. Those that can be exhibited can be sold to the outside world, similar to export and foreign trade, and it is impossible to cover them all. The aircraft of Blue Star, whether fighter jets or civilian private aircraft, all use an nanostructured superconducting alloy material for the fuselage. This is an indispensable material to ensure that the aircraft can float. In the Blue Star world, this superconducting alloy is a conventional material. Whether it is military or civilian, vehicles need this material. The difference is the strength and anti-magnetic force. It is divided into military grade and civilian grade. The military grade is naturally higher than the civilian grade. However, the difference between the two grades is based on the Blue Star world. The upper limit of military products on Blue Star is higher. If it is taken to the Earth, the civilian-grade superconducting alloy material on Blue Star is also the top military product standard on the Earth. This is due to the current technological gap between the two worlds. After all, a fighter on the Earth with a supersonic cruise capability of 2.5 Mach is already the ceiling, while on the Blue Star side, the Xianfeng fighter, which has been in service for more than 10 years, can reach an exaggerated level of 25 Mach. Many intercontinental strategic missiles on the Earth can catch up, and even intercontinental missiles with a terminal speed of 25 Mach are rare. If this Xianfeng fighter appears on Earth, it will definitely be like entering an unmanned territory, explaining what the martial arts of the world are, which is indestructible except for speed. As time went by, Xiao Yu finished watching all the aircraft on display at the defense exhibition. When he was about to end this trip, he passed by an exhibition area and was attracted by a set of armed power armor exhibited here, so he came to visit it before leaving. Although the rule of this heavenly kingdom oppresses all living beings, it must be said that the design of weapons and equipment is really both beautiful and powerful. Xiao Yu looked at the armed power armor exhibited in front of him and secretly admired its design aesthetics. This set of power armor is worn by people at first glance, and it does not look bloated at all, and even looks flexible and agile. It is comparable to the military uniform designed by art students. It accurately grasps the aesthetic standards of young people. Xiao Yu also found that there are indeed many people visiting this exhibition area. Many young people are shining with their eyes, eager to wear it, and eager to have a set of armed power armor of their own. In fact, many people signed up for the army because of this handsome and cool armed power armor. Xiao Yu looked at the parameters and performance data next to him. This power armor code-named T300 can enhance human functions, improve mobility, carry powerful firepower, communication equipment and defense, and increase the battlefield lethality and survival rate of soldiers. This set of armed power armor is powered by ultra-high energy density batteries, with a ring-shaped reignition chamber on the back for heat dissipation, a life support system that can ensure that combatants can survive for 10 days without supplies, and has a complete nuclear, biological and chemical defense system and life support system. The helmet's front view display integrates an intelligence analysis system, as well as an auditory compensation system, an automatic balance system, an adaptive system, an automatic aiming system, and a motion enhancement system, which can be immune to direct attacks from most light weapons. This defense is a bit abnormal. Xiao Yu was secretly surprised when he saw the information summary of the defense coefficient. He estimated that a round of armor-piercing bullet from the main battle tank of the East China University of Technology on the Earth could not effectively break the defense of this power armor, even if it was directly confronted head-on. Moreover, the armor has a strong ability to absorb and decompose kinetic energy. Even if it withstands a shell head-on, it is difficult for the person inside the armor to die. The internal organs are still well protected and will not be instantly shocked to death. However, if it really withstands a shell attack head-on, it will basically lose its combat effectiveness if it does not die. It is difficult to kill instantly, but it does not mean that it will not be injured. This armor is not invincible. As long as it is not directly hit by a shell, the shell will explode in the surrounding area and it will basically be unharmed. It is almost immune to the shock wave and shrapnel of the shell. If this power armor is placed on Earth, facing the conventional land warfare firepower of the Earth, it can almost run rampant on the battlefield without restraint. Rifle bullets hitting the armor are just like tickling. Even if a large caliber heavy sniper hits it, the impact on it is just 1 or 2 steps back. However, on the Blue Star world, this T300 power armor can also be broken. Because the firepower of the offensive weapons on the Blue Star world is also stronger. First of all, the light standard weapons are electromagnetic rifles, and the material and kinetic lethality of the bullets are far superior to the gunpowder used in the firearms and bullets on Earth. This power armor is immune to the attack of electromagnetic rifles, but it cannot withstand the continuous and uninterrupted direct attack by the enemy's concentrated firepower, and it cannot withstand the more powerful electromagnetic cannon. If it takes a direct attack from an electromagnetic cannon head-on, it will be 100% killed on the spot. In the Central Continent Heavenly Kingdom, the T300 power armor is a standing weapon of the Heavenly Kingdom Army. As long as you serve in the army, This is the standard individual combat equipment, and it is not considered the top individual land combat equipment. Chapter 97, The Pinnacle of Heavenly Kingdom Technology, N800 Nano Weapon. As Xiao Yu was watching silently, he learned from some passers-by about a kind of individual combat equipment called N800 Nano Weapon. Hearing the description of the N800 by the natives, compared with it, the T300 was not even up to par, which immediately aroused Xiao Yu's great interest. However, the defense exhibition did not display the N800 Nano Weapon. The T300 power armor was already a very abnormal black technology in Xiao Yu's opinion, but it was not up to par with this so-called N800 Nano Weapon. After leaving the defense exhibition, Xiao Yu asked the robot beauty who was accompanying him, "Number 18, how much do you know about the N800 Nano Weapon?" "Tell me everything," the robot beauty replied immediately. The N800 Nano Weapon is the pinnacle of Heaven's individual equipment, one of the masterpieces of Heaven's highest technological level, and one of Heaven's top secret weapons and equipment. The N800 Nano Weapon has maximized portability and rapid deployment capabilities. It does not rely on any logistical support. The only logistical supply is to replace the cold nuclear fusion core engine, and one core engine is enough to support the energy consumption required for dozens of battles. The ultimate portability of the N800 Nano Weapon lies in the direct storage of nanoparticles in the human body's blood vessels, and evenly distributed throughout the body through the blood circulation system. When in dormant state, these nanoparticles will flow throughout the body with a human blood circulation system, and the human body will not have any immune rejection reaction to it. It will not cause any blockage to the human blood circulation. The smallest cell platelet in the human body is 2 microns in size, while the smallest nanostructure is only 2 nanometers in size, which is 1,000 times smaller than the smallest cell platelet in the human body. A portion of nanoparticles will be stored in a memory in the fusion core engine. When activated, it can generate an exoskeleton nano armor covering the entire body within 0.2 seconds, almost instantly completing the external armament and gaining powerful defense capabilities to ensure that the internal nanoarmament is completed. The nanoparticles in the body will be activated when they receive energy support from the core. Thanks to the powerful mimicry ability of nanotechnology, the internal nanoarmor will be armed within a blood circulation cycle, which is about 25 to 50 seconds. The specific time depends on individual differences. The internal nanoarmor uses nanomimicry ability from a microscopic scale to achieve nano-armoring at the cell tissue level, mimicking to generate stronger nanostructures. For example, muscle fiber tissue will be covered with a layer of more powerful nanomimicry structure to form nanomimicry muscle, and the core engine provides it with energy support. Under its protection, the body's organ tissue structure can withstand greater impact and blows without being damaged. Once the nanomimicry armament in the body is completed, the weak organic body will be like a body of steel, and the values of strength, speed, endurance, defense, etc. will soar exponentially, and even be able to tear the alloy armor with bare hands. Xiao Yu was stunned. Isn't this a Superman? Has the technology of Blue Star applied nanotechnology to this extent? From the microscopic scale, nanomimicry armament is carried out in the body. According to the description of the robot beauty, it is almost like putting nanostructured armor on the whole body at the cellular level. With such strength, of course, it is okay to rush around. First of all, the nanostructure in the body must be destroyed before it can damage the cellular structure of the human body. The nanomuscle fiber structure generated by mimicry is powered by the cold nuclear fusion core engine, not the biological energy of the organism. No wonder it can tear the alloy armor with bare hands. There is also a layer of fully covered exoskeleton nano-armored armor outside the body. Isn't it an extremely durable steel body that can withstand artillery bombardment without injury, which is comparable to Superman? The robot beauty continued, the powerful nanomimicry ability can mimic and generate weapons of various physical structures and styles, such as mimic nano-tomahawks, mimic nano-swords, mimic nano-shields, etc. And the mimicry generation and deployment can also be completed within 0.2 seconds. Xiao Yu instantly realized that the core of the N800 Nano Weapon is the powerful nanomimicry technology, which can mimic and copy almost any form of physical structure at the microscopic level. As long as a super strong physical structure is found, the same structure can be quickly copied through the nanomimicry ability. This nanomimicry technology is simply abnormal. Xiao Yu was dumbfounded in his heart. This time he really opened his eyes. No wonder the T300 power armor is not even on the same level as the N800 Nano Weapon. At this time, the robot beauty number 18 continued. N-800 nano-weapons have both close combat and long-range attack capabilities. The close combat method mainly depends on the fighter's own fighting skills, and the long-range attack capability is high-energy plasma polymerization rays. There are also many auxiliary skills, such as arc laser cutting, etc. In addition, N-800 also has powerful nano-repair technology. When human cell tissues or even organs are damaged, they will quickly mimic the corresponding damaged cell tissues to temporarily replace the functions of the damaged cell tissues. Xiao Yu was stunned with shock, and subconsciously said, "Doesn't that mean, let me give you an example, assuming that the human heart is completely destroyed, or the heart is gone, can we also mimic a nano-heart structure to replace the original heart?" Robot number 18 immediately nodded affirmatively and replied, "Yes, as long as it is maintained in the state of nano-weapons. The mimic nano-heart can be maintained at the same time and has the same functions as an organic heart organ, not only the heart. Any tissue and organ in the human body can be mimicked and have the same functions, including the brain. However, the brain cannot repair the consciousness mechanism formed by the human brain. If the brain is seriously damaged, it is irreversible. Therefore, the protection of the brain by the N-800 weapon is better than any limbs." Hearing the description of the robot beauty number 18, Xiao Yu couldn't help but smack his lips again, and he kept saying that he was amazed. This means that as long as the energy supply of the core engine is stable and the nano-armored state is always maintained, except for the brain, even if all the tissues and organs on the body are removed, a nano-shell can be mimicked and still alive. Moreover, indicators such as strength and speed can also show an exponential surge, which is a height that organic life can never reach. At this moment, Xiao Yu was extremely moved. "If I have this thing, I will feel more secure when I go out in the future. In public, you can turn off the external nano-armament and only maintain the internal nano-armament. Then there will be no change in appearance, and outsiders will not be able to see any clues. In fact, from a microscopic level, the blood, flesh and cell tissues in the body are attached with a layer of super tough nanostructure. There is a way to describe it called arm to the teeth, and this N-800 nano-armament is directly armed to the cells. With this thing, let alone being assassinated by a cold gun, even if you are directly hit by a cannon, you can be unharmed. Even if you are injured or even have a hole in your body, the powerful nano-repair technology can quickly mimic the generation of cell tissues and even organs in the damaged part to temporarily replace it. As long as you protect your brain and don't let others blow your head into slag in an instant, you will basically not die with the protection of nano-armament." After a while, the robot beauty number 18 opened a holographic floating display screen and pushed it in front of Xiao Yu. N-800 nano-armed can mimic nano-thrusters, have the ability to fly, and are powered by cold nuclear fusion core engines. Xiao Yu couldn't help but stop and focus his eyes on the floating screen in front of him. The robot beauty number 18 found him a video of the N-800 nano-armed that was publicly available on the internet. An N-800 nano-armed warrior jumped up to a height of tens of meters. The nano-armed on his body quickly mimicked a variety of cavity structures all over his body, completely wrapping him up, as if mimicking a warhead of a hypersonic missile about 2 meters long. Such a structure can greatly reduce air resistance, and the leg position mimics the nano-thrusters. The nano-armed warrior in the video rushed straight into the sky, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared in the sky in an instant. The robot beauty told Xiao Yu, "The overall weight of the N-800 nano-armed warrior is generally no more than 100 kilograms. With the support of powerful nano-thrusters, it has an unparalleled thrust-to-weight ratio. The human body is protected by the nano-armor in the body and will not be damaged. The maximum speed recorded has reached 20.67 kilometers per second, which is 60.79 times the speed of sound." Xiao Yu was shocked again, and almost said fuck from his mouth. The third cosmic speed of the Earth is only 16.7 kilometers per second. The maximum speed of the N-800 nano-armed is directly over 20 kilometers per second, which is more than 60 times the speed of sound, and 10 times faster than the third cosmic speed of the Earth. Chapter 98, Ways to Obtain N-800 Nano-Weapons. At this moment, Xiao Yu once even lost the thought of tossing the all-electric drive prototype for Avic Lingfei. This N-800 nano-armament has become his favorite. He is very excited about it and wants to get it. This is the real super black technology. The N-800 nano-armament can arm an ordinary person with a weak body into a steel body comparable to Superman. especially the extremely perverted nano-mimicry technology. In Xiao Yu's view, it is simply an epic black technology that can mimic everything. In theory, the bigger the brain hole and the richer the imagination, the more physical form structure can be mimicked, and it is mimicked from the microscopic level of nanometers. Of course, it is not possible to mimic and change at will. A prerequisite is that the mimicry structure must have information records in advance, which is equivalent to uploading a drawing and recording it first, and then the nano-mimicry generation and deployment can be carried out according to the drawing information. Only by perfecting and finalizing a mature physical structure first can the expected effect be achieved. Otherwise, even if the nano-mimicry generates a sword that is almost identical in macroscopic terms, if the fine structure at the microscopic scale is different, it is actually very different. It may be so strong that it can easily cut off the deck of an aircraft carrier, or it may be that the nano-mimicry itself will instantly break apart with a little force. For example, objects made of the same carbon element, the regular tetrahedron structure surrounded by each carbon atom, this lattice structure can provide very strong chemical bonds, making diamond extremely stable and hard. But the biological organic structure composed of carbon elements is fragile compared to diamond. It can be seen that nano-mimicry technology must first have a reliable design drawing to mimic and generate a reliable physical entity structure. N800 nano-armed, Xiao Yu secretly remembered this name, and he had to find a way to get it no matter what in the future. In addition, Xiao Yu also did not forget that there was an organic body, which was also very useful to him. What made Xiao Yu quite curious was that the strength of the Kingdom of Heaven was so strong that only an N800 nano-armed warrior was probably an enemy of 10,000 people, and it was actually suppressed for so many years without being solved. Moreover, among the several rebel forces, the Red Tide Army, which ranks last in terms of strength and size, still stands firm. The Heavenly Kingdom still strikes the Red Tide organization the hardest. After so many years, the Red Tide organization still exists. However, as an Earthling, Xiao Yu does not believe that only weapons determine victory or defeat, otherwise it would be impossible for Xiaomian rifles to defeat Lao Mei's planes and cannons. The Heavenly Kingdom has not yet solved the Red Tide organization. Xiao Yu believes that there must be reasons that he does not know, but he did not make a blind conclusion. After leaving the defense exhibition, Xiao Yu returned to the hotel where he was staying. He had already instructed the robot beauty number 18 to book a flight back to Fengquan City and set off in 2.5 hours. At this moment, Xiao Yu temporarily put aside the matter of the prototype. He looked at number 18 and asked, "Is there any way to get the N800 nano weapon?" Xiao Yu did not hold much hope that a robot could know much, but just said it casually. After a while, the robot beauty replied, "The N800 nano weapon is one of the pinnacle works of Heaven's cutting-edge technology, and it is also Heaven's top-secret weapon equipment. Its production volume is not high. To obtain the N800 nano weapon, one needs to gain the appreciation of Heaven's ruling elite." Hearing this, Xiao Yu was quite surprised. He didn't expect that number 18 actually provided some useful information. However, after hearing what she said, Xiao Yu had a headache again. This was not an ordinary difficulty. The robot beauty added, "In addition to this, there is another way that also has a certain possibility of obtaining N800 nano weapons." Xiao Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, "Oh? What way?" The robot beauty replied, "The Red Tide organization has also mastered this technology." When Xiao Yu heard this, he was stunned. It was obvious that his information blind spot was touched. He reacted with suspicion. How is it possible? Aren't the Red Tide organization a bunch of peasants who have nothing? How could they master the top-secret weapons of the Kingdom of Heaven? The robot beauty number 18 told him, 5 years ago, a catastrophic technology leak occurred in the Kingdom of Heaven. Linen of the Lin family of Xiandu City betrayed his family and the Kingdom of Heaven 5 years ago, and chose to join the Red Tide organization and took away many top-secret technologies, including the N800 nano weapons. Linen's defection also greatly enhanced the armed forces of the Red Tide organization. When Xiao Yu heard this, he immediately called up a floating display panel and searched for the keyword linen on the internet of Blue Star. When he saw one of the encyclopedia information about linen, he clicked on it to browse. The kingdom of Zhongzhou is actually ruled by several big families behind the scenes, and is actually the highest vested interest ruling group in the Kingdom of Heaven. The Lin family of Xiandu City is one of them, and Linen was born in the Lin family and is the son of the contemporary head of the Lin family. He is gifted and noble. The Lin family has high hopes for him and is designated as the successor to the head of the family. But Lin denied the existing ruling system of the Kingdom of Heaven, opposed the rule of the minority over the majority, and opposed the minority relying on the ruling privilege to exploit the majority and enjoy privileges. Lin believes that all living beings are human beings, and everyone should be equal. There should not be only a few people who are high above, and all living beings can only kneel down. Someone in the ruling group of the Kingdom of Heaven discovered that Lin's rebellious thoughts were very dangerous, and he wanted to betray his own class, but because of his identity, most people inside did not believe it. It was not until half a year after being suspected, that is, 5 years ago, that Lin really fled from Xianju City and took away many top-secret technologies of the Kingdom of Heaven to join the Red Tide organization. The rulers of the Kingdom of Heaven had to accept the fact in disbelief. The rulers of the Kingdom of Heaven were furious, and the Lin family was even more furious. Lin's defection caused the Lin family to be suppressed and excluded to a certain extent within the ruling group of the Kingdom of Heaven. The chosen successor actually gave up the wealth and privileges he was born with and chose to defect to join the Red Tide organization, which they regarded as mudlegs. This is too embarrassing. Internally, the Lin family was also passive because of this, because if this matter was taken to a big level, it might be your Lin family's intention. The rulers of the Kingdom of Heaven couldn't figure it out, and the people of the Lin family couldn't figure it out, and it was even more difficult to accept it. The impact of Lin's betrayal within the Kingdom of Heaven was extremely bad. To this day, Lin is still one of the most wanted criminals in the Kingdom of Heaven. The bounty issued by the Lin family has not been withdrawn yet. Whoever can kill Lin can receive a bounty of 50 billion star yuan, and can enjoy a clone transplant memory, and be reborn in the newly cloned organic receptor, which is equivalent to living another life. At this moment, the information that Xiao Yu retrieved on the internet was not like this. The information related to Lin, and that could be searched, basically described him as an unforgivable rebel in the Kingdom of Heaven, without any positive image description. However, Xiao Yu also had his own judgment. He did not believe that Lin was really an unforgivable person as he described. A person who is willing to give up his privileges, willing to give up the wealth and glory he was born with, and chose to join the Red Tide organization to rebel without hesitation. In Xiao Yu's worldview, this was a progressive person who had awakened his thoughts. However, for the ruling group of the Kingdom of Heaven, he was indeed an unforgivable person. Xiao Yu's initial judgment of Lin and defined him as a top elite who had awakened his thoughts within the ruling class of the Kingdom of Heaven, and gave up the route of internal self-reform. He should have determined that this road was not feasible, so he chose to join the Red Tide organization and completely overthrow the existing ruling system of the Kingdom of Heaven through armed rebellion. Red Tide organization, Xiao Yu murmured in his heart, thinking silently. Compared to getting the N800 nano weapon, a black technology, from the top rulers of the Kingdom of Heaven, Xiao Yu felt that it would be relatively easier to obtain it from the Red Tide organization, because he had no bargaining chips in front of the rulers of the Kingdom of Heaven. But with the Red Tide organization, Xiao Yu could provide them with a large amount of food and supplies, which were precisely the strategic materials that the Red Tide organization urgently needed to develop and expand its manpower, so he had bargaining chips for negotiation. At this moment, Xiao Yu's mind emerged with the appearance and figure of the beautiful assistant on Blue Star, who was Yan Lingjun. Xiao Yu thought in his heart, I don't know if Yan Lingjun is a spy of the Red Tide organization. At this moment, he hoped more than ever that Yan Lingjun was a spy of the Red Tide organization. If she was, he could directly contact the organization through her line. Chapter 99, Reference. After learning about the power of the N800 nano-armed, Xiao Yu has already made up his mind to get it. With this thing, he will not have to worry about his personal safety when he goes abroad or visits some dangerous places on Earth. He will be immune to the 7.62 mm caliber peanuts from now on. Not to mention the 7.62 caliber peanuts, he will not be hurt even if he is hit by RPG rockets. The only way to completely kill a nano-armed person is probably a super killer like a nuclear bomb or a super high-energy polymer plasma cannon, which can directly vaporize it into a molecular structure and thus wipe it out. Or another nano-armed person will defeat it and then twist its brain off. Xiao Yu put away his thoughts. This matter cannot be solved for a while, and it is useless to think more. However, he also has a preliminary idea. Xiao Yu decided to find a suitable time to further explore Yan Lingjun's bottom. If she is really a spy of the Red Tide organization, it would be the best, which can save a lot of trouble. If she is not, then he can only find other ways to try to contact the Red Tide organization. Xiao Yu is now very clear that based on his own situation, if he really wants to get the N800 nano weapon, he can only find the Red Tide organization. There is no need to think about the Kingdom of Heaven, because there is no bargaining chip to negotiate with him. Xiao Yu is very clear that the bargaining chip he can show in the Blue Star world is nothing more than a large amount of food and supplies. Taking this to negotiate with the people of the Kingdom of Heaven will only bring trouble to himself. 2 hours later, Xiao Yu took a flight to leave Nihan City. This trip was worthwhile. He visited many Air Force weapons and equipment of the Blue Star, which was very helpful to Xiao Yu in designing the prototype. In addition, he accidentally learned about the super black technology such as the N800 nano weapon. If it weren't for this trip, I don't know when I would know that there is such a great black technology in the Blue Star world. Xiao Yu packed most of the data and then left a Blue Star world and returned to Earth to study it. After returning to Earth, Xiao Yu stayed alone in the private laboratory in the basement of the villa residence. On the workbench, there were several holographic floating panels and 3D data modeling. One of the 3D models was the Xianfeng fighter of the Kingdom of Heaven. Xiao Yu took the virtual model in his hand and looked at it. The Xianfeng fighter can flexibly switch between the infantry combat mecha mode and the fighter flight mode to adapt to different combat environments. According to the information about this equipment at the Nihan Defense Exhibition, the Xianfeng fighter is positioned as a battlefield support combat unit, and it is an unmanned intelligent combat machine. The flexible switching between the two modes of mecha and fighter may be the products of the battlefield environment and combat system of Blue Star, but it may not be a good solution on Earth. Xiao Yu looked at the virtual Xianfeng fighter model in his hand. Blindly copying is definitely not advisable. The situation on Earth and Blue Star is completely different, and it is obviously not the same. Even if Xiao Yu wants to copy a Xianfeng fighter on Earth, he will definitely not be able to make it in a short time, because there are too many technologies involved. Let alone other things. The materials that maintain the strength of the fuselage structure are incredible. If only the existing fighter fuselage materials on Earth are used, and the infantry combat mecha mode is quickly switched during flight, the strength of the fuselage material will definitely not be able to withstand it, and it will disintegrate in minutes. There are too many black technologies used in the Xianfeng fighter, such as the powerful engine that can support a large body of 20 to 30 tons to cruise at 25 Mach hypersonic speed. The maximum flight speed of the J-20 fighter is 2.5 Mach, which is only 1/10 of the Xianfeng fighter. For example, the power source, the Xianfeng fighter is equipped with a miniaturized controllable nuclear fusion core engine. These black technologies are indispensable, and without any of them, the flexible switching between the two modes of infantry combat mecha and fighter flight cannot be achieved. Moreover, the Xianfeng fighter does not have a bomb bay, because its means of attack is not like that of Earth fighters, which rely on air-to-air missiles and air-to-ground missiles. The Xianfeng fighter's means of attack is energy weapons, that is, high-energy plasma artillery. Energy support is provided by the cold nuclear fusion core engine carried by the fighter. The fusion core not only provides the fighter with a source of flight power, but also bears the energy source of the attack weapon. Depending on the target, the plasma artillery of the Xianfeng fighter can be flexibly adjusted by controlling the output energy level. If the target is a small target that is easy to destroy, the output energy level can be reduced. Vice versa, if it is a large target that is not easy to destroy, the output energy level can be increased until the upper limit of the peak energy level. This can not only reduce the redundant design of the fighter, but also avoid the embarrassing scene of using a cannon to hide a mosquito. Compared with the missile attack methods of fighters in various countries on Earth, the high-energy plasma weapons of the Xianfeng fighter are crushing in terms of concept and technology. Even on Earth, there is a similar development method. A few decades ago, the aircraft carrier deck carried a wide variety of fighter models, but now the number of fighter models carried is decreasing, because the functions are increasingly integrated into one type of fighter. It is no exaggeration to say that it only takes one sortie of the Xianfeng fighter to completely destroy the air force of a major country on Earth before the core engine energy is exhausted. The supersonic cruise of Mach 25 cannot be caught up by air-to-air missiles. There is no way. It is not a product of the same era. Taking the Xianfeng fighter is equivalent to the J-20 fighter appearing in the sky of the First World War, which must be an absolute crushing of power. With the support of the Blue Star world, if Xiao Yu has a strong enough fighting spirit and ambition, He only needs to work hard and keep a low profile for 10 years, or even 20 years, and it is not impossible for him to become the leader of the Earth. The aerodynamic layout can be used as a reference. Xiao Yu debugged the parameter model. The use of superconducting materials in the fuselage can only allow the aircraft to leave the ground and float in the air, but the flight and maneuvering still rely on the engine to provide thrust. Although it can also fly hard. The necessary aerodynamic layout and aerodynamics must be considered when flying in the atmosphere. After all, there is no powerful engine thrust like the Xianfeng fighter, nor is there the support of the cold nuclear fusion core. It still uses graphene batteries for energy supply, so energy saving must be considered. The prototype designed by Xiao Yu did not deviate from the Earth's technology tree, and there would be no mode of transforming into an infantry combat mecha. This thing is undoubtedly cool, but it is completely out of the existing technology tree of the Earth. In the following days, Xiao Yu continued to debug and calculate the prototype design model through a supercomputer. The development team of Avic Linfa E Company is divided into several groups to design concept aircraft. In fact, Xiao Yu used them to make up the numbers for himself, but they didn't know the boss's actual intention. The core of the fighter is still room temperature superconducting materials. This is the top priority for Xiao Yu in the second half of the year. At present, Avic Linfa E is building a high-energy laser platform experimental base according to Xiao Yu's requirements. The progress is very good and it will be completed and put into use soon. The original plan was to use this experimental base to experimentally verify the so-called theoretical derivation results, and finally found the real room temperature superconducting material. Chapter 100, the first graphene full-screen mobile phone is launched. The time came to July. While Xiao Yu was busy with the electric drive aircraft, the Xiaomi 12S Ultra equipped with a graphene full-screen and graphene battery technology was officially released on July 4th, which is today. Lei Jun grabbed the full-screen debut for his own 12S Ultra. Because Huawei's M50 Pro is scheduled to be released in September, 12S Ultra is 2 months earlier. Except for these two mobile phone manufacturers, other manufacturers have not received the goods yet. Today, Xiao Yu also took the time to watch the live broadcast of the Xiaomi 12S Ultra press conference hosted by Lei Jun. This phone is equipped with a Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 processor and uses technologies such as the leaf vane cold pump cooling system. It is also the first imaging flagship launched by Xiaomi and Leica. In terms of imaging, according to Lei Jun, the Xiaomi 12S Ultra is equipped with the world's first Sony IMX989 sensor. In addition, it has a 48MP ultra-wide-angle lens and a 48MP periscope telephoto lens, supporting Dolby Vision HDR video shooting and 8K movie shooting. Originally, Lei Jun planned to promote the cooperation with Leica as the core selling point, but now it can only be regarded as one of and it has to be put at the back because there are bigger selling points. Since establishing cooperation with Lingjing Technology and obtaining 100% full-screen supply and graphene battery supply, Lei Jun has regarded the graphene full-screen and graphene battery high battery life as the core selling points of 12S Ultra. Moreover, the 100% full-screen debut has been preheated for a long time, and users are also very much looking forward to it. It has to be said that even if the other appearance industrial design of Xiaomi 12S Ultra remains unchanged, just removing the extreme screen hole of the front camera on the screen, the appearance level will immediately have a qualitative leap, and the whole screen will be clean, especially for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder who call it extremely comfortable. In addition, another thing that makes users feel that the Xiaomi 12S Ultra exceeds their expectations is that it uses the Lingjing Technology mobile phone graphene battery, which can achieve 72 hours of normal use. This is the battery life that can be achieved without power management and power saving mode. To put it bluntly, it is no problem to play games continuously for more than 70 hours with this phone. This battery life directly kills all known smartphone brands on the market. Moreover, the charging speed of the graphene battery is extremely fast. The fast charging technologies on the market now take at least 20 to 30 minutes to fully charge, which is directly hit by dimensionality reduction, because the graphene battery supplied by Lingjing Technology can be fully charged within 3 to 5 minutes. Against the backdrop of the charging speed of the graphene battery, the fast charging technologies on the market now have become slow charging. Now, people from all walks of life in and outside the industry, including many netizens, believe that Lei Jun got the full screen and graphene battery supply from Lingjing Technology and grabbed the first launch. The 12S Ultra product has more hope than ever to lead Xiaomi to successfully impact the high-end market. Because there's only the Xiaomi 12S Ultra product on the market that is equipped with Lingjing Technology's graphene full screen and graphene battery. The products of other companies have not been obtained, and the product does not use these two technologies at all. Moreover, the Huawei M50 Pro that supports these two technologies will not be released until September. In other words, in the next 2 months, only the 12S Ultra product is equipped with a 100% full screen and a high battery life. The reaction of the capital market is the most intuitive manifestation. Today is also Monday. Xiaomi stock price listed in Hong Kong rose to $16.8 share today, with an intraday increase of plus 27.47%, which can be said to be a surge, creating the largest single-day increase since Xiaomi went public in Hong Kong. There is no limit on the rise and fall in the Hong Kong stock market. The latest market value of Xiaomi has also exceeded the 400 billion Hong Kong dollars mark, specifically 419.6 billion Hong Kong dollars, equivalent to about 358.2 billion yuan. The surge in the company's stock price is undoubtedly the most intuitive reflection of the capital market's super optimism. At this moment, Xiao Yu just clicked into the live broadcast room of Xiaomi's press conference. The press conference has been going on for a long time, and Lei Jun, who is hosting the release of 12S Ultra, happened to brag about Lingjing Technology's supplier that emotional intelligence is directly maxed out. Why can companies like Lingjing Technology succeed in new businesses, while those Fortune 500 companies are prone to fail in new businesses? For example, Microsoft, such a powerful company, made mobile phones. When it couldn't make it itself, it bought Nokia, and then lost miserably. Another example is Intel's mobile phone chips. How could a company that was so powerful 10 or 20 years ago fail to make it? It's incredible. Is the difference between PC processors and mobile phone processors so big? At this moment, Lei Jun talked freely. The reason why those top companies in the world are prone to failure when they cross over to new businesses is that I think the biggest problem is the idle burden. Big companies think that I have brands, talents, technology, money and everything, but you startups have nothing. In fact, you forget that you are zero when you enter a new industry, so we Xiaomi have we must realize how complicated this industry is. No matter which company, or how much smaller it is than us, it deserves our respect and we must really bend down to learn from them. Of course, I'm not saying that Lingjing Technology is smaller than us. Lingjing Technology's current market value is equivalent to the sum of the market values of the 4 Xiaomis, which is much larger than us, and its innovation ability is beyond doubt. The audience laughed, and many netizens who watched the live broadcast of the press conference also posted barrages of laughter. It has to be said that Lei Jun also gave enough face to Lingjing Technology supplier father. Netizens also said that there was a reason why Xiaomi was able to grab the first qualification for the 2 major technical applications of graphene full screen and graphene battery. As the press conference came to an end, Lei Jun on the stage said, "So how much is the price of a mobile phone like Xiaomi 12S Ultra? This phone does bring together the most advanced and various technologies this year. I won't keep you in suspense. Let's take a look at the pricing of Ultra." As soon as the voice fell, the giant screen on the stage switched the screen. And the pricing of Xiaomi 12S Ultra was officially announced. The 8GB plus 256GB version is priced at 5,999 yuan. The 12GB plus 256GB version is priced at 6,499 yuan. The 12GB plus 512GB version is priced at 6,999 yuan. After announcing the price, Lei Jun said, "The initial price is 5,999 yuan. I believe that at the price of 6,000 to 7,000 yuan, Ultra will be a very competitive flagship model. I sincerely invite everyone to go to the Xiaomi house near you to experience the strength of Ultra in person." Mobile phone users who watched the press conference were indeed tempted. Apart from other things, the 12S Ultra currently has a unique 100% full screen and ultra-long battery life of the graphene battery. The starting price of 6,000 yuan is not a loss. Xiao Yu also closed the press conference live page when he saw this. Regardless of whether the Xiaomi mobile phone sells well or not, Lingjing Technology will not lose a penny of the money it should make. According to the contract between the two parties, no matter how many Xiaomi mobile phones are sold, they must pay according to this amount, and regardless of whether the price is reduced later, Lingjing Technology will charge 30% of the money according to the initial price. That is, 20% for the screen and 10% for the battery. The starting price of Xiaomi 12S Ultra is 5,999 yuan. For each phone, Lingjing Technology will take 1,799.7 yuan. For the phone priced at 6,999 yuan, it will take 2,099.7 yuan. For Xiaomi, this is the cost of the phone, but for Lingjing Technology, it is real money. Xiaomi received screens for 28 million phones from Lingjing Technology, with a contract value of 35.57 billion yuan, and also received batteries for 30 million phones, with an order value of 18.93 billion yuan. In other words, no matter how many phones are sold, Xiaomi has to pay Lingjing Technology a huge sum of 54.5 billion yuan. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.